You're about to step back into the golden age. An era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And it is this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American kitchens have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. No one else can make a Frigidaire. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagon?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagon, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
That's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello. Hello.
You sound a skeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what's happened there in Cairo?
A local lab is working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, send me the Haberman file by the first train.
The Haberman file? Good Lord, Ken, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets?
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Dear Effendi, your martini with the onion.
Good. Now I'll bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
Now, you will in a second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martini. He had excellent taste in drink.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who brought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did that happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting's no accident.
You knew it was not.
You going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more... Oh!
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I shall have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She's left. If I count up to 10, I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hey, where'd you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yes.
Oh. I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You a doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. Been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shot.
So you dove for the doorway of the kids like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Oh, why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it, for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Hickok. Oh, silly.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pagan.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh. But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagan, starting right here.
Here? But we'll stop in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! The floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought, look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stay here, Pagan. I'll pick you up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There'll be other dancers, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one in her dressing room.
nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think it lies, Aida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
Funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I'll kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? A full moon?
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Pulzine, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company?
You see, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in this trouble.
What trouble, Ada?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
No, you're drawing a blank here, Ada. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decisions. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
Would you like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try. If you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
Drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, all right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And hold you in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zaida. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Posine wealthy.
And you think you can find out that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, Pagon, and jimmy at that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
I'll give 8 to 5 that Hardeman loses mostly silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston. What?
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, Pagon. The light under that door.
There's somebody's in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company?
I'll bite. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Huh? Maybe. Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
I thought a peculiar cargo for coffee.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pagan.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Deborah.
In a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, originated by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Just think how many times a day you go to your refrigerator and you'll realize how helpful even one extra convenience would be. Then look at all the ways Frigidaire engineers have planned to save your time and energy. They gave the interior of the Frigidaire refrigerator plenty of shelf space. They made it easy to store all those special things you keep in a refrigerator. Gave you space for tall bottles, a big meat tender, handy glass-topped hydrators for fruits and leafy vegetables. Lots of room for the frozen foods you like to have on hand for quick, easy meals. They finished the interior of the food compartment with lifetime porcelain. A wipe with a damp cloth, and it's clean. Yes, and they even designed special ice trays, unique Frigidaire quick cube trays to give you trigger-quick ice service. Most important of all, Frigidaire engineers powered the Frigidaire refrigerator with a mechanism that requires no attention and uses less current than an ordinary light bulb. It's the famous meter miser, simplest refrigerating mechanism ever built. Remember, Frigidaire engineers designed the Frigidaire refrigerator to save your time and energy. And remember, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Haberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Deborah. We join him now as he and Pagan stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. That's in Arabic, but a few words. Pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagan, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Outrageous. There was I waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up. All that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly thing.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not going to ask you about the guns, or about the pole scene, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagan, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Rosine, Debra, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
quite undercover sort of thing. Well, suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel.
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveler's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, Con. No pen or pencil.
Hmm?
I'll never carry them. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, did we get aboard too?
Yeah? No.
Huh?
Hello, Posey.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left,
Why the third one?
because Posine's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Posine was talking to us.
She?
Zaida.
Oh, Ken. It's been so wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Zaida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to commissioner of the port.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pagon. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Rosine's built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who suspects a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping him off to Harborman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? They could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement. What?
It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Posine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. No, while Haberman was snowed up, he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Haberman. Now that the Mohammed Bey has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
Bygone.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley.
We will make them board the gangplank later.
Bygone, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, this strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzine. Zyda, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on.
Oh, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it, it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zayda.
Yes. The man who killed my sister. The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
Zyda, that knife. Put down that knife or I'll...
Zayda, you fool. What have you done?
Hold it, Polzine.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagan.
Sure, Mr. X.
Swine.
Thanks, Zayda.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you tied up with these two to find out who killed Deborah.
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Polzine?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. So we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagan. But Haberman and Polzine do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. The Band Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories. And our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, where next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
and criminals. Today on the air, Blue Coal brings you the Shadow's latest adventure, Hounds in the Hills. In just a moment, the Shadow's exciting adventure will begin. Meanwhile, I have an important message for everybody. We are now in the midst of the most treacherous season of the entire year. But you can protect your family's health during this danger period by burning blue coal. For blue coal gives you clean, uniform, healthful heat all winter long. And its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when you order fuel, insist on blue coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow. High in the pine-clad hills of North Carolina, where backwoods living is neighbor to palatial winter homes, there is a haunted mansion, relic of former grandeur. With no visible means of support, old Sadie, haggard, half-demented creature, and Jake, a hunchback son, live in one wing of the dilapidated old house. A pack of great, vicious, crossbreed hounds guards the old place from intruders. It is early evening. In the dim half-light, two figures, led by one of the hounds, approach the house.
I don't like it here. I want to go home.
What's the matter, little boy? You ain't afraid of my pet dog, are you?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid of your dog, and I'm afraid of you, too. I want to go home to my mother. I don't want to go with you.
I take my dog wherever I go. He won't hurt you. Not so long as you're with me, he won't. No telling what he'd do to you if he got you alone, Jakey.
My name isn't Jakey. My name is Dickie Nelson. And if you don't let me go home, my mother will be worried.
Now, Jakey, don't be scared, old Sadie. I'm your mother. Old Sadie's your mother. Didn't know that, did you?
You're not my mother. And I don't believe there's other little boys here like you said.
You wait, Jakey. I got lots of sons now. Old Sadie will show you. Mom, it's me, Jake. Yeah, that's Jake. You're what he was before I dropped him and hurt his back.
Who's that you got with you, Mom?
Who's that?
Now, don't you be scared of him, Jakey.
I don't like him. He's awful looking.
Jakey? He's a hunchback. His mother dropped him when he was a little feller like you. I dropped him. We'll start all over again with a new Jakey. I won't drop you. You won't be a hunchback like he is.
I want to go home to my mother and Daddy. I don't like anything here. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Don't you touch me.
Mom, you crazy old fool. You done it again.
Nice drive, Lamont. Your golf's improving.
So, Cranston, you don't always miss the ball, eh?
Well, that's what a vacation in North Carolina does for you. Especially when you're the host, Mr. Rupert.
I thought you were always on vacations, Lamont. I've never heard of you doing anything except dabbling in that mysterious laboratory of yours.
Yes, just a playboy.
Yes, I just dabble. A little science, a little chemistry, a little psychology. I just dabble.
Rupert! Here's the Rupert!
Someone's calling you, Gary.
Seems to be in a hurry.
Well, it's the sheriff. I hope I haven't done anything wrong.
Perhaps he saw you drive, Gary.
Mr. Rupert!
Yeah?
Sorry to bother you.
Well, what is it, Sheriff?
Another child's lost. Gone over the cliff at the border trail.
What? Another one?
Yes, sir. Little Dickie Nelson this time.
Oh, good Lord, Sheriff. This is horrible.
Child lost? Is that what you said, Sheriff?
Yes, sir. Fourth in less than 2 weeks.
Lost? Lost how?
On the border trail over cliff there.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, what is this trail, Gary?
Well, it's a narrow pathway along the rim of a high cliff. It washes out so that a slip on the gravel starts to slide right over the cliff.
And you mean to say 4 boys have been lost there in 2 weeks?
Yes.
4?
Yes, but doesn't it strike you there might be something more than just fate causing the disappearance of these children?
Well, but what?
That I don't know. Gary, I'd like to look at this cliff.
Look, Mr. Cranston. You see how the trail washes out down the cliff?
Yeah, Sheriff.
That's 1,000 feet straight down there.
There's the river at the bottom.
Yeah, I reckon the current must carry the bodies away. We haven't found a trace of them.
I don't suppose there's any doubt about what happened to the boys.
No, Miss Lane. When Bobby Mina disappeared last week, we found a ball he'd been playing with.
Would you call that conclusive evidence?
Well, this morning we snared up Dickie Nelson's cap that was caught on some shrubbery part way down the mountain. Of course, some of the colored folk around here think ghosts done it.
Ghosts?
Yeah. See, they was howling last night about the time Dickie was lost here.
What kind of howling, Sheriff?
Darned if I know, sir. They say they heard it the 3 times the other boys were lost. But you know how they are. Colored folks up here in the hills are superstitious.
Yes, but what kind of a howl does a ghost make in this part of the country, Sheriff?
And that's what I asked. About as near they could describe it, it was like a dog howling. A hound dog.
Well, I've generally found that a dog howling means a dog. Perhaps I'd better reverse the usual procedure of a dog trailing a man.
This is all very mysterious, Lamont.
Yes, it is, Margot. Will you excuse me for a moment, Sheriff?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Cranston.
Margot, I think the shadow will look into this mystery.
But how?
Go back to the house, Margot. I'll wireless you if I need help. In my invisible state as the shadow, I'm going to follow the clue of the dogs and see where it leads me.
I want to go home.
Don't cry, Dickie. Don't cry.
Huh? What's that? Who are you?
I've come here to help you. You're Dickie Nelson, aren't you?
Yes, sir, but who are you? So dark I can't see you.
You don't need to see me, Dickie. Pretend I'm just a shadow. But you can hear me.
Yes, sir, but I want to go home.
Here, you've got to be a man, Dickie. I'll try to get you home. But you've got to stop crying and help me.
I'm scared, that's why.
Haven't you got a handkerchief?
No, sir.
Here, use my handkerchief.
Thank you.
Now dry your eyes and wipe your nose. I want you to tell me something.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other boys here?
Yes, sir, 3 of them. How did you get here?
I believed a ghost story, Dickie. And I looked for a ghost who howled like a hound. And then I just walked. But I didn't find a ghost. I found what I expected to find. A dog. In fact, lots of them.
Didn't they see you?
No.
Didn't old Sadie or Jake see you?
No, it's dark in here. But even with a light on, people can't see me because I've learned how to make them think they don't see me. I blind their eyes to me.
How?
Never mind how. You must believe it and don't be afraid of me. I'm your friend.
Yes, sir.
Trust me, Dickie. Perhaps I can find a way to get you and the other boys out of it. Quiet. Somebody coming.
If the sheriff finds these kids here, they'll hang us, you crazy old fool.
Jake, now don't you touch my baby. He's my Jakey. He's you before you came a hunchback. If you kill him, you'll be killing yourself. He's you, Jake.
You keep away from me. Don't you touch me.
Jake, don't touch that boy.
Who's that?
I heard it, too.
Give me that lamp.
I heard it, too, Jake.
Nobody's in here but us. Us and the kid. He got out.
No, I'm still here.
It's his voice. Ain't nobody with us.
I heard it, too. Well, that's nothing, Jake. I'm always hearing voices. Now you're hearing them. We're both crazy.
Reckon it ain't so crazy a voice can scare me. If I'm crazy like you, then voices ain't real. Now put this kid out of the way, and then I'll get the others.
No, stop. Please don't hit me with that stick.
No,
Put
Jake.
down that stick, Jake. Put it down.
Now. I ain't scared of voices that ain't real.
I said drop it.
Who hit me? Look. Look at that place on my wrist. Look.
Well, Jake, I've been hearing voices for a long time, but I ain't never been hit by one.
You done it.
Oh, I did not. I wasn't near you.
Then it was the kid.
I never moved.
Well, then who?
I hit you, Jake. Now I'm going to give you a chance to save yourselves. Let this boy go. Bring the other boys here. I'll take them home.
No, they're mine. They're mine. They're Jakey. No.
I'll get rid of them my way.
Please help me. I want to go home.
Trust me, Dickie, there's only one thing for me to do now. Jake, this is your last chance.
What? Who's that? You reckon it's somebody looking for the kids? If it is...
Jake, it must be them. The Duke and Slim coming to hide out. Listen. Yeah, it's him. Oh, Jake, he'll kill us both if he knows about my babies.
Well, what he don't know won't hurt him. Shut the door to the kids' room and lock it.
Hurry up, Jake. Let him in. But don't say a word about my babies.
Don't worry. Maybe I'm crazy, too, but I ain't that crazy.
Well, what took you so long, Jake?
Hello, Duke.
Come in, Slim. Hurry up. Shut the door.
Okay, Duke. Hey, what a dump this is.
It's better than being in jail up north. If we didn't have this hideout, that's where you'd be. Hello, old Sadie.
Come in, Duke. Cops after you again?
Shut up.
That half-witted old dame talks too much.
Hey, you staying for a while, Duke?
What's it to you?
I don't care.
Oh, lay off the guy, Slim. Jake, and you too, old Sadie.
Yeah?
We're taking a little rest away from the cops, see? Turn the dogs loose in the yard around the house so they can chew up anybody that comes here looking for us. Go on, Jake. Do it now.
All right, Duke.
Just a minute, Jake.
Who's that?
Somebody's in here, Duke.
It's the voice again, Jake. They can't hear it unless they're crazy, too.
That voice again.
Yes, Jake, that same voice. And the Duke can hear it, too. Can't you, Duke?
Say, what's going on here? Who is that?
I tell you, it's in here, Duke.
Who's playing tricks on me?
Duke, did you ever hear of the Shadow?
The Shadow?
I have, Duke. I know. That's the guy that talks to you, but you can't see him.
Shut up, you fool. Yeah, Shadow. I've heard about you. I never believed what I heard, though.
You can believe it now. Listen, Duke. I'm here for only one purpose. To save the lives of 4 little children.
Oh, don't believe him. It's a lie.
Shut up. I'm handling this. Go ahead, Shadow. Go ahead. Talk some more.
All right. Old Sadie and Jake there put you in a tough spot.
How, Shadow?
Old Sadie is crazy. She's, well, shall we say, borrowed 4 little boys from places near here and made it appear that they were killed. Killed falling over a cliff.
No, it's a lie. They was killed. I killed them and my Jakey took their place.
Duke, the old dame is back.
Shut up.
Jake here is almost as crazy as his mother, but he wants to kill the boys.
Don't believe him, Duke.
Either way, you'll be arrested for kidnapping.
Hey, Duke, we don't want no part in kidnapping.
Well, Shadow, what's the proposition?
If you let me take the boys away back to their homes, you won't be accused of kidnapping.
And give you a chance to tip off the police to where we're hiding out? Oh, no. Let him have it, Slim.
Hey, look, Duke, the door. He went out the door.
He's gone, Duke. He's gone. We can't get him now.
Oh, yes, we can.
How?
The dogs. If the Shadow's a man, them dogs can follow his scent.
If the Shadow is a man, you mean the dogs will trail him by his scent, even though we can't see him?
She's right, Duke.
But we haven't got anything to give the dogs to smell, to give them the scent.
Maybe he left something in the kid's room. Let's go and see.
Yeah, come on, let's see.
See where to get the kid in there.
Why not? Yeah, let's look around here.
Ah, he's too clever to have left anything behind.
Hey, where'd the boy get that handkerchief he's sniffling into?
Handkerchief, huh?
Yeah, he never had no handkerchief when he come here.
Who gave you this handkerchief, little boy?
A man.
What man?
A man who spoke to me in the dark.
You couldn't see him?
No, he said I had to believe he was here, although I couldn't see him.
Then it's the Shadow's handkerchief.
Get the dogs. Get the dogs. They can get his scent from that handkerchief and trail him. The Shadow can't escape this time.
The Shadow's adventure continues in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to say a few words about a subject that's uppermost in everyone's mind these days: how to save money. Large savings in cooking and heating costs can be made by switching to blue coal. For blue coal is the perfect home fuel. It is the best grade of Pennsylvania anthracite, and anthracite is the fuel that furnaces, cooking stoves, and parlor heaters in New England were designed to use. Blue coal gives off a steady, clean heat. It lasts longer and burns down to a fine, powdery ash without giving off smoke or grime common to many other fuels. Blue coal's cleanliness will appeal to New England housewives, for housekeeping is greatly simplified when blue coal is used, because with this dependable fuel, you not only have a more comfortable home, but a cleaner house inside and out. These are the reasons why blue coal is so popular in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Sales in Pawtucket this winter are 12% ahead of sales for the same period a year ago. Here's another point. You buy American when buying blue coal. It is mined and prepared in Pennsylvania by the Glen Alden Coal Company, especially for home use. So for economy and cleanliness, start using blue coal tomorrow. Order it by name. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer. You'll find him listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Margot Lane. The children are alive. Alive in an old house about 4 miles off the cliff road. They're being held captive. There's no time to lose. I'm in the woods. The pack of hounds is trailing me. You can probably hear them. They've got my scent. Hurry. Get the sheriff. Save the children. Hurry.
Come on, Jake. Keep up in front where we can see you. Don't try to hide behind the trees. If you think you can sneak back to the house.
All right, Duke, all right.
Slim.
Yeah, Duke?
If Jake starts falling back again anymore, trying to lose us among the trees in the dark so he can go back to the house and finish off them kids, let him have it.
Okay, boss. I wasn't. Honest, I wasn't.
Okay. Then come on.
Hey, you, Jake. Ain't those dogs liable to turn on us? Yeah, if you was alone. Yeah, but I'm with you. You hear that, Duke? The dogs have got the shadow. It's lucky for us he left his handkerchief with the kids so the hounds could get the scent, ain't it, huh?
Yeah. Now, there's only one or two things for the shadow to do. Stand and be chewed by them beasts, or else climb a tree. He's not invisible to a dog's nose. They can smell him.
If he's climbed a tree, we got him, Duke.
Hey, there's the dogs jumping around that tree. Right there. See 'em?
Well, what do we do now?
Well, we can't do much while it's dark.
What do you mean?
I mean we gotta keep the shadow treed until it's daylight.
Yeah, but you can't see 'em, whether it's light or dark.
That's right. Maybe he's beating us after all.
Listen, if we wait till daylight, then we can see where he is in the tree.
But you can't see where he is.
Yeah, but when he comes, he has to shake the branch he's sitting on. And when we see any of them leaves shaking, we'll shoot right at that place.
It'll be like shooting at nothing.
I know. Say, if we don't get him that way, he has two other things to choose from.
Yeah, what's that?
We can keep him treed until he gets so weak he can't work his invisibility gag anymore, and he comes down. And then the dogs get him.
Well, there's nothing to do but wait till morning then.
No, but we gotta keep awake. Morning ain't far off, and then we'll see.
Hey, Duke, I got to thinking sitting here last night. What about them kids?
Well, Slim, what about them?
We didn't do it, but they can pin a kidnapping rap on us.
Not without evidence, Slim.
No, but she... Oh, I get it. No evidence, huh?
That's right.
No kids.
What do you think?
Yeah. Jake here don't want no evidence either.
As soon as we dispose of the man who calls himself the Shadow, no one will know.
And then Jake here gets rid of the kids.
That's right.
Yeah, but how about Jake and old Sadie?
I think they could disappear and not be missed.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, Duke, look. We can see the whole tree now. But I don't see nobody.
No, of course not. but he's there. Now watch carefully, Slim. There's no wind. Any limb or branch that moves may be the shadow.
Yeah.
So when something moves, let him have it.
I get it. Hey, but how do we know when we get him?
He'll come down, Slim. Now, you missed, Slim. Take your time.
Hey, what's that?
I thought I saw a branch move. We're shooting at the shadow, Jake.
And when he's unconscious or dead, we can see him all right. And then...
You didn't do so good yourself, Duke.
Those dogs are hungry.
Yeah. I bet they look nice from up in the tree, waiting for their breakfast.
How can you shoot him if you can't see him?
Shut up, Jake. Now, take your time, Slim.
Morning, Duke.
He's there.
Good morning, Shadow.
I hope you slept well.
Oh, yeah. And you? Now, watch close.
Yeah.
Would it be too much for me to ask, how are the little boys?
They're all right, Shadow. So far.
That's good.
Yeah, but I'll get rid of him.
Slim, get around the other side of the tree. I think he's low in the tree, behind the trunk.
Okay, Duke.
We're taking care of you first, Shadow. You know too much. Well, what's funny, Shadow?
I'm laughing at you, Duke.
Oh, yeah? You laugh different when I get my hands on you.
Why don't you come up here and try it?
I don't have to. You'll come down.
You'll have a long wait.
Oh, yeah?
Can't you say anything but oh, yeah? You're really quite stupid, Duke.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm smart enough to get you out of that tree.
Good. I was getting rather bored.
Ah, shut up. Hey, Slim, go back to the house and get an axe. This tree ain't too big to cut down.
Very ingenious.
Yeah, but the dogs. It ain't safe to leave without Jake.
The dogs, they won't touch you. They're after the shadow, and Jake will keep them here.
Sure. I'll keep him here, sure.
And hurry back, Slim.
Now, scram.
Okay, Duke. But don't let them dogs come after me.
Jake will keep the dogs here.
Okay, watch it.
Now, hurry back, Say, Jake, call the dogs off. They're going after Slim.
They don't like him.
Hey, call him back. Slim, look out. Jake, the dogs are attacking him.
Yeah, they're going to eat him.
I'll shoot him, Slim.
Guess you didn't shoot him soon enough, Duke.
Well, Jake, your dogs got Slim. I'm afraid you've lost most of them.
Yeah. Ma'll be awful mad. There's only Big Tom left. But the Duke will shoot him.
No, he won't. His gun's empty. Look at him go up that tree.
Yeah. Big Tom didn't get him. Now you're both up in the tree, ain't you?
No, Jake, I'm standing right here behind you. Now, do what I tell you. Go over to that tree and tie Big Tom to it. So that the Duke can't get down.
Why should I?
You want to get those kids out of the way, don't you? Duke won't let you.
Yeah. He won't, maybe. Yeah, he won't let me, maybe. I won't tell him what I'm going to do.
Jake, call off this dog. Tie him up, do you hear me? Tie him up. No, not to my tree, you dope. Take him away. Listen to me. Don't tie him there, you half-wit.
Well, Duke, we changed places.
I'll get you if it's the last thing I do, Shadow.
You're going to have plenty to do before we meet again. Jake, come back here.
Yeah.
You'll have plenty of time to think about that. Here are some men that may help you out.
Who are they?
My Lord, what happened here?
I don't know, Sheriff. Say, this is the hunchback, Jake. Hello, Jake.
Duke's up in the tree. Yeah, look out, Sheriff.
Got him. Reckon that dog won't attack anyone else.
You killed him.
Now, if our friend will come down out of the tree, I'll be delighted to put a pair of handcuffs onto him. I've been looking for him and his partner for some time. From the looks of things, I won't need to put the cuffs on his partner.
Well, Margot, you better go back to the cars.
All right. Yes, I think I will. I only wanted to see if... Yes, I'll go back.
All right, men. Let's take him away.
Margot.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, but don't speak my name here.
Darling, I was so frightened when I got your wireless message. I thought it was the end.
So did I. Are the boys all right?
Yes, all the boys are safe. They've been taken into town. A deputy sheriff took old Sadie along. Dickie Nelson is in one of the cars up the road waiting. Oh, Lamont, I feel so sorry for that poor old woman.
So do I, Margot. She's demented. We must see that she's placed in an institution, not a prison. A place where she can satisfy her mother-love mania with dolls instead of other people's children. Go to the car, Margot. I'll meet you there.
What are we waiting for, Miss Lane? I want to go home to my mother.
Just a minute, Dickie. I'm expecting someone.
Who?
Oh, here he comes now.
Well, Margot.
Hello, Lamont.
Who's this young man?
This is Dickie Nelson. Dickie Lamont Cranston.
Hello, Mr. Cranston.
Well, Dickie, I hear you had quite an adventure last night.
Yes, a kind man came to my room at that terrible house, but I couldn't see him.
Maybe you dreamt it, Dickie. Supposing we keep it a secret, just between us three.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
All right, but it was a swell dream.
And here is John Buckley, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some interesting information for you.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. The health and comfort of your family during this period of widely varying temperatures depends to a great extent on whether your heating plant delivers steady, even heat when you need it. And the efficiency of your heating plant depends upon the proper use of furnace dampers. Here are some helpful hints on the proper use of these dampers. First, the turn or the smoke pipe damper should never be used for day-to-day control of heat. This damper should always be kept as nearly closed as possible without retarding the free burning of your fire. If you do not have automatic thermostat control of your furnace, the everyday control of heat should be left to your check damper, that flap-like damper located on your chimney pipe and the ash pipe damper. To get more heat through your house, close the check damper and open the ash pit damper. Always remember, when one is closed, the other should be open. If the house is warm enough, close the ash pit and open the check damper. The proper location of these dampers is important. The check damper should be between the chimney and turn damper, the latter being between the check damper and the furnace. If the dampers are in this position, they are properly placed. And if operated in the manner that I have just explained, you should not experience any trouble in maintaining an even temperature in all parts of your home. However, if you do have trouble with your furnace, phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to your home. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, take Mr. Barclay's tip. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Have him send a John Barclay serviceman to your home tomorrow. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen. And be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the best way to stop a guy cold is to step on the gas. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, how'd you like to take a risk here?
Fine. I know just the place, a farm in Vermont.
Sorry, I've already picked a spot for you. Bavaria, a private sanatorium.
Oh, great.
I understand the nurses are quite attractive.
Oh, great. Well, my bags are packed, Commissioner. What's it all about?
2 weeks ago, a Czech diplomat was arrested in Prague on a charge of treason. He made a quick confession.
Sure, they usually arrange it that way.
In that confession, however, he implicated an American newspaper man, a foreign correspondent named Emerson. Emerson, he said, was an American spy.
Oh, here we go again.
The correspondent got wind of the frame-up and ducked out fast. He managed to slip across the Czech border, got as far as Regensburg in southern Germany, then ran into more trouble.
What happened?
He was kidnapped, picked up right off the street in broad daylight by 3 men, but not before he'd put up a terrific struggle. And that was 10 days ago.
And no word of him since?
Until last night. A young doctor named Minder got word to us that he thinks Emerson is being held in a private sanatorium in Bavaria.
I get it. That's where I'm supposed to check in with my battered nerves.
Right. Dr. Minder will contact you when you arrive in Munich. Get to that sanatorium, Steve. And if you find Emerson there, get him out and bring him back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Thursday evening on the NBC radio network is filled with great entertainment. Yes, for Western adventure and songs, there's the Roy Rogers Show from Paradise Valley. And along with Roy, you'll hear Dale Evans and the Whippoorwills. And immediately following the Roy Rogers Show, listen to Father Knows Best with Robert Young in the title role. On Father Knows Best, you'll hear the amusing adventures of the Anderson family. And, of course, Thursday also brings another hilarious session of Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards, your favorite fun master. On many NBC stations, Thursday ushers in another session of Eddie Cantor's show business show. So, for the most enjoyable Thursday evening entertainment, be sure to set your dial to the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Germany, check on a tip given us by a Dr. Minder. Hope it leads me to a missing American correspondent named Emerson. Get to him before he's hauled back to Czechoslovakia to face a bum rap as a spy. It's late Tuesday evening when my plane lands in Munich. The voice on the PA is calling my name as I hurry across the airport waiting room.
A gentleman left this envelope here, Mitchell.
Oh, thanks.
May I be of further service?
Yeah, how do I get to 64 Austerplatz?
Austerplatz, a street on the other side of town. I would suggest a taxi.
Thanks. One more thing about the man who left this note. What did he look like?
He was here but a short time ago. A small man, middle-aged, rather stout. The message is not signed?
Yeah, it's signed by Dr. Minder. I just wanted to check the description against the signature.
Oh?
It doesn't fit. I grab a cab, and on the way across town, I ask myself a few questions. I don't like the answers I get. 10 minutes later, the cabbie drops me off in front of 64 Austerplatz. I like this even less. 64 Austerplatz is a mortuary. I push open the door, go inside. I follow the long red carpet down the dimly lit corridor. At the end of it, there's a desk, and on it, a small vase of flowers, the card index file, and a buzzer. I lean on it. A few seconds later, the curtain is behind the desk part, and a long, slender gent in a frock coat steps out. He folds his claw-like hands together and glides towards me. Good evening, mynheer. Hi. Good evening. I'd like to see Dr. Minder. Your name is? Mitchell. Steve Mitchell. The next room, please. I don't turn around when the door clicks softly shut behind me. I just stare at the casket at the far end of the room. The casket is empty. Surprise number one. Surprise number two follows a second later. A gun nestles in the small of my back.
Do not move. Your identification. Place it on the casket.
Sure. There you are.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Drop the gun. Drop it. That's better. You've got a lot to learn about this business. Hey, wait a minute. You fit the description I have of Dr. Minder.
Yeah. Here, your identification, Herr Mitchell.
Look, what's this all about?
Just a precautionary measure. I was afraid I might have been followed today.
Well, why pick this place to meet?
That man you met a moment ago, he's a very close friend of mine.
A doctor with a mortician for a buddy? I wouldn't spread that around, Minder. It doesn't inspire confidence.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah.
Why do you think you might have been followed, Doctor?
Because of what happened 2 nights ago. When I saw Emerson at the sanatorium. He is listed as a Herr Langford. They have him in a small private cottage at the rear of the main building.
Go on.
I was looking for Dr. Anstedt. He is the head of the sanatorium. I thought I might find him at the cottage, but when I arrived, I saw the man they call Langford lying on his bed. The bandages removed. His face badly marked, bruised.
His face is usually covered with bandages?
Yeah. I moved in closer, and then suddenly his nurse appeared from the next room. She screamed at me to get out, called one of the guards.
Any repercussions over your visit?
No, none. The matter seems to have been dropped.
They probably figure you didn't recognize Emerson, so they let it ride. Who's his doctor?
Dr. Anstedt.
You known him long?
Since I joined the staff 2 years ago. He is truly a great doctor, Herr Mitchell. That is why I failed to understand how he could be mixed up in an affair such as this.
How far is it to the sanatorium?
Oh, it's several hours' drive. I have my car parked in the back street.
Okay, let's get going. We'll figure out something on the way, I hope. Out of Munich, head south. 2 hours later, we're rolling along a narrow, winding road high in the mountains. Dr. Minder finally comes up with a suggestion.
Mitchell, I've been considering a possibility. I might be able to get you into the grounds by way of the back wall. I could possibly hide you in the clinic.
Yeah, if I could pass myself off as a villager with a liver complaint.
No. As a tourist, perhaps, yeah. But it would be too dangerous. Too many questions would be asked.
Wait a minute. They couldn't very well expect me to answer questions if I'd been knocked out cold. An accident.
An accident?
Why not? We stage an accident for the benefit of anyone who might be watching from the sanatorium.
Yes. The guards at the gate, they have an unobstructed view of the road leading to the main gate.
What would happen then?
Well, a call to the clinic. A gate guard and I would drive to the scene with the ambulance.
Right. Now, all we need is an accident. But what kind?
Automobile?
Look, my expense account won't stand for a car's crash. How about a bicycle?
Yes, of course.
Can you get one of the villagers to cooperate with a gentle sideswipe?
Yeah. Albert Herpfel. He's a farmer. His place is not far from the sanatorium. He has a truck. He will be eager to help us.
Yeah, you make sure he isn't too eager. I want this to look real, but not fatal. It's early in the morning when I register at the village inn. After breakfast, I saunter up to my room, check our schedule again, and look over the map of the road Minder had sketched for me. At exactly 10 minutes after 1, I hop aboard my bike and ride out of the village, making like a happy tourist. I pedal along the winding roadway for another 10 minutes, then I spot a landmark I'm looking for. A tree on my left, burned and blackened by a bolt of lightning. I round the bend and up ahead, maybe a quarter of a mile, I spot the main gate of the sanatorium. At the same time, I spot Herpfel's truck as it shoots out of the side road. Comes bearing down on me, fast. Yeah, too fast. Suddenly, I know something is wrong. Instead of swerving, he keeps coming straight for me. I dive off the bike just as the front tire hits me. Hey!
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. This is the time of year when every motorist must revise his driving habits to conform to winter's rain, snow, and slippery highways. The National Safety Council warns that winter driving conditions present more hazards than at any other time of the year. So, as winter comes to your section of the country, change your driving habits to meet changing road conditions. Too many times when roads are wet and slippery, the posted speed limits are not the safe speed limits. Remember, the safe speed for your driving is the speed that matches road conditions. America's professional truck drivers, the men who drive for a living, are taught that now, more than ever, they must drive ahead of themselves. By watching the changing road and traffic conditions on the highway ahead, you can avoid accidents before they happen. When you see an accident threaten on the road ahead, you'll have time to keep it from happening. So remember, drive as slowly as the road conditions demand. Drive as if your life and the lives of your passengers depended upon it. They do. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Herr Mitchell. Herr Mitchell.
Who are you?
I am helpful.
Hey, the farmer who ran me down with a truck. Hey, what's the big idea trying
Please, I was not the one who was driving the truck. That was my hired man, Zwecker.
How come?
Zwecker also does some gardening up at the sanatorium. He must have overheard Dr. Minder and myself setting up the plans for this accident. He stole my truck and tried to kill you, possibly hoping to get some kind of reward from them.
Brother, he almost earned it, too.
When I realized the truck was gone, I came here as fast as possible to warn you. I was climbing up the ravine when you came down.
The hard way. Well, this is just dandy. Zwecker's probably up at the sanatorium right now, spilling the whole gag to them.
No, Herr Mitchell. I saw him climbing down here after the accident, perhaps to make sure you were dead. I waited for him in the bushes. He's tied up at the bottom of the ravine, and I will turn him over to the police.
Nice work. Hey, what's that?
The bell on the ambulance. See? Up there. It's winding down the road from the sanatorium. After I took care of Zwecker, I telephoned the report of the accident, as we had planned.
Okay, Herpful. You've been very likewise. You can get lost now. I'll take it from here. I watched the ambulance winding down the narrow road, its bell clanging hot and heavy. This I don't get. There's no traffic around. Why make with no? Pretty soon the ambulance pulls to a stop on the road above me. I see Dr. Minder scrambling down the side of the ravine. And waddling along behind him is a fat guy who bulges out of an alpine suit with short leather pants. I close my eyes and pretend to be out.
Here he is, here. Doctor, is he still alive? Yeah, but unconscious. Hugo, bring down the stretcher, huh?
The driver comes down with a stretcher. They load me aboard and lug me up to the road. They slide me into the ambulance. Minder gets in beside me, and away we go.
All right, Mitchell. They cannot hear us in the front seat.
Who could hear anything with that bell clanging? Do you have to do that? It's knocking my head apart.
I'm sorry. But it's Lazzo Pomerant.
Which?
Pomerant.
That's the name of the bell?
No. The name of the man who's ringing.
Oh, the fat boy?
Yeah. You see, Lazzo Pomerant is a patient at the sanatorium. He's quite wealthy. He always insists on riding with the driver whenever the ambulance goes out so he can ring the bell. It's no problem.
The bell is a problem as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I'm afraid that they have no choice, Mitchell. You see, he donated the ambulance to the sanatorium. Wait, we're almost at the gates. You'd better become unconscious again, eh?
We drive into the grounds with Porky, the bellboy, still hard at work. I'm taken to a small room at the rear of the main building, which overlooks the cottages scattered around the grounds. I keep my eyes closed as Dr. Minder goes through the motions of making a further examination. A nurse hovers close by.
Fräulein Schönberg, you seem to be studying the patient most carefully.
I was just trying to remember.
Remember what?
Well, I have seen this man before.
You feel that you have?
He looks familiar in a way. An American, wouldn't you say?
Well, I don't know. Possibly a tourist. Is Dr. Arnstedt on the grounds?
No, he went to Munich yesterday.
Munich?
He left shortly after you did. He said he had business in Munich.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, that will be all for now, Fräulein. Will you please order the x-rays, huh?
At once, Doctor.
Mitchell?
Yeah. I almost swallowed my Adam's apple when that nurse started wondering where she'd seen me before.
Where could she have seen you?
Search me. Maybe around the village this morning. Or maybe she's mistaken.
Well, I don't like it.
You don't like it. Another thing. This Dr. Anstead you think is mixed up in the deal.
Yeah. She said he had gone to Munich shortly after I did.
Could be he followed you.
If so, he knows who you are and why you are here.
Well, we're in too deep to back out now, but we'd better work fast.
All right. Oh, here's the plan. Come on, sit up in bed.
Okay.
Now, you see the cottage under those trees near the back wall, huh?
Yeah. That's where they've got Emerson?
Yeah. We must wait until dinner time. 2 hours from now. I will signal you from outside at the proper time. Huh?
Then what?
The guard at the cottage leaves for dinner. The special nurse remains. I will try to keep her occupied while you slip into the cottage. If the patient is Emerson, the ambulance will be waiting by the cottage. You'll have to make a run for it with him, huh?
Well.
What? Oh, Herr Pomeranz.
Oh, splendid. I see our patient has recovered consciousness.
Yeah.
But he is still weak and needs rest.
Well, I trust you play pinochle, sir. There is not one decent pinochle player in the whole place.
As you see, Herr Pomeranz, I must give the patient an injection, a sedative. So... And now I must ask you to leave.
Well, of course. Well, until later, son, our first pinochle game.
That was most unfortunate. I wish to make it appear that you are still unconscious.
What was that?
Oh, that was Pomeranz's version of a yodel. He thinks it quite amusing to make that sound whenever one of the more attractive nurses passes by. He is even now very probably in pursuit of her.
An alpine wolf whistle again? Look, how am I supposed to slip over to that cottage when you slip me the Mickey with a needle?
No, don't worry. That injection was not a sedative.
What was it?
Vitamin B. Good for the nerves.
Minder leaves, and I settle back to wait for his signal. The minutes drag by. Finally, it starts getting dark. I stare out the window, but there's no sign of Minder. I begin to get an uneasy feeling. Something's gone wrong. Finally, I decide I can't wait any longer. I ease out the window and work my way through the shrubbery to the cottage where they've got Emerson. I take a quick look in the window. The patient's on the bed with his face bandaged, but there's no sign of a guard. This is my big chance. I go inside and over to his bed. Emerson. Emerson. He doesn't answer. I start to shake his arm, but it falls off the bed limply. I jerk the bandages off his face. It's not Emerson. It's Dr. Minder, and he's dead. What?
Dr. Minder. Dead.
Look, nurse.
You killed him.
Shut up. I didn't kill him. Look, you're a friend of his, eh? Good, so am I. Promise me not to yell, and I'll take my hand off. Okay, I'll make it fast. I'm Steve Mitchell, U.S. government agent. Dr. Minder was helping me get to an American newspaper correspondent named Emerson, who was being held here under sedatives until his cuts and bruises healed. Then they were going to take him back across the Czech border to face a phony spy charge.
Wait. I saw them leave.
Who?
His special nurse and the guard they kept here. They drove off in an ambulance just a few minutes ago.
With Emerson probably in the back. 10 to 1, they're heading north for the Czech border right now. If I could only get a car.
Dr. Minder's car.
What?
He had offered to let me borrow it. I noticed him approaching the cottage a while back, so I came here to tell him I was leaving.
You're so right. Let's go. We slip out of the cottage to Minder's car and roar away. We head north toward the border. The minutes drag by.
You think we are gaining any on them?
Hey, up ahead.
The ambulance. Parked beside the road.
Yeah, and in that phone booth beside the inn, the nurse. She's probably calling ahead to let them know they're coming. Pull up. We stop beside a clump of trees. I tell the nurse to wait for me down the road a mile or so. She pulls away. And I walk to the ambulance. The guard is sitting in the front seat alone. The nurse is still in the phone booth. I'm almost to the door before he spots me. He reaches for a gun, but I nail him. He slumps over the wheel. I drag him out, jump inside, and take off fast. The small frosted glass panel back of the driver's seat, I can make out a figure on the stretcher on one side. I pull to a stop around the first bend in the road. I get out and go around to the back. I open the rear door.
Hello, Mitchell.
What? Pomeran.
To be sure. Don't try anything.
Well, the fat boy himself. So you've been running the deal, huh? I take it that's Emerson on the stretcher.
Quite right.
How'd you get Dr. Anstead to help you?
We knew he had relatives across the border. The threat of reprisals was very effective.
I see. Well, what happens now?
You will drive us to the border. And if you try anything, Emerson will be shot immediately. All right. Get back into the ambulance.
I walk to the front and get in. I'm pretty sure Pomeran won't shoot Emerson. He wants him alive, but I got to figure out a plan fast.
Hurry up, Mitchell.
I can make out Pomeran at the frosted glass panel behind me. Then I get an idea. Suddenly I throw open the door and duck.
Mitchell!
It works. He thinks I'm going outside. I can hear him scramble toward the rear door. As soon as he opens it, I step on the gas. I look out the back window. Pomeran is sprawled, face down on the road, out cold. Emerson, you okay? Oh, here, let me get some of this tape off your mouth. There.
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell, government agent. You're going home.
Pomeran.
He's out cold. I sort of drove the ambulance out from under him. We'll leave him here in your place, and it's just as well. I've got a hunch when they find out he goofed up the deal, he's going to need an ambulance.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. One of the most important functions of a radio network is the quick dissemination of news. Here on the NBC radio network, you can depend upon expert news reporters to bring you all the important news whenever and wherever it happens. A schoolteacher in Michigan, in a recent letter, says it better than we can. Quote, I want to thank NBC for its complete coverage of both the national political conventions and for your accurate and timely reporting of the national election. I'm particularly grateful to read that NBC will be on hand to broadcast the inauguration of our new president in January. For when I add this broadcast to the others I already have recorded on my Webster Electric Echo tape recorder, I'll have a complete history of the 1952 political campaign. Again, I want to thank you and praise you for your wonderful news coverage. Unquote. And we thank you, Miss Miller. Here at NBC, we strive to bring you the finest reporting of the latest news. So remember, the NBC Radio Network is your headquarters for top news coverage.
Next week, Sweden. A nursery rhyme that almost turns out to be my epitaph.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Byron Kane, Paul Frees, Tony Barrett, Jack Crucian, and Jeannie Tatum. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Carr. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No, I don't want to die.
John.
Get away.
John.
Get away.
John, wake up.
Oh. Where is he?
Where's who?
That man.
Oh, you've been having a nightmare, John.
Huh? Oh, good heavens, Clara. It was awful. I dreamed there was a man in this room, and he stood right over me. And he said I was going to die. I was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the strange story, Death Comes at Midnight. John Prentice is a manufacturer, a very busy man who needs his rest. But John had a frightful dream. The dream was not brought on by a guilty conscience, but John's life has been above reproach. He loves his wife Clara and their grown daughter Eva. He has done no wrong to any man. Why, then, this awful dream with its prophecy of death? Now, the following evening, the Prentices are planning to attend a lecture, and Dwight Cooper, Eva's fiancé, is going with them. The wife and daughter are in the living room awaiting his arrival.
Oh, there's Dwight now, Mother. I'll go to the door.
Oh, wait a minute, Eva. You'd better make sure who it is before you open the door.
Oh, Mother, you still worrying about that dream Daddy had last night?
Well, I can't help being nervous about it.
Well, of course it's Dwight. We're expecting him, aren't we? I'm going to let him in. Well, enter, my lord.
Hello, darling. How come you're answering the door yourself? Maid's night out?
We haven't got a maid. She went to work in a war plant.
Well, good for her.
We're going to do without a maid for the duration.
That's the spirit. Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Good evening, Dwight.
Now, you see, Mother, it wasn't a big bad wolf after all.
Not this time. But we'd better be careful, Eva.
Well, what's this about a big bad wolf?
Seems that Mother believes in dreams, Dwight. And last night Dad had one that was really a honey.
Oh, I don't believe in dreams.
Oh, Daddy.
Yeah?
Dwight's here, so hurry up.
I'll be there just a minute.
Talk about a woman taking her time dressing.
Well, what about this dream?
You tell him, Mother.
Well, I don't believe that all dreams have a meaning. But this one John had was a prophecy, and I'm concerned about it.
Yes?
He kept hearing a man's voice telling him over and over that he was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Murdered?
Can you imagine such a thing?
Oh, well, I wouldn't be alarmed, Mrs. Prentice. According to psychologists, a dream has no possible relation to the future. They say a dream comes from experiences of the past that have been registered in the subconscious mind.
Well, if John's been murdered in the past, I haven't heard about it.
Oh, now, wait. I didn't mean it quite as literally as all that.
Well, Mother's been counting the hours, Dwight. Let's see, the dream came at midnight last night. That means Dad's hour of doom is midnight tomorrow, if he isn't murdered sooner.
Well, maybe we'd better not risk taking him to the lecture.
Oh, I wish you two wouldn't joke about it. I don't think it's any joking matter.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Mr. Prentice there?
Well, he's busy right now. Could I take a message?
Yeah. Tell him he better come to the phone, whether he's busy or not, if he wants to save his life.
What?
This is a matter of life and death.
Oh, well, hold the line a minute. Of all the amazing things, there's a man on the phone who sounds like a gangster. He wants to talk to Daddy about saving Daddy's life.
His life?
Maybe I'd better talk to him.
Oh, no. No, get John on the phone. Call him, Eva.
Oh, Daddy, you want it on the phone. It's important.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, don't tell me that dream didn't mean anything.
Now, Mother, don't get excited.
Well, just what did this fellow say?
Well, Oh, here's Daddy.
Yeah, hello, Dwight.
Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Daddy, wait. I don't know who that man is, but he's terribly hard-boiled, and He said I'd better get you to the phone if you want to save your life.
What's this?
Oh, John,
I'll see what it's all about. Hello?
Mr. Prentice,
Yes?
you don't know me, but you better pay attention to what I'm telling you, see? A certain man here in town, a wealthy guy, has offered me a nice piece of dough to put you out of the way.
What?
But I want to be reasonable, see? So I'll consider... Hey, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to hike the ante a little bit, say to $3,000, I'll call off my deal with this guy. What's more, I'll give you his name.
I see.
Now, $3,000's a small matter to you, so...
Wait a minute. Suppose you come here to the house and we'll talk it over.
And do I sound like a chump? You're coming to see me, and you're bringing the dough.
Oh, no, I'm not. You think I'm going to walk into a trap?
You mean you're turning down my proposition?
I certainly am.
All right, mister. You asked for it. You'll be a goner by midnight tomorrow.
All right? So listen. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Midnight tomorrow. Now, not only in a dream, but in actual fact, John has been told that he will not live beyond that hour. John phones the police, and a few minutes later, Captain Arnold arrives at the house.
Mr. Prentice, can you think of anyone who'd like to have you put out of the way for any reason at all?
No. No, Captain, I really can't.
Now, you've been in business a good many years. How about your business rivals?
Well, of course, I've made a certain amount of enemies, of course, but I don't think any of them would go so far as to hire somebody to kill me.
You never can tell. Suppose you name some of your enemies.
Oh, no, I'm afraid, Captain, I couldn't do that.
Well, see here, why not?
Well, frankly, because I might be causing an innocent person a lot of embarrassment.
Oh, well, what of it? We've got to get to the bottom of this some way. Have you had a quarrel with anyone recently?
No, I haven't.
Think carefully now.
Well, yes, come to think of it, I did have a rather heated argument with a man the other day in my office. Oh, but I'm sure...
Well, then, who was he?
I'd rather not say.
Was he a wealthy man?
Yes.
Then tell me his name.
Oh, no, Captain, I'd rather not. You'd go to his house and question him, and I don't want...
How can the police help you if you won't help yourself?
Well, this is none of my business, Mr. Prentice, but if I were you...
No, Dwight, there's no use arguing. Got my own ideas on the subject.
Well, that's that, I guess. We'll have to conduct our investigation without your help, Mr. Prentice.
Oh, by the way, Captain, I'd feel a lot safer if you'd send an officer out to watch the house tonight.
Well, I brought a man with me. He's out in the car. I'll leave him here.
Oh, that'll be fine.
I'll leave the car, too, in case he needs it. Well, we'll do what we can, Mr. Prentice. Let us know the developments.
Oh, of course. I want to thank you, Captain.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Captain.
So John is unwilling to give the name of the man with whom he quarreled. Is it really because he's concerned about the possible embarrassment of an innocent person? Tonight the house will be well guarded, and as an added protection, Dwight has agreed to stay in the Prentice home. John, feeling quite safe, has gone to bed and fallen into a sound sleep. Then, at exactly midnight...
Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die.
John.
No, don't throw me off the bridge. No.
Wake up, John.
No.
Wake up, John.
What?
John, you're in your room. Nothing's happening to you.
Oh.
You've been shouting your head off.
Mother, what is it?
Your father's had another nightmare.
I thought that was it.
Yes, Evelyn. It was terrible.
What kind of a dream was it? Like the other one?
Oh, it was worse. Now I know how I'm going to die and when.
Oh, you're not going to die.
I'm afraid of.
What did you dream, John?
He took me in a car to the old river bridge on Tower Street.
Who took you?
I don't know. I never saw him before. He tied my hands behind me with a rope and
When we got to the bridge, he dragged me out of the car and threw me into the river.
Oh, my heavens.
Now, Mother.
Just as we came to the bridge, I saw an illuminated clock. The hands were pointing to 12. That's when I'm going to die.
Oh, Daddy.
What time is it now?
Well, it's after 12.
Oh. Then it's tomorrow at midnight, just like that man said.
Daddy, don't talk like that. This dream doesn't mean anything.
What about my other dream? It meant something.
No, it didn't. That phone call didn't have a thing to do with your dream. It was just a coincidence. Things will look different to you in the morning.
Eva.
Yes?
Would you mind sending Dwight in here?
But he's asleep, Daddy.
I know, but please send him in. I want to talk to him.
Well, all right.
Sit down, Dwight.
They told me about the dream, Mr. Prentice, but I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you.
I can't help being bothered. The dream was so vivid, Dwight, and it fits in so perfectly with what's happening in real life.
Yes, I'll admit that's rather strange.
The reason I sent for you, well, if anything should happen to me, I want you to sort of take charge of things for Clara and Eva.
How do you mean?
I've made a will that takes care of my property, but there's my life insurance. It amounts to $100,000, and the money will have to be invested.
I see. Who's the insurance payable to?
Clara, but of course she knows nothing about investments. You advise her, will you, Dwight? I've got faith in your judgment.
Yes. I'll be glad to help in any way I can.
Come to think of it, I owe a payment on that policy right now. But the grace period isn't up for a couple of days yet. I'll make the payment if I'm still alive.
Oh, I have an idea you'll be alive, all right. But as you say, if anything should happen, I'll be glad to advise Mrs. Prentice.
Oh, I knew you would, Dwight. And thanks.
Next morning, John announces that he will stay at home all day. Clara, upset by the events of the night before, remains in her room. But John is feeling much better. He views things differently with the coming of a new day. He will not yield to this feeling of inevitable doom. He will fight the situation.
Hello?
Mr. Prentice?
Oh, it's you again. Dwight, get on that extension in the library.
Just thought I'd call and ask if you've changed your mind.
No, I have not. What's more, I defy you to even lay a hand on me. I'm being protected by the police.
Well, ain't that fine? So you won't come across, huh?
No, I won't.
Look, Prentice, the water in that river is awful cold.
What? What did you say? Hello? Dwight, did you hear that?
What's the matter, Daddy?
Heard every word. Sounded like he meant business.
Something wrong?
That man, he phoned me again. I don't know what to think.
Well, what did he say?
He wanted to know if I changed my mind, and when I told him I hadn't, he told me the water in the river would be awfully cold.
What?
How did he know about my dream? How did he know?
Yeah, it's the most uncanny thing I ever heard of.
What's the answer to all this?
Daddy, he didn't know about your dream. It's just the other way around.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm afraid Mother's right. Your dreams are foretelling the future, Daddy. They're warning you of what's going to happen.
And now John's spirits are crushed again. For if the dream told the truth, then his fate is sealed in spite of anything he can do. Dwight, however, is not ready to give up. He is annoyed with Eva for admitting her belief in the dream.
Darling, for your father's sake, you shouldn't have said what you did, even though you believe it yourself.
Oh, I know, Dwight. Perhaps I shouldn't. I said it before I thought. But there must be something to those dreams.
Yes, I know. You got me guessing. But look, let's try to do something.
Do what?
I've been thinking about this quarrel your father had. He won't tell us the man's name, but maybe we can find out.
How?
Through your father's secretary. The quarrel took place in his office, you know.
Oh, yes. Miss Edwards might know about it.
Well, shall we get down and see her?
But look, let's not tell her what we want the information for. The less we say about this situation, the better.
We'll give her some other reason.
Yes.
Get your coat and hat on, honey. We'll get out of my car.
Miss Edwards, this is Mr. Cooper, my fiancé.
How do you do?
Miss Edwards?
We'd like to ask you a few questions if you can spare us a few moments.
Why, yes, of course.
My father isn't feeling very well today, and that's why he didn't come down. You see, we've learned that he's rather upset about a heated argument he had recently with some wealthy man here at the office.
Argument?
Daddy won't talk about it. He hasn't even mentioned the man's name, but it's quite necessary that we find out all we can about it. If you'll tell us who the man was, we'll treat the matter in confidence.
But, I don't know of any fuss your father had, Miss Prentice. He's quite an even-tempered man.
Yes? Are you sure you don't remember?
Very well. There was an argument. I couldn't hear what was being said. They were in your father's private office, but I did hear your father talking quite angrily with Mr. Reeves.
Who's he?
Milton Reeves. He's been in several big deals with Mr. Prentice.
Oh.
Couldn't you hear anything that was being said?
No, just their loud voices. Mr. Reeves was angry, too, but I really couldn't make out what they said.
No? Well, at any rate, we've got something to go on, Eva.
Yes. I think we'd better have a talk with Mr. Reeves. Thank you, Miss Edwards.
You won't tell Mr. Prentice that I said anything, will you? Or Mr. Reeves either?
Oh, no. You can depend on that.
I'm Dwight Cooper, Mr. Reeves. And this is Miss Prentice.
How do you do, Miss Prentice? John Prentice's daughter, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, what is it, Mr. Cooper? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm going away on a trip this afternoon.
I'll be very brief. We've heard that you and Mr. Prentice had some sort of a disagreement with each other a few days ago.
Yes? Who told you that?
Mr. Prentice is quite ill, Mr. Reeves, and we think it's a result of that quarrel. If we could find out something about it, we might be able to straighten him out.
Well, John knows all about it.
He won't talk about it, Mr. Reeves.
He won't, eh? Well, John shouldn't let a thing like that get him down. Business is business, you know. He wanted me to renew a loan, and I refused to do it.
So that was it.
In his particular business, well, I don't know what the future will be with all this rationing and priorities.
Had you promised to renew the loan?
Well, as a matter of fact, I had. But I changed my mind, which is my privilege. John wanted me to wait a few days. Said he was trying to borrow some money from the State Mutual. But I didn't think it was good business to wait, so I called the loan.
Oh, I see. I imagine that made him pretty angry.
Did it? You'll pardon me, Miss Prentice, for talking so frankly about your father, but really, I never heard a man get so abusive in my life. Why, he actually threatened me.
Yes?
He acted like a schoolboy. Said he'd get revenge.
Do you think he will get revenge?
Oh, no,
Oh, yes. You're afraid of him, aren't you? You'd like to arrange things so he couldn't possibly get revenge, wouldn't you, Mr. Reeves?
Did you threaten him?
Say, what are you getting at?
I think you know what we're getting at.
I do not. Now, see here. I've told you all I'm going to tell you, so now I'll ask you both to leave.
Surely. You've told us quite enough, Mr. Reeves.
Dwight, hadn't we better go to the police station and tell Captain Arnold?
No, darling, not yet. But I'm sure Reeves is the one who's hired that thug to kill your father.
So am I.
He said he was going on a trip. He wants to be out of the way when it happens, so he won't be suspected.
Of course. Then why shouldn't we have him arrested?
I'd like to get more evidence first. I want to find out more about that loan. Who do you think could tell me?
Well, Mr. McAdams ought to be able to tell you. He's the treasurer of Daddy's firm.
All right, I'll go see him. Look, honey, suppose you take a taxi and go on home. See how things are getting along.
Oh, Dwight,
Please, honey, I may have to do some running around. Look, don't tell your father about this.
Oh, no. All right, Dwight. But don't be gone too long.
I won't tell him.
But Dwight has been gone much too long to suit Eva. It is now 11:30 at night. Eva and her mother have become increasingly nervous as the clock ticks off the seconds, bringing the time closer and closer to midnight, John's last moment on Earth.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Dwight, where have you been?
We've been worried to death.
Well, one thing led to another. McAdams had gone out in the country, but I finally caught up with him.
Have you told the police about Mr. Reeves?
No, I haven't. Where's Mr. Prentice?
In the library.
He's in a terrible state of mind, Dwight. He's got the door locked. He told the policeman to stand outside his window. Listen. Someone at the door.
Oh, my heavens. Oh, why didn't that policeman
Now, don't
stop?
get panicky, Mother.
I'll see who it is.
Open the wicket.
It's a messenger boy.
It might be a trick.
It looks all right.
Telegram for Mr. Prentice.
All right, I'll take it.
Sign here.
There you are. Here.
Oh, thanks, mister.
I wonder who'd be...
Mrs. Prentice, have I your permission to open this message? For certain reasons, I'd like to see who it's from.
Why, yes, Dwight. Go ahead.
What is it, Dwight?
It's important. Very important. I've got to show it to your father right away. Mr. Prentice, open up. It's Dwight. Mr. Prentice.
It's all right, Daddy. Unlock the door. Dwight's got a telegram for you.
Why doesn't he answer? I'll go outside and look through the window. The officer's out there. Come on. Where is that officer, Eva? I don't see him.
I don't know, Dwight. Daddy told him to stay right here by the window.
Eva, look. The window's wide open.
Why?
What's that?
Oh, my heavens. There's the policeman on the ground. Something's happened to him. He's hurt.
Officer! Officer! He's coming around. What happened?
I seen a car drive up in the alley.
Oh.
A light-colored sedan. And just as I started to investigate, somebody slugs me in the back of the head. That's all I remember.
And they've got him. They've got Daddy.
Darling, I'm going after that sedan.
How do you know where it went?
I'll find it. I'll drive to the Tower Street Bridge.
I'm going with you.
No, you stay here, Eva.
And why does Dwight think he'll find the light-colored sedan at the Tower Street Bridge? Is it because Mr. Prentice saw that bridge in his dream? Or is there another reason? A reason known only to Dwight? But Eva can't wait, and so a moment later, another car speeds toward the bridge. The policeman's car. The officer is at the wheel, and Eva and Clara are by his side.
Oh, officer, can't you go faster?
I'm driving as fast as I can, Miss Prentice. Say, I'd better put in a radio call to headquarters and have them send a squad car to the other side of that bridge. No telling what we'll run into there.
There's the bridge right ahead, officer. And there's the clock.
What clock?
The one Daddy saw in his dream. And look, it's midnight.
I don't know nothing about the dream, Miss Prentice. All
I see a car out on the bridge. You see it?
That's the baby. That's the one I saw at the house.
Where's Dwight's car? Dwight's car isn't there.
He must have got lost. Say, we'd better watch our step. The squad car ain't come to the other end yet.
Oh, hurry, officer.
Now, don't you get out of the car. You stay here. I'll see what's going on.
Yes, but hurry.
All right, Miss Prentice. You and your mother can come here.
Is Daddy there?
There ain't a soul here. The car's deserted.
There'll be two ladies. He's already done it.
Who's done what?
Oh, can't you remember anything I told you about Daddy's dream? I'm talking about that man. He's thrown Daddy in the water.
Oh.
Is there something we can do? Oh, it couldn't have happened very long ago.
If your father's been thrown in the river, Miss Prentice, he's a goner, but now nobody could swim in that current.
Oh, poor Daddy.
What I can't figure out is why the guy left the car here.
Oh, poor John.
Hey, look. There's some rope in the back of the car. And a knife.
He tied Daddy's hands.
Hey, here comes the squad car now. They're coming in from the other end of the bridge.
Oh, officer, who's this car registered to?
Wait a minute. Well, by golly, there's no registration slip in it.
I know who it belongs to. Milton Reeves.
I'll take the number and we'll check on it later.
What's up, Jack?
It looks like there's some dirty work been going on here.
Yeah? Well, maybe this guy knows something about it. Quit shoving me, will you?
Where'd you pick him up?
He was running away from the bridge.
Oh, he was, huh? All right, buddy. What do you know about this sedan?
Not a thing. I wasn't on the bridge.
Now, that's him. That's the man who threatened Daddy over the phone. I can tell by his voice.
Well, now we're getting someplace. All right, you. Give. Where's Mr. Prentice?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You threw him into the river, didn't you?
No.
You're a liar. Come on, talk.
I don't know nothing.
We'll get you to talk at headquarters.
A few minutes later, the river's being dragged for Prentice's body. But what has become of Dwight? He hasn't been seen since he drove away toward the bridge. The two heartbroken women return home to wait for the sad news. They step into the house, and Mrs. Prentice breaks into a sob.
Oh, come, Mother. You must try to get hold of yourself. We must try to be brave.
Oh, I know, dear. I know. What has become of Dwight?
Oh, I don't know what on earth could have happened to him.
Eva, darling.
Dwight, what are you doing there in the library? We thought you'd run out on us.
Well, I haven't been here long.
Oh, Dwight, it's terrible. I never dreamed such a thing was going to happen.
No, just be patient, darling, and I'll tell you everything. I told you I finally saw McAdams.
Yes?
Well, the story about the loan was a lot worse than we thought. I found that Reeves had a grudge against your father, so he planned to ruin him and get everything he had. And he did just that, by refusing to renew and calling the loan. He did it deliberately. He worked in a backhanded manner and wrecked the business. He held the paper on everything your father owned.
Father's broke.
Yes. Reeves broke your father. Absolutely penniless. Reeves has the business, this house, everything. He pulled it so fast that your father hadn't a chance to get on his feet. When I found that out, I suspected the truth, but I wasn't sure till I got to that bridge.
The truth? Then you did go to the bridge.
I did. I got there just in time to prevent the tragedy. I pulled your father into my car by force, turned around on the bridge, and came back here.
What do you say?
He isn't dead.
No, he's here, in the library.
Oh, Kevin.
John.
No, just a minute, please. I'll bring him in. Come in, Mr. Prentice.
Oh, Father, thank heaven you're safe.
John, what happened?
I know how you feel, Mr. Prentice, but you'd better tell him.
Yes, Dwight, I will. You see, my dears, I just couldn't bear the thought of my wife and daughter suffering poverty. The only thing I had left was that insurance policy, and it would have lapsed in another day. I had to think fast.
John, you don't
If
mean...
I'd commit suicide while the policy was in effect, you'd get $100,000. But I wanted to spare you the disgrace of a suicide, so I decided to kill myself and make it appear as though I'd been murdered. Then, as I developed the plan, I got an inspiration. Why not hang the murder on Reeves, the man who had deliberately ruined me? That would be my revenge. Well, now you know the whole story. Now you understand the nightmares.
But the telephone call.
I hired the man to make the calls and steal Reeves's car and drive me to the bridge and then give me the motor, as though it had stalled. All so that my murder could be traced directly to Reeves, who really had a motive to kill me.
What motive?
Well, my secretary knew all about it. When I discovered it was Reeves who was back of my failure, I threatened to divulge something I knew about him. He flew into a rage. The secretary heard him, and that was just what I wanted. But I knew I couldn't raise the money quickly enough, and my insurance policy was up tomorrow at noon. Well, that's the story. And it's all a miserable mess.
Yes, John. It's all a very, very sad situation. Oh, but wait a minute. What about that telegram the boy delivered earlier? Where does that fit in? Was that part of your plan, John?
Telegram? What telegram? Let me see it, Dwight. Why, it's from the State Mutual. They've granted the loan I requested.
Yes, John, they've granted the loan. Now you can straighten things out. Now you can get back on your feet again. But think, John, what a sad tale this would have been if you'd followed through with your plan and Dwight hadn't caught you on the bridge at midnight.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of cold water Omo...
Time ticked on. Emma Peel, in her apartment, finished the crossword in the evening paper and looked at the clock. Nearly 11:30. Steed had agreed to be back by that time. Mrs. Peel rose, checked that the punch card that would gain her entrance into United Automation was in her handbag, and flung on a warm jacket. Unconsciously, she slipped the distinctive-looking fountain pen into one of the pockets. Outside, on the back stairs, the enormous shape of a 7-foot man began to start the climb up. Mrs. Peel headed for her front door, down the steps, and to her car. The man, who was a pabulum robot, stopped, turned, and lumbered down the steps after her.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user, because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks. If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
To keep your complexion soft and smooth, choose Lux with its creamy, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 6, the final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel come out on top after all, and prove that the modern advance in automation can be a deadly gift. John Steed didn't know how much trouble he was letting himself in for when he accepted, as a gift, the distinctively designed fountain pen given to him by Dr. Armstrong of United Automation. For the pen was more than it was supposed to be. Inside it was a simple radio transmitter, beamed back to the computer library, where Armstrong had geared a pabulum robot to exactly the same frequency. Had the plan worked, Steed, carrying the pen, would have guided the robot towards him and been killed in much the same karate way as were the other men. But Steed had, all unwittingly, passed the pen on to Mrs. Peel, who had just had a narrow escape. Steed hadn't done all that well either. He'd been trapped in the inner workings of the air-conditioning unit and only escaped by turning up the thermostat control. Back in the main body of the building, he'd headed straight for the nearest telephone.
She said 11:30. It's just gone. Oh, come on, woman.
Too late, Steed. But in the library, Benson and Armstrong were also bemused. For on the radar scanning screen, the two dots that represented the transmitter and the robot were growing farther apart.
What's happened? The robot's lost him. Well, that's impossible. For his movement, I agree, but it can't do anything than delay matters. It'll get him.
A door opened and a large white-coated figure lumbered in.
The maintenance robot's come to report.
The robot stopped at the computer panel and inserted a card. A moment later, from a slot in the computer, a punch tape, dotted with the minute holes of the computer's vocabulary, gushed forth.
Now, let me see.
Armstrong reached out, tore off the strip, and with a skilled eye immediately interpreted the tape.
What's wrong, Doctor? What is it?
The thermostat was altered manually. There's an intruder in the building. What's that? Someone using the telephone in the next room. See to it, Benson.
Right. And I'll take him along, too, for good measure.
Right.
Benson drew a gun from his pocket, and Armstrong made a few adjustments to the switches in front of him. The maintenance robot followed Benson quietly to the door of the room. Watch it, Steed.
Gotta risk getting through that library and to the lift. Well, here goes. No.
Oh, no, you don't.
Steed stepped forward to tackle Benson, but the robot behind the door immediately reacted. It stepped forward and cut Steed down. I said, watch it, Steed.
Welcome to the land of the living, Steed. Right, keep him covered, Benson.
Don't worry, one move and he's a dead man.
You should count yourself fortunate, Mr. Steed. The papillon robot that stands before you was programmed just to knock you out and not to kill you.
How very remiss of you. I can't wait for a return bout. It'll be a pleasure to short-circuit him once and for all. Now, let's see.
Don't move.
Oh, that another of them. Looks almost human. Oh, no, perhaps not.
What? Another crack like that now? No, do be quiet, Benson. That's the trouble with man, Mr. Steed. He's such an impulsive creature who cannot cope with crises. Today, one wrong decision, one simple error could bring total destruction.
And I suppose you think you've got the answer, Doctor.
By all means. There, Mr. Steed, in the papillon robot, the electronic brain. I have blueprints, if you'd care to study them.
I'll take your word for it.
You see, it's a small, complex computer built with these new circuit elements. With the knowledge contained within this library, think of what the machine can learn. It can be programmed with every known fact of science, economics, world history. A papillon robot capable of absorbing knowledge like food, and with its electronic brain, incapable of a wrong decision.
And what is your end product? The perfect politician?
Exactly. Government by automation.
Sounds to me like an electronic dictatorship.
It is the only solution.
Well, I'd say that would be up to the voters. They might disagree.
Once we take delivery from Horace of a mass-produced army of papillon robots, it will only be a question of time.
Dr. Armstrong! Doctor, look!
Armstrong swung his chair round and followed the gaze of Benson towards the radar scanning screen. The 2 points of light had started to flash again. The small one was nearer the center of the screen, the larger one following behind.
About to enter the building. A friend of yours, carrying the fountain pen, eh, Mr. Steed?
Maybe.
Well, it's an opportunity to demonstrate to you my radio-controlled papillon. Whoever it is who is calling has a very nasty surprise awaiting them.
Mrs. Peel arrived and gained entrance to the main building quite easily. She used her punch card in the hall.
Enter the lift, please.
And she took the lift up.
Now, where the devil is Steed? How do I find him in a building as big as this?
Good question, Mrs. Peel. In the library, Armstrong had switched on the TV screens and was able to observe Mrs. Peel quite clearly.
What a charming young woman. I'm sorry she won't be joining us.
Armstrong reached out to a panel marked Lift On Control and pressed the Assembly Shop button. In the lift, Mrs. Peel was vaguely surprised when the lift glided to a stop and the doors opened. She stepped out into a huge room filled with crates and boxes, all filled with the various parts of the papillon robot. Armstrong watched her progress with interest.
Very interesting. But the other robot geared to the transmitter should be with us soon. Yes. The closed-circuit TV is picking him up in the lift.
Steed watched with growing apprehension as the enormous figure of the papillon robot filled the lift. It stopped at the assembly room floor, and the robot lumbered out, pursuing Mrs. Peel down the pathway between the crates.
I think you must agree, Mr. Steed, that the automated assassin was a stroke of genius. Loyal, obedient, and extremely efficient. Just how efficient, you'll be able to see for yourself at any moment.
Now, look here,
Don't move, Steve. Don't move. Just sit and watch.
Is this your idea of progress, Armstrong? Killing by robot?
I can allow nothing to stand in my way. My robots will prevent the ultimate catastrophe.
But at what price? A pabulum robot police state? People are not machines. Of course, they're fallible. That's what makes them human.
While Steed was talking, he was working at the armrest of his chair. He remembered how Armstrong had demonstrated all kinds of gadgets that will work by the buttons concealed in the arm. The security gates at the lifts, the airflow control, even piped music and extra furniture that rose from the floor. All these things were at Steed's fingertips as he raised the arm. With the flat of his hand, he pressed the whole lot at once. Steed ignored Armstrong, threw himself at Benson. The gun went off. Steed got a grip on Benson and threw him at the computer pad. Steed rushed for the lift. The doors opened automatically. Come on, Steed, you're cutting this one a bit fine. In the assembly shop, Emma stopped her investigations when she heard the familiar sound of the robot's footsteps.
Don't like the sound of that at all.
The robot approached. Mrs. Beale dodged, and the robot plunged its way through the crates, cutting a direct path towards her. Mrs. Beale reached into her pocket and withdrew an automatic pistol. As the enormous figure pushed crates and boxes out of its way, Mrs. Beale crouched down and then fired at point blank. The pabulum robot didn't pause, but continued relentlessly. Steed entered from the far side of the room.
Don't tackle it! It's a robot controlled by a pen in your jacket pocket! Throw me the pen! Right!
And approaching at Steed, caught the pen neatly. The robot swung round and now meant to attack him.
Steed, throw back the pen!
At that moment, Dr. Armstrong appeared in his chair, moved by the second maintenance robot. He made an adjustment to the controls, and the maintenance robot left him and went after Steed.
Watch it, Steed! You've got both of them on you now! Throw me the pen!
No fair!
Steed had a far better idea. As the maintenance robot attacked and swung its arm in a vicious karate chop, Steed ducked under the blow and fixed the pen in the robot's overall pocket. Immediately, the first robot turned and attacked his fellow machine.
No! Stop! Stop them!
Armstrong, reacting with horror at the battle between the two robots, thrust his chair between them.
No! Stop!
Well, Armstrong always did say that human beings were fallible. He's just made his last mistake. Come on, Mrs. Field, let's leave the machines to take over. They'll destroy all this quicker than we can. Come on, let's take a quiet ride home. Horse and cart, perhaps?
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sports?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why? It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
The cleaning power of cold water Omo gives you the superb cleanness you want from a washing powder. Listen to Mrs. Baxter of Claremont.
It really is good, you know. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, that it could be so good, you know.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, there are a lot of people in a big city like this, good ones and bad ones. They walk down Broadway and rub elbows, and you can't tell them apart. Why can't you? Because a lot of them were poured out of the same mold, brought up in the middle of garbage cans and gang wars, weaned on the smell of slums and conditioned to the taste of dirt and a kick in the ribs. By the time they get old enough to raise their fist, they're given two choices, two ways to beat the gang wars and garbage cans. One guy picks himself up, shakes off the filth, and jumps over on the right side of the fence. The other guy picks himself up, too. But when he does, he raises that fist and shakes it at the whole world because he wants things the easy way. He continues to shake his fist until someone shoves a gun in it. Then he's a swaggering giant. Sometimes he climbs over with his little bag of rot and hides in the lap of society. But take away the gun, and he ends up right back in the middle of the garbage cans with his face in the dirt. What about the guy on the right side of the fence? Well, you rarely ever hear of him, unless he becomes president or gets mixed up with the guy on the wrong side of the fence. Like the case I bumped into a couple of days ago. It all started in Central Park.
What happened? Some girl got run over. That young guy over there ran over her with his car.
I came up right after it happened. He was leaning over her and crying. A little late for crying, I'd say.
Says he didn't kill her. Says someone pushed her in front of his car. Ain't that a good one?
All right, everybody back. Here comes the ambulance. Come on, you.
But I tell you, I didn't kill her. I was in love with her.
That's the last thing you should have said.
But I swear I didn't do it. I was going to meet her about a half a block up the street, and someone pushed her out in front of my car. I couldn't stop in time.
Look, I just got to write the report and take you down to the station. You can tell it to the inspector. Now, look out. Here's the ambulance.
Hello, Crockett.
You're too late. The body's ready for the morgue.
Ah, Central Park's turning into a graveyard. I'm going to start taking my girl someplace else.
What do you mean? Somebody else got run over in the park?
Somebody got shot full of holes. Call came in just for this one. That gangster Chino Scabo.
Scabo got knocked off.
He was due, wasn't he?
Please, officer, can't I get to a phone?
Shut up. One of the biggest gangsters in town gets rubbed out, and I got to show up at the station with you. You know, Sonny, I'm not pleased with you at all.
Diamond Detective Agency, corpses designed with you in mind.
Rick.
Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Where do you get all those awful slogans?
Ghost Rider. Ho, ho, ho. Get it?
Rick.
Wasn't a riot.
No, Rick. Was a bomb.
Okay, maybe this will get a yuck. Oh, here's a beaut. Are you lonely? Join the Lonely Souls Club and find your perfect soulmate. All ages. Guarantee satisfaction and money refunded. Well, I wonder if Mighty Joe Young knows about this.
Rick, what are you talking about?
I'm reading the personals. Hey, get a load of this one. Will give ride to coast, must be young companion, pretty, easy on the eyes. Think I ought to apply, baby?
You're ridiculous.
Oh, here's an odd one. Anyone witnessing unusual accident at the 72nd Street Transverse, 11 p.m. Wednesday night, when young girl was killed, call Skylar 6036. Urgent.
That's in Central Park.
Yeah, somebody's got troubles.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, baby. Yeah, I'm Diamond. What can I do for you?
I want to hire you.
Helen.
Yes, I know.
$100 a day in expenses, sir.
That's your fee?
Yep. I like to give it to the prospective client first. If he turns green and faints, we both save a lot of time and talk. How do you feel?
About the fee? Fine.
Well, what else is bothering you?
My son is being held on a manslaughter charge.
Well, if he killed somebody, that's a job for the police.
But he didn't do it intentionally. The girl was shoved in front of his car.
That's his story.
Yes, it is. And I believe him.
Who was the girl, and why do you think anyone would want to kill her?
Her name was Jean Cooper. My son was in love with her. Why anyone would want to kill her, I really can't say.
Your name and your son's name, where he's being held?
My name is Cook, Earl Cook. My son's name is Tom. He's at the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Oh, wouldn't you know it?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. What's your business, Mr. Cook?
Politics.
Where can I reach you?
I live at 261 Riverside Drive. My phone is Skylar 6036.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I don't know. That phone number's familiar. Where did your son run over this girl, Mr. Cook?
The 72nd Street Transverse.
11 o'clock Wednesday night?
Why, yes. How did you know?
I read the papers. This your ad in the personal column?
Yes, it is. You see, the police claim there were no witnesses, but I had hopes that there might have been someone who had seen the accident.
Well, if anyone called you, let me know. Now, I'll take $100, Mr. Cook. That's a retainer in case I run into trouble and have to get buried in a hurry. I hate to strain my relatives. He wrote me out a check, and I closed the office and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. An automobile death isn't exactly up my alley, but if someone had pushed the girl out in front of the car, then it was murder. And that was a territory I knew my way around in. Well, good morning, Sergeant Otis.
Huh? Oh, where did you come from, Shamus?
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Huh?
That's what little boys are made of.
You're crazy. That's what little girls are made of.
Why, Sergeant, you peeked.
You want to see the lieutenant?
I think that would be lovely.
Go on.
Otis.
Huh?
I just had a horrible thought.
Yeah?
Wouldn't it be awful if there was a whole room full of you? Hello, Walt.
Diamond, you get out of here. Every time you wander into this office, I grow another ulcer.
Why, Walt, I'm surprised at you.
Well, you wouldn't be if you had to listen to Otis bellyaching all over the precinct 12 hours a day. Why don't you leave that poor guy alone?
Don't listen to him.
Don't listen to him? How can I help it? He screams so loud only dogs can get with it.
Have you got a boy booked here on the manslaughter charge, Tom Cook?
Yes, we have. I knew darn good and well you'd be springing something before you'd sit down and act like a normal human being. What do you want Cook for? He ran over a dame last night, and that's that. Maybe you want to give him a driving lesson?
You're turning blue again, Walt.
I'll light up like a pinball machine if you don't start giving me some peace and quiet.
Can I see Cook?
No, you can't.
Well, why not?
I know you. You'll end up by proving he wasn't even in the city last night. Before the day is gone, we'll be booking Otis for the killing.
Did he do it?
Who?
Otis.
Now, you stop that. Don't you dare start that routine again. I'm the biggest sucker in the world for that thing, and I admit it, but I am prepared. I know who's on first base today.
Who?
Williams. He's playing for... Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Is that all you can say? Take Diamond down to see that guy Cook. And if you let him back in this office, I'll break every bone in your fat head.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, where is that bicarbonate?
Bye, Walt. I left Walt coming on like Vesuvius, and Otis took me down in the tombs to see Tom Cook. Cook was a man about 25 or 26, put together like a high jumper. He had sandy hair and a nice face. Also, he looked pretty worried.
I tell you, Mr. Diamond, I didn't intentionally run over Jean. She called and asked me to meet her in the park.
Why?
Well, we always met there.
Oh. You say she was pushed in front of the car?
Well, that's what it looked like. There were some bushes right near the sidewalk. She came flying out of them and fell in front of me before I could put on the brakes.
What did she want to see you about?
It was personal.
Now, look. You're up on a manslaughter charge. You can get a lot of time for that. Now, what did she want to see you about?
I can't tell you. I just can't tell you. It would ruin someone.
It's going to wreck you if you don't.
Then it'll have to.
Okay. Did she have any enemies at all? Boyfriends, girlfriends, ex-husbands, jealous icemen?
She had an ex-husband.
When did she separate from him?
About a year ago. Why? Do you think maybe Cooper was jealous?
Is his name Cooper?
Yes, John Cooper.
Oh, live in town?
Well, he was living at 498 West 81st Street, but that was a year ago.
Okay. Tell me where your girl was living.
383 Madison Avenue, apartment 206. She was living under her married name, Cooper.
Sure you don't want to tell me what she wanted to see you about?
I can't, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, but I hope the person you're protecting appreciates it. 5 years in Sing Sing is stretching loyalty a long way.
This person's worth it.
Otis, let me out of here. You locked me up with a Boy Scout. Mr. Cook?
Yes? Who is this?
This is Diamond.
Diamond, I'm so glad you phoned.
Oh?
Remember my ad in the personal columns?
Yes?
Well, I just received a call from someone who claims he saw a man push a girl in front of my son's car.
Oh.
He said he was in a hurry, so he didn't wait around to see the rest. Can you imagine that? In too much of a hurry to stay round.
No, I can't imagine it unless he was running away from something, didn't want to be caught.
Did he tell you anything else?
No, I asked his name, but he hung up.
Oh. Well, if you hear from him again, call Lieutenant Levinson of the 5th Precinct. And I'll call you later.
All right, Mr. Diamond. But now I'm sure my son is innocent.
Well, I hope I can come up with more than your confidence. I knew a guy who yelled frame all the way to the electric chair. They fried him like a lean pork chop. I left the phone booth and took off for John Cooper's apartment. I found the place and gave my rabbit's foot a pat on the hock. The little bunny was still with me because a John Cooper was listed on the mailboxes. I took the steps 2 at a time.
Yeah, who is it?
The name's Diamond.
I don't want any.
I'm selling a homicide, complete with samples. You better open up.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about your ex-wife. She was killed last night.
What?
Mind if I come in?
No, come on in. Jean dead. How did it happen?
She was run over by a car.
Oh, that's awful. Are you from the police?
You get a gold star. Where were you at 11 o'clock Wednesday night?
I was right here in my apartment.
You can prove it?
Well, I didn't leave. I don't guess I can prove it. I hope you don't think I ran over Jean.
I know who ran over. I'm trying to find out who aimed her.
I don't understand.
She was pushed in front of the car.
How do you know that?
Why shouldn't I know that?
Well, I don't know. I guess you should.
When was the last time you saw your ex-wife?
Oh, about 8 months ago. We didn't get along, so we didn't speak after we split up.
You haven't seen her since?
No.
Were you jealous of her new boyfriend?
Jealous? Why should I be?
Good question. I'll see you later, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah. I hope I've been of some help.
You've been dandy. I left Cooper pinning up his gold star and headed for the dead girl's apartment. I knew the law had already been there and that it would probably be locked tighter than a wine truck on Skid Row. I found the landlady's door and gave it a jolt.
Yeah? Oh, what do you want?
I'm looking for the landlady.
You want an apartment? We got one coming up in a couple of days. The dame that was in it croaked. You can pay in advance if you want it.
Can I take a look at it?
Nah. Lousy coppers told me not to let anyone in. You got my word, it's a good one.
Oh, well, then you'd better let me talk to your mother.
My mother? My old lady's been dead for 20 years.
She has? Aren't you a little young to be running an apartment all by yourself?
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah?
How old do you think I am?
Well, it's hard to tell. I'd say, about 28.
Come on, I'll show you the apartment. But watch those steps. I think you could use some glasses. Right up here, handsome.
Was the poor girl who died married?
Used to be, but she got divorced. Here it is. There you are, honey. Go on in, take a look around. I'll go on back downstairs in case the law comes back. I'll have to stall him, I guess.
Thanks, beautiful.
Oh, that's all right, honey. When you're done, stop in at my place and I'll give you a drink of gin.
I waited until I heard the old bat fly down the stairs, and then I took the place apart. It took me exactly 10 minutes, and even if I do say so, it was a pretty neat job. I was on the last lap, going through the wastebaskets, when I spotted something on the magazine stand. It was just below eye level. It was a late issue of a magazine, and it was addressed to Mr. John Cooper, 498 West 81st Street. I grabbed it and picked up the phone.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, this is Wooly. Was she talking to Lieutenant Levinson?
Oh, how are you, Wooly? Get it for you, chop. Pretty good, huh?
Oh, very fine. Chop. Your head, maybe.
Huh?
Wooly say very fine. You speak very fine Chinese.
Oh.
Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, this is Diamond, Walt.
It is. I told Otis I didn't want to talk to you. He said Wu Lee was on the pipe.
Oh, this is Wooly, too, Walt.
Oh, that lame brain Otis. Oh, what is it now, Diamond?
I got a liar in the balcony, Walt.
What are you talking about?
I've spoken to 3 people about the girl that was run over. One of them lied to me. Now, I believe the kid's story. I think she was pushed.
So she was pushed. I can't be bothered with that right now. I'm all tangled up in the Scarborough killing. We found the gun that did the job lying in the bushes in Central Park.
Wait a minute. In Central Park?
Yeah, we traced it to a pawn shop, and the pawnbroker identified one Louis Spiegel as the one that bought the gun.
Walt, what time was Scarborough knocked off?
Shots were heard about 5 minutes to 11. Hey, that's just about the same time that Cook ran over the girl.
You are so right. And Scarborough got killed on the other side of the park. About 5 minutes to run to where the girl got run over.
Now, what are you getting at? If you know something about this Scarborough killing, I
Walt,
want you...
some guy called Tom Cook's father and said he saw the girl shoved in front of the car. He wouldn't tell his name because he said he'd get in trouble.
Probably a crank. No one would duck out on a deliberate murder murder.
Unless he just rubbed out New York's biggest gangster.
Hey.
Yeah. Have you got Louis Spiegel on tap?
No, he's hiding out.
Oh. Well, do me a favor. Check your files and see if you've got a record on a John Cooper.
The dead girl's ex-husband?
Yeah, then I'll call you back. I've got a guy who might show us where we can find Louis Spiegel and the guy who pushed the girl in front of the car.
Killed two birds with one stone.
It's quite a billiard shot, but give my little stool pigeon 2 bottles of fermented grape juice and he can run the table. I left the apartment and slipped by the landlady's door. I knew she was building a party because I could smell the 100 proof clear out in the hall. I ducked out on the street and headed for Skid Row in a place called the Parrot Club. When I went in, I spotted my man sitting in his usual spot at the bar. His name was Wilbur Truitt.
Ah, greetings, Bucko. You have come just in the nick. Not having the necessary funds to purchase another bottle of strength, I asked yon bartender to put it on the cuff.
Wilbur,
Whereupon he handed me this can of rat poison. It turned out to be rather soothing in a toxic sort of way. Bucko, you know me. I do not wish to deprive the little rodents of their daily constitution, so I would much rather nurse on the succulent end of a bottle.
Wilbur, I'm looking for someone.
I have been looking for someone all my life, preferably a brewery owner.
Bartender, bring me a bottle.
Oh, noble sir, your overkindness doth wring tears from me. I do embrace your offer.
Now, you don't wrap your hooks around this jug until I find out where Louis Spiegel is.
That is indeed a difficult problem. Mr. Spiegel carried a rather large gun under his arm. Then if I sit here and gaze at that bottle for any great period, I shall become cotton-mouthed and surely choke to death. Mr. Louis Spiegel might be found in the freight yards, hiding in an old shack at the end of 50th Street now. Bucko, I'm rusting.
Here you are, Wilbur, and thanks.
Farewell. Lord knows when we shall meet again. I have faint, cold fear thrills through my veins. But no matter. I have never let a cork confuse me before. Bartender, a corkscrew and bring the cat. I owe him a drink.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Diamond, Walt, what did you find out?
John Cooper has no record,
Uh-oh.
but George Kingsley has.
Oh, alias?
Yeah. George Kingsley, alias John Cooper, did 10 years for embezzlement.
Oh, fine. Thanks, Walt. Now, here's the pitch. Lou Spiegel is in a shack in the freight yards at the end of 49th Street, North River. Get some men to surround the place and have Otis pick up John Cooper and bring him down there. I'll be there in half an hour and give you a couple of killers. All I needed was a motive, so I hung up the phone and headed for the house of my client, Earl Cook.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond. I'm very glad you've come.
Mr. Cook, did you...
I want to show you something. Here.
What are they?
Letters to my son. Blackmail letters.
Oh? Where'd you find them?
I was going through my son's things, trying to find something that might help uncover the motive for his accident.
Mind if I take a look?
Well, I can save you the trouble. They're about me.
About you?
Yes. I told you I'm in politics. Well, I am, and I'm a big power. When I began my rise, I was a young criminal lawyer. I had to accept a lot of cases that I might have turned down under different circumstances.
I see.
And the opposition tried everything to discredit me. Smear campaigns. Saying that I was getting acquittals for common thugs who were known to be guilty. And later, when I became a judge, they switched the campaign and said that the men I sentenced were innocent.
Were they?
Of course not. But in those letters to my son, the blackmailer said that he had definite proof that could ruin me. My son knew about my past, and when he started receiving the letters, he was afraid to confront me with the evidence, for fear I might have to admit my dishonesty.
Have you talked with your son?
I just left him. That's why he didn't tell you anything. He thought he was protecting me. His girl, Jean, found out who was sending him the letters, and, well, she was killed before she could tell him.
Well, that fits. If the girl found out, then the blackmailer would not only have to know your son pretty well, but he'd also have to know her.
You think you know who he is?
See this magazine?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of the pages are cut up. Now, take a look at these blackmail notes. They're formed with cut-out letters to spell out the words. The type is the same as the type on the magazine.
Where did you get that magazine?
In the girl's apartment.
Well, then she must have had something to do with it.
She found the magazine, all right, but it wasn't hers. Look, Mr. Cook.
Yes?
Did you ever send a man to prison named Kingsley?
Yes, I believe so. For embezzling.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
I'll call you later. I've got a date at the freight yard.
Oh, hello, Rick. We've got Spiegel boxed up. He's in that shack down there.
Will he come out?
If he does, it'll be feet first.
I guess he'd rather have it that way. Any shooting?
He tried a couple, but I had the boys hold their fire until you got here.
I see. Where's John Cooper?
Otis hasn't showed up with him yet.
Let me use your loudspeaker, Walt.
Oh, sure, go ahead, but keep your head down.
Spiegel. Lou.
Why, that lowlife, I'll blast him to kingdom come.
Hold it, Walt. Spiegel knows me.
Louis, this is Diamond. I want to talk with you.
You better get out of here, Diamond. This ain't none of your business.
Lou, you've got my word there'll be no shooting. I want to talk to you.
Look, Diamond. I know they want me for the Scarborough killing, and I say, okay, I done the job. But I'm allergic to electricity, and I don't like cops. You blow this place apart, I say okay, too. And that's the way I want it. Now, do you still want to talk?
I want 5 minutes.
Okay, come on down, but keep your hands behind your neck.
Walt, no shooting, huh?
Okay, but I think you're crazy. He kills guys for practice.
I moved out from behind the boxcar and put my hands behind my head. I started down toward the shack, and I could see Spiegel looking at me over the barrel of a .45. One bad move from any of the men stationed around the yards, and I was going to get dead quick. I walked up to the shack and went in.
That's far enough, Diamond. You've got 5 minutes.
It won't take that long, Lou.
Keep your hands where they are.
Oh, I thought you might want a cigarette.
Oh. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm all out.
Yeah. Keep the pack.
Just one. I got a date.
Yeah. Light?
I can make it. 4 minutes, Diamond.
Did you see a girl shoved in front of a car the night you knocked off Scarborough?
Yeah. I called some guy and I told him about it. I read his ad in the personals, but I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, because then the law would know you were in the park.
Looks like it don't make much difference now.
The kid who ran over the girl is in on a manslaughter rap. You'll get 5 or 10.
It's tough. You got 3.5 minutes.
Lou, did you get a good look at the man who gave the girl the shove?
Sure, I'd remember him.
Rick?
What do they want?
I'll see.
With your hands up, you'll see.
Sure.
What is it, Walt?
Otis has got Cooper.
Lou, will you do me a favor?
I don't know.
I want you to tell me if the guy they've got up there is the one who pushed the girl.
Sure. But I can't see him from here.
I'll have him brought down.
I hope you ain't up to something. I don't want to see no kid get sent up in a bum rap. But if you get funny, you get holes.
Walt, how about us bring Cooper halfway down to the shack?
He doesn't want to go.
Then drag him. I've only got 2 minutes.
They bringing him?
Yeah, here he comes.
Okay. Out that door.
What are you doing?
I'm doing you a favor. I'm tired of this shack, and I'm walking out with you in front of me.
Okay.
Don't get too far ahead.
Rick, what's Spiegel up to?
I don't know. Hold your fire.
I'm surprised at you. Even if I identified this guy, it wouldn't hold water. I got a bad reputation.
Hey, what's going on?
Take it easy, Otis.
You can't do this to me. What's this all about?
That's the guy, Diamond.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. I saw you push that dame in front of the car.
You're crazy.
Now, I don't like that. You got just 10 seconds to admit it.
I won't admit anything.
Then I shoot you.
Hey, you can't.
Shut up, Flatfoot.
Stay out of this, Otis.
I tell you, I won't admit anything.
5 seconds.
Come on, Cooper. I found out all about your prison record. I know Cook sent you up and you wanted to get even. You found those letters Tom wrote to your ex-wife, so you started blackmailing him. And I know you lied when you said you hadn't seen your ex-wife. I found a magazine in her apartment with your address on it.
Time's up.
No. All right, I did it.
You're too late. I'm on schedule.
Oh, you idiot. Why did you shoot him?
What's the difference? I kill people, he kills people. Besides, he wasn't polite. So long, Diamond. You got your favor.
He's making a break.
He'll never make it.
Spiegel, in the name of the law, stop.
For what?
Yeah, they got him.
They sure did.
You know something? He wasn't such a bad guy.
Wasn't he? I guess he's killed a dozen people in his time, but maybe you're right. Maybe he kissed them all goodbye before he pulled the trigger.
Well, I got a right to an opinion.
Yeah, and it scares me a little. You're lucky you didn't try to pull a gun on him. You'd look pretty silly telling everybody what a nice guy he was after he'd shot off the top of your head.
How do you want it?
Lots of lemon, honey.
What's that you're playing?
I don't know. It says on the sheet music for kazoo and voice.
You idiot. Here, see how this tastes.
That's wow. But can't you drop a mussel in it or something?
No, that's plenty strong.
Oh.
The last time you complained about my weak drinks, Francis had to carry you home piggyback.
Yeah, remind me to buy him a saddle.
I hear they let the cook boy out of jail this evening.
Well, how the dickens did you know that?
Never mind, I find out things.
You have been snooping.
Well, you won't tell me anything about your cases.
How did you find out? Helen?
No.
You'll be sorry.
Here. You sing this, and I'll tell you how I found out.
Well, I don't know whether I can. Your lips tell me no, no, but there's yes, yes in your eyes. I've been missing your kissing just because I wasn't wise. I'll stop my scheming and dreaming, 'cause I realize your
Rick,
lips.
that's wonderful.
Oh, okay, now make like a truth serum, or I sing 20 courses of McNamara's band.
Well, I was looking for you, so I called Walt Levinson. He told me all about it. Very elementary, my dear Diamond.
Oh, get her.
Do I look smug?
Close your eyes and let's see.
Now, that's silly. Why do I have to close my eyes?
Close your eyes. Oh, that's better.
Rick, aren't you nice?
I certainly am. But people always notice my dimples first.
Come here.
Helen, you're looking smug again.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Eleanor Audley, William Johnstone, Sam Edwards, David Ellis, and Frank Lovejoy. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Roof of the World, concerning 2 American agents who travel into the far-off and mysterious land of Tibet on a secret pilgrimage, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
It came at us suddenly, out of the darkness, a shaggy monster over 15 feet high. None of us said a word for a minute. We just stared at it.
The tusks. Look at the length of them.
The tusks of this monster must have been at least 12 feet long. And I knew myself that if I hadn't seen it, stood right in front of it, I wouldn't have believed it actually existed either. But I saw it. There was definite proof. It did live. Once.
Okay, lights. Put on the lights, please.
Oh, did you ever see anything like it?
All right now. Quiet, please. Quiet. What you have just seen is the last of our afternoon slides here in the Museum of Natural History on prehistoric animals. This last mammoth was a species of a true elephant which was found in Tibet during and before the Ice Age. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah. How do you get out of here? I didn't
Well, if you'll all follow the guide, he'll take you into the next room where you can actually see the skeletons of these monsters, which paleontologists have reconstructed from fossils and actual bones discovered in the earth.
Philip. Oh, Phil.
Oh, hello, Esther. Were you here for the whole lecture?
No, just the last part of it. But you were sensational.
Flattery will get you nowhere. What's that?
Oh, telegram. Here. Just came to the office.
Thanks. Oh, it's not for me, it's for us.
Oh, who's it from?
Washington. The Office of Strategic Services wants to see us.
Office of Strategic? Now, why in the world do they want us?
Well, there's one way to find out.
Mr. and Mrs. Malden, we know your reputation as geologists and explorers. We know you traveled the Far East together several times.
That's true, Colonel.
Now, at this stage of the war, Germany is pushing eastward across Africa to Suez, and Japan is thrusting westward across China into India. If the Axis partners meet, their junction will be Central Asia, and dominating that meeting point will be Tibet.
What do you want us to do, Colonel?
We want volunteers to make a pilgrimage to the Dalai Lama, High Priest of Tibet. It'll be a goodwill mission to get them on our side. It involves a great deal of danger.
Yes, we know. Esther?
Well, as long as you're sure that mammoth elephant disappeared from there centuries ago, I'm willing. A few weeks later, we were flown to India, where we were given a car. And then the two of us started out across the border to a village called Gyuksam at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains. Once there, we were to pick up pack animals and a guide and start our journey to the Holy City.
Well, these roads couldn't have been any narrower or any rockier.
Well, they weren't designed for modern travel.
You can say that again.
Phil, are you worried about something?
I'm worried about a lot of things.
For instance?
For instance, this is the worst possible time of the year to be traveling up that mountain. It's almost spring up there, and the thaw's setting in. It's going to loosen the snow and ice all along the way.
Well, we'll just have to be more careful, that's all. Oh, Phil, look, round the bend of the road. That's the village, isn't it?
That's it. That's it.
Wait a minute, Phil. Slow down. Look.
Good Lord.
I should have said was a village.
Burned to the ground.
The old man who sat wailing and moaning, cross-legged on the ground, was the only one left alive in that village.
Bandit tribe, come from mountains, steal, kill, set fire to village.
How is it they spared you?
I am priest sent from Dalai Lama to this village many years past. If they kill holy man, great plague and pestilence will be upon them.
Well, tell me, where'd you learn to speak English?
In Holy City was taught.
Well, what do we do now, Phil?
We can't leave him here alone. We'll take him with us and drive until we find another village.
Oh, no. I take you.
Huh?
What's that?
Sing to will be guide to Holy City. Here all is lost. Go back to Dalai Lama.
What about pack animals?
A village of Chomda, not far away. We'll go there first.
Chanda was about 10 miles away down the road. It was small, with only a few huts made of sun-dried bricks. Phil was afraid of the spring thaw that was setting in more every day, so we made arrangements with the native chief to start almost immediately.
What do you say, Sanctum?
Skiangs, wild donkeys, as good pack animals as other white men has.
Oh.
What's he talking about? What other white men? Ask him.
Strangers leave here 2 days ago on way also to Holy City of Russia. Wear badge with crooked cross.
Phil.
Nazis. We're in a race, Esther. We've got to reach Lhasa before they do.
That was the first we knew that the Germans were ahead of us, going in the same direction, on the same mission. Philip was right. It was going to be a race for time.
Esther, come on. This is no time to pick flowers.
Oh, look at this dwarf rhododendron, Phil. And up ahead, it's like a carpet of blue irises.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of foliage until we cross the timberline. Then it'll just be cold. And traveling on snow is going to be a lot tougher.
Well, I'm not looking forward to the temperature dropping 100 degrees in 20 miles.
Uh-oh. Watch it. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I just tripped. I guess I must be getting tired. Is it Sing too?
Yes, yes.
How soon will we be able to camp?
Cold Springs, less than half mile ahead. We'll camp there for night.
When we reached the springs, I started dinner out of K rations, which kept our packs light. And by the time I was through, the tent had mushroomed up, and Phil and Sing too were inside, straightening the pole and fixing the blankets for the night.
How about food, Esther?
Soup's on.
Vegetable.
I looked up from the fire to find an unpleasant surprise. 6 unpleasant surprises, carrying rifles and forming a ring of muddy boots all around me. Who are you men? What do you want?
La.
Phil!
What is it?
Sing too!
Where'd they come from?
I don't know. They're just here, that's all.
Yeah. Sing too?
These are some of nomad bandits who raid my village.
Huh?
What do they want?
They say they take surprise everything. Guns too. Leader, shoot off gun to show you he mean what he say.
Oh, Phil, without our supplies and guns, we'll have to turn back.
Providing they let us turn back.
They hold you hostage. Send me, holy man, back to get ransom.
Oh, Phil.
Hold on. Don't let them know you're afraid of them.
We stood there while they gathered our supplies out of the tent and threw them in a heap by the fire. Sing, too, knew he wouldn't be harmed because he was a holy man. But Phil and I had no idea what was ahead for us. Get your hands off me, you baboon! Oh, Phil!
Leave her alone. You understand? Sing too. Tell them we'll come quietly.
I said, get your filthy hands off me! The machine gun that riddled the bandit leader came from the direction of the brush. And the 6 of them went down, one after another. Then there was silence. And we looked up to see our 2 saviors walking out of the brush in German uniform.
I'm delighted we were able to be of assistance, Americans. I am Commandant Kurt Faber of the German Army. This is Lieutenant Ernst Kessler.
Freut mich.
Well, thank you for saving our lives. I'm Esther Malden, and this is my husband, Philip. Oh, and our guide, Sing too.
You do not seem too surprised to see us here.
We're not. Just surprised you're not 2 days ahead of us the way we thought you were.
Then you knew about us? How?
They told us in the village. They also told us you were headed for the Holy City.
They talk too much, those native idiots. Sie können nicht das Maul halten.
Sei still, Ernst. And, you, are you also going there?
No. Oh, I mean, we're geologists. We're just on an exploring expedition.
Come. Is it quite nice to lie to your benefactors who have just saved your lives?
I don't get that. Why did you?
Well, we saw the American flag sewn on your clothing. That told us immediately who you were, where you were going. We, as you already know, we are also headed for Lhasa to the Dalai Lama. But our guide was killed. The snow loosened under him as we turned a ledge, and he fell.
So you were going back for a guide?
Exactly. But that is some distance away. Time is slipping by.
You have the guide. You will lead us.
Oh, no, we won't. And neither will Sing too. Will you, Sing too?
Where do only us friend Americans tell me?
Verfluchter Hund!
Ach, Ernst, you get too excited over nothing. Now remember, Herr Malden, Frau Malden, you have the guide. We have your supplies and your weapons. Let us pool our resources. Go together.
If you think that at the point of our own guns you're going to make us lead you to Lhasa, you're crazy.
Look, you are scientists. I appeal to your logical minds. Is it not safer that since we are traveling the same direction, we travel together? Once we reach the Dalai Lama, that each of us present the case of his country to him.
If you'll forgive me for repeating, Herr Commandant, we're not going to be pushed along with guns in our backs.
Nein. Who said you would be? Here.
Why, Phil, he's giving us back our pistols.
You see?
We just strangers, gentlemen?
No. Not yet.
It's all right. Go ahead, open them.
Yeah, open the gun if you like. Go ahead, spin the drum. See the cartridges in the chamber.
Yes. Yes, I see them.
Well, you return your guns, loaded as they were. Now shall we forget the war for a while and travel on together?
Okay. Let's try it.
Oh, we're lagging behind them, Phil. Shouldn't we catch up to them?
We will. I want to talk to you.
Ooh, I'm cold. Our temperature went down so fast once we crossed the timberline, I could almost hear it drop.
Oh. What do you think of this situation?
With our friends? I don't know what to think. You trust them?
Of course I don't. Whether they gave us back our guns or not, they're still going to look for a chance to double-cross us before we reach the Holy City.
What are we going to do, Phil?
Just keep an eye out. Look for a way to double-cross them first.
Friends, clear brook here. Good water to drink. Come.
Come, my friends. You hear what he says? Water. That will taste better than the whiskey in your flask, eh, Ernst?
We're coming.
We caught up with them. And as we leaned over to fill our canteens from the small, clear brook, there was a sudden rumbling.
Ah, the water's turned muddy suddenly.
Yeah, it's covered with a dirty foam. Rising too.
What's he talking about? It is not raining.
It is in the high regions. That's what turned the water.
But so suddenly.
It happens like that. Races along under the ground, pushing the mud with it.
It's really beginning to thaw, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I was afraid of.
What is there to be afraid of? Answer me!
As the snow starts to melt, it'll start to fall. So just watch your step.
Ernst, is it not good to have 3 such good guides? We are indeed fortunate, was?
Come, more brook, a long way. We walk.
Walk? Why do you think we have these animals?
Keong can be turned loose here. We'll get more and more snow. It's best to climb by foot.
Yes, Sing Too's right. Besides, the animals won't find any place to graze. It's been getting pretty sparse for miles.
Where will they go?
They are wild. We'll find our own way. Hera! Hera!
packs were heavy, and we were too tired the next 2 days to do much talking. We just watched each other. The jagged paths under us were getting more and more slippery, and below the cliff we could see a sheer drop of hundreds of feet to the glacier. Above us were the snow peaks, and somewhere beyond the holy city of Lhasa, towards which small birds of dull brown, gray, and black seemed to point. And then, the third night after the strange pact had been made between our two enemy camps, it happened.
Esther, where are you going?
Oh, to the brook around the bend, Phil. I want to get some water. You take care of the rest.
If you pitch the tent, Herr Morgan, I'll fix the fire. Oh, by the way, where's Elm?
Oh, there it is. I knew I'd seen a brook. Ain't just a little bigger hole in the ice. Oh, there.
Mulder, let me carry that back for you.
Lieutenant Kessler, what are you doing here?
I can see you don't want to be friendly. What a pity.
I'll be friendly enough to give you some good advice.
No.
Save that liquor until you really need it. And stop guzzling it if you intend to keep up on this hike. This is no Boy Scout picnic.
I'm touched by your concern for me.
Don't flatter yourself. What are you doing back here anyway?
You really wish to know? I followed you. I knew you were coming to the brook, so I went round the other way.
You what?
You don't like me. You'd like me very much if you got to know me.
No, thanks. Now, please, get out of my way and let me go back.
But, Kleiner, we may not have another chance to be together alone. You're very attractive, even in those heavy clothes.
I know, very attractive. Besides, I'm the only woman for miles. Now, get out of my way.
I would like to see you in a white gown, diamond clips at your shoulders. Have you got nice shoulders, Frau Mulder?
Leave me alone.
Don't try to pull away
Stop
from
it.
me.
Stop it, you drunken
kiss.
fool.
Just one kiss.
Oh, you big, dumb, drunken Nazi pig.
You watch your tongue.
Get away from me.
What's the matter? Cut it out if you do not. Stop yelling, I say. Stop it. Stop it.
Get away, Kessler. Get away. Leave her alone. And if I don't, give me back my gun, I'll use it.
You have your gun? You would not dare shoot me. Go on, try it. Use your gun.
Ernst, that is enough. Genug, schon genug. Wirst betrunken, du Idiot. Do you want him to use his gun on you? Think, Ernst, do you want him to use this gun? He will. I can tell he will.
No.
I give this lady your apologies. I order you.
My apologies, Frau Mulder.
You both have my word an incident like this will not occur again. Shall we eat and make camp for the night now?
All the next day, Phil and Sing Tu kept me between them as we climbed. I wondered how soon we'd see the holy city and when all this would come to a head.
Look!
When Sing Tu yelled, we turned around and looked in the direction from which we'd just come. A huge ice pillar swayed for a moment, and then it landed on the path we had come from less than 2 hours before.
Well, this is what we can expect from now on, now that the thaw's set in.
Oh, well, I'll expect it, but I won't look forward to it. Phil, am I mistaken? Or are the days getting longer?
Sleepy?
Uh-huh. You know, it was nice of them to let you and Sing Tu and me have this cave to ourselves.
Well, considering that it's too small to hold more than 3 of us, it wasn't so magnanimous.
Still, they could have tried to grab it for themselves.
Farber seems to be trying to make amends for the way his pal liked it the other day.
I wonder what their game is.
Yes, I'd like to know, too. Sing Tu?
Yes? You wish to know how soon we reach Holy City?
He may not talk much, but he's a pretty good mind reader.
That's it, Sing Tu. How long?
Expect to see gates in distance perhaps tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, that's wonderful.
Is it?
Well, isn't it?
It means time's run out, Esther. If they're going to pull anything, they're going to pull it now.
The Germans were camped under a ledge which protected them from the wind, about 50 feet from us across a narrow crevasse. In spite of all the things that had happened before, or might be going to happen ahead, it was strangely peaceful up there. In the west, a fan of pink rays from the sun shot up from behind the snow range, and overhead a few bright stars twinkled. Presently, the fan flickered and disappeared. And then, in the glow of the full moon, I saw what looked like a long procession of ghosts in the distance, but were actually cascades of snow, melting and falling hundreds of feet, leaping from ledge to ledge. In the morning, the air was crystal clear, and we saw it.
The Holy City. Esther, do you see it?
I expected only to return again when I die.
Oh, it's beautiful. How long will it take us to reach it?
You will not reach it at all, my friends.
Don't start something you can't finish, Herr Commandant.
Phil.
Get back. Get behind me, back in the cave.
You should have been more friendly to me, Frau Morlin. Perhaps I would have taken you with us.
Go on. Throw your gun. Shoot us.
Go ahead.
What's the big joke?
Do you think we would have been fools enough to give you loaded guns?
But I saw them. I broke open the gun and saw the cartridges.
Did you take one out and examine it? Why don't you do it now?
Phil, look, I opened mine. It's a blank cartridge.
Now, surely, Frau Morton, you understand why I took care not to let your husband become too excited the night Ernst here tried to be friendly. I did not want to take a chance of you finding out too soon. We shall give your regards to the Dalai Lama.
Go on, shoot us. Go on. Kill us with your blank guns, if you can.
That's not a bad idea. Esther.
Ernst, look out!
Back in the cave, quick.
Phil took them at their word and actually killed them with his blank gun. The shots vibrated enough to loosen the heavily piled snow, break the crust at the rim of the ledge, and start the slide that avalanched down at the Germans. It threw them over the side and buried them somewhere on the cliffs below us, under rock, ice, and snow.
Gone? They are gone.
Oh, the thaw worked for us, didn't it?
Yes. Come on, Sing Tu. You lead. We'll follow.
We could see the Holy City, but it was still 25 miles away. It was 2 days' travel of an almost vertical descent into the valley, and we arrived at dusk at the magnificent red and white palace that overlooked the city. It was a week before we saw the Dalai Lama. Our entrance into his presence was conducted with the utmost ceremony. Tall, grim-faced monks lined the hall, their 6'4" frames made even more massive by layers of stiff gold brocade. The walls were carved with strange images and Tibetan inscriptions. Then the gong was struck again. We were ushered into the throne room.
Esther, look.
Quiet. Must not talk. Come. Dalai Lama will see you now.
We walked on thick rugs that were brilliant in color and depicted the waves of the sea, clouds, and emblems of happiness. Then we saw a throne of yellow satin at the end of the great room, and on it, robed in burgundy and gold satin, with a crown on his head and a table of jewels beside him, sat the Dalai Lama, a boy of 6.
Come closer. Come. I will throw the silk longevity scarf over your heads to welcome you.
We thank you for your welcome, Your Serenity. We bring you gifts from our leader.
I accept your gifts with great thanks. How is your president?
He is well, thank you.
Bring the gifts to me. Let me see.
They gave him the gifts, and he looked at each one carefully. After a while, servants began to pass bowls of rice and glasses of black tea. I noticed that a special taster took a sip of the Lama's tea before it touched his sacred lips.
Mr. and Mrs. Malden?
Yes, Your Serenity.
Throw a pinch of rice over your shoulder. It will bring good luck.
Your Serenity, we've come to talk about peace and friendliness between our two countries.
There is no need to talk. Come here. I tie 3 knots in your scarf. There.
What's that?
Means only interview at an end.
But we've accomplished nothing.
His Serenity has tied 3 knots in Americans' longevity scarf. He has blessed them. Our countries will be friends.
The success of the mission of these 2 OSS geologists helped to lay the foundations of friendship between Tibet and the United States and to forestall any possibility of Tibet's cooperation with our Axis enemies. Thus, once again, the report of another agent ends with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Esther was Louise Barclay, Philip, Grant Richards, the monk, Raymond Edward Johnson, Farber, Stephen Schnabel, Kessler, Barry Kroger. Others were Janice Gilbert, Carl Weber, Ralph Bell, and Jerry Jarrett. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Chet Hill and Dick Gillespie. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Programs, get your programs here. Mystery in Action tonight on NBC. Hear how you may win a cash prize as an armchair detective on $1,000 reward. Listen to the adventures of the suave crime fighter, the Saint, played by a screen favorite Vincent Price, and follow another exciting caper with the greatest private eye of them all, hard-boiled Sam Spade. Now, stay tuned for High Adventure and the Big Guy on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Mrs. Perkins won the prize, but I got in the biggest pickle at the county fair.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To Home Office, Corinthian Liability and Bonding Company, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my assignment as bodyguard to Grand Blue Ribbon Champion, Spotted Poland China Hog, Rosie Barron of Iowa. Or how you cast my pearls of wisdom before swine. Or out of the fire into the frying pan. Expense account, item 1. $76.80. Train and bus fare, Hartford to the town of Carver, county seat of Carver County, Iowa. Expense account, item 2. $2.50. 1 Coke, 3 handkerchiefs, a bottle of salt tablets, and sunglasses, with which to combat the Corn Belt heat. Item 3, 6 bits, jitney ride to the Carver County Fairgrounds. Undoubtedly named that because the band I found in the midst of playing its afternoon concert was only fair. Hey, friend.
How's that?
I'm looking for a pig named Rosie Barron of Iowa. Can you tell me where I'll find his cage?
Cage? They don't keep Rollo in no cage.
Rollo? Who's he?
Well, that's short for Rosie Barron of Iowa.
Oh, yeah. Any fool would know that.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me where he is?
See that building over there, the livestock building?
Yeah.
You'll find Rollo in the swine wing.
Swine wing? Well, that conjures up a dainty picture. A flying pig.
Afraid Rollo won't ever do much flying. Weighs 980.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
Neighbor.
Yeah?
Why don't you try slipping out of that there coat? You won't find it near as sweaty.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Hiram. Oh, he didn't even wait to be my best friend. Hey!
Wait, I'll come with you, neighbor.
It was 96 in the shade, but things were getting hotter. Shots and screams from the livestock building were the only things that could bring me on the run, with Hiram on my heels.
Hey, what do you suppose that was?
First, I ran into a stranger just outside the entrance.
Get out of the way. Let me out of here. There's a there.
Then I ran in through the door.
Somebody do something. Don't just stand there. Where's the sheriff?
Hey, Hiram, what happened?
Well, didn't you see? Didn't you hear? That there woman's Mrs. Tiller. Somebody must have stole her diamond brooch.
Oh, good. I was afraid somebody might have put the snatch on Rollo.
Her husband owns Rollo. They must have been taking her pictures of Mrs. Tiller in the middle of a crowd. And when they had her smiling real pretty, them flash bulbs went off, and then somebody must have reached around from behind her, yanked the brooch, and started shooting a gun in there.
That's a tried and true method of busting up a crowd to help make a getaway. Think anybody saw who did it?
Couldn't. Those flashes would have had them blind as bats for a minute. There's the sheriff.
What's his name?
Why, that's Harry Blewett.
Harry Blewett?
Yeah.
Sounds like a slogan from the Republican campaign.
Hey, here, you.
Wait a minute, let go. When everybody around here's trying to get my coat off. Come on, Sheriff. Loose the haberdasher.
All right, now, never mind the fancy talk, young fella. I saw something pass between you and one of the thieves just outside the door.
Oh, you're out of your mind. That guy bumped into me. He came crashing out of here, and I happened to be in the way.
I'll bet you happened to be in the way. Accidentally on purpose.
Now, that's an early American comeback. But that's the way it was. Now, look, I won't ask you for a search warrant, Sheriff. You think I got the brooch on me? Start looking.
All right, I will.
All right. Now, in that pocket, cigarettes and a lighter.
I see 'em.
You see? Yeah. And in that pocket, handkerchiefs and salt tablets.
Salt tablets?
Mm-hmm. Now, why don't you look in my inside coat pocket? And there you'll find my wallet and identification.
I was coming to that. Well,
Yeah.
Dollar. Insurance investigator, Hartford, Connecticut. Well, what brought you out here?
I'm a piggy sitter for the Corinthian Liability and Bonding Company. They wrote a policy for $25,000 on your friend Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa.
Who ever heard of taking out a $25,000 insurance policy on a hog?
I did. And right now I wish I hadn't. Some people pay high premiums for publicity, Sheriff. And that's what the Blue Ribbon Prime Packing Company is doing in this case. Now, may I have my wallet back? I want to count my money.
Yeah, now, here. All right. Here's your wallet. You may think you're quite the joker, young fella, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to keep an eye on you.
I got a better idea than that, Harry. If I were you, I'd go looking for that photographer.
Why? What'd he do?
He took the picture. And there's just a chance the thief may be in it.
Say, that gives me an idea.
Sheriff, whoever says you aren't smart makes no mistake. Rollo, the prize porker, wasn't hard to find. First, I followed a few signs. Then it was a matter of closing in on a contented series of juicy, slurping grunts that came blurping up out of a succulent mound of Louisiana yams. Rollo was all fat and a yard wide. His table manners weren't much. He didn't look very smart, but he sure looked healthy. 980 pounds on the hoof. A fine figure of a pig. Pardon me, miss. Could you tell me who's in charge around here?
Well, just for the moment, I am.
Well, I'm trying to find a Mr. Worthington Tiller, who I take it owns this monster.
Monster? What?
What's the matter? Have I said something wrong?
You certainly have. And you've also said it to the wrong person. In case you don't know it, my name is Alva Anderson.
Oh, my name is Johnny Dollar. How do you do? What's all this got to do with Rollo?
Nothing. I just raised Rosie Barron of Iowa from a suckling, that's all.
Kind of got away from you, didn't it? I'm sorry, Miss Anderson. I apologize. To you, too, Rollo.
Sorry about the interruption, Miss Anderson. Some fool made off with my wife's diamond brooch. How's this excitement affecting Rollo? I hope he hasn't lost any weight.
Well, he took it very well, Mr. Tiller.
Oh, good.
This gentleman wants to see you, Mr. Dollar.
Yes. Oh, from the insurance company.
That's
good,
right.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're here. We'll have your picture taken right away with my wife and Rollo. Oh, it'll make grand publicity for Blue Ribbon Prime Packers.
Oh, I don't mind having my picture taken.
Yeah.
Just so long as your wife doesn't mind having people pinch her diamond brooches.
Oh, well, then don't worry about that. It was fully insured.
Oh, that kind.
The thing I want you to worry about is Rollo here. As president of Blue Ribbon, I paid Miss Anderson $10,000 for this magnificent swine, and I don't want anything to happen to it.
You bought him for $10,000, insured him for $25,000, and you don't want anything to happen to him?
Well, I don't mind paying those exorbitant premiums when I get back the kind of publicity this will bring in. I can see it in the papers now. America's fabulous insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar, sent from Hartford, Connecticut to guard the life of that fabulous prize swine, Rosie Barron of Iowa.
Well, Mr. Tiller, I don't mind getting my name in the paper for a pig, just so long as it is not in the obituary column. I just couldn't stand having my tombstone read, Johnny Dollar no longer am. He gave up his life for a great big hand. My tombstone tagline was over the head of Mr. Tiller, but it went over right nicely with Alva Anderson, who paid off with a smile. I parlayed that into a conversation to help me pass the time while guarding Rollo, the poor man's blue boy. By the time it was over, Alva knew a lot about me, and I knew a lot about pigs. You know, you have beautiful eyes, Alva.
Mr. Dollar, do you know what's really interesting about the origin of swine? Why, it's estimated that the Chinese people domesticated swine about 2900 B.C.
And not only that, but I'm sure you'd like Hartford.
And, Mr. Dollar, you probably don't know this, but a pig is one of the most important food animals. It's an economical converter of grain and other feeds into body tissue, as the products of which furnish meat and fat for human consumption.
Alva, darling, I'll only be in town for a little while.
And not only that, but people who say that pigs are dirty don't know what they're talking about. Why, sanitation is essential to good health, rapid growth and development, and profitable production.
Oh, Rollo, what have you got that I haven't got? I still don't know whether Alva stuck around because of my charms or Rollo's. But she was still there at the changing of the guard when Mr. Tiller, in person, came to relieve me long enough for a trip to the dining hall. And what do you think they had for dinner? What else? Baked ham.
Oh, dinner was wonderful, Johnny.
Coming from you after eating baked ham, that sounds practically cannibalistic.
Oh, Johnny, stop. More coffee?
Nah, I've had it. Alva, you know, there's something I've been trying to say to you for the past 5 hours.
Yes, Johnny?
Well, it's just that, I want...
What? Oh, he's the sheriff.
Oh, why doesn't he blow his siren?
Well, I have to be going. It's time to get Rollo ready for the winner's parade past the grandstand. I'll just run along.
I'll just go with you.
Hey, Dollar, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'll see you later, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, Sheriff.
Hey, you being a sort of investigator, Dollar, I knew you'd be interested in my methods.
Well, you're sure interfering with mine.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Well, do you know what I did?
What?
I found that photographer, had that picture developed, and rushed it up to the state capitol. And they just called me. Dollar, there's a known criminal in that photo. He's got that brooch, and he's on the loose. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. It means that you shouldn't be sitting here talking to me. Who is this villain?
They say he's the... Ooch over here.
Yeah. What?
They say he's known as Little Rocky. Originally hailed from Arkansas. You'd know him if you saw him. He's the fella that bumped into you. I want you to help me look for him.
I take only one job at a time, Sheriff. Right now I got a pig to mind. I think it was the Grand March. Boy, in case I'm interested later, how much do you pay your special deputies a day?
$7 and expenses.
Sheriff blew it. I'm afraid that blows it. The Carver County Pickle and Pie winners were lining up to lead the Grand March. By the time I got to the grandstand, down at the tag end of the livestock echelon, there was a shiny white cab and trailer, sporting the markings and mottos of the Blue Ribbon Prime Packing Company. And high upon it, perched on a platform and surrounded by a sturdy iron railing, stood that champion, the pride of the pork set, Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa. It was lovely. It was divine. I had a feeling that swelled my heart with pride. Here they were, products of the American home and the American soil. A fanfare of foodstuffs flowing from the horn of plenty. Just because of my association with Rollo, I felt that I was playing some small part in this gallant parade as it was started the first leg of its journey. It was inspiring. It was thrilling. It was... Boing! All of a sudden, it was downright frightening. As Rollo's chariot rolled by, I got an eyeful of its driver. It was my comrade in collision, the guy who had put the snatch on Mrs. Tiller's diamonds, Little Rocky from Arkansas. I added to my treasury of thankless tasks by trying to pin a tackle on a 5-ton truck. I got a door handle with one hand, running more with one foot, and a clout in the teeth from an unexpected adversary.
Knock him loose, Milo. He's on the running board.
Hey, what the... I was flat on my back. Everybody was screaming and hollering. The truck went crashing to the fence. And Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa, was one little piggy who wasn't staying at home.
In just a moment, the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, taking in the action from Johnny Dollar, are you? All right, that's good, because staying with CBS is the way you'll head straight for the big return from vacation 8 days from now, Monday the 29th, of Lux Radio Theater and all the other big Monday night CBS favorites. And by staying with CBS, you'll find more action later tonight with Bill Grant of Call the Police and with Sam Spade, who'll be heard from on most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, are you all right? Can you get up?
Oh, the spirit's willing. I'm not sure about my spine.
Here, let me help.
I'm the guy who goes around telling kiddies never to hitch rides on trucks. Well, nobody can say I didn't make a dent in Iowa.
It was wonderful the way you tried. But what are you going to do now?
Right now, I don't know. The only place I can think of at the moment where I might find a hot pig is a barbecue stand.
Oh, this is no time to be funny.
Well, look, up until now, all the laughs are on me, kid, so let me be the judge, huh?
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, first I'm going to practice my arithmetic and see what adds up. You can't unload a stolen pig in a pawn shop. So, question number one is, where do you unload it? Where would you go?
Well, where would I... Well, I'd never thought of it.
Well, here's what I figured. The Rollo on the hoof is too well known to peddle for anything like the dough he's really worth. I mean, he's not like a big diamond that you can cut up in little... Or is he? What is the going price on pork?
The market this morning was at $23.50.
Well, that kind of money hardly sounds like Little Rocky's kind of project. But maybe things are tough. By the way, Alva, have you ever been in Arkansas by any chance?
Why'd you ask?
Just wondered.
Hey, Dollar, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Barnyard bloodhound himself. Yeah, Sheriff?
Would you mind, Alfred?
I was just leaving.
How could she be that cold on such a hot night?
Huh?
What's bothering you, Sheriff?
I saw your little performance, Dollar, when you leapt at that truck. Just how hard was you really trying?
How hard was I... I ought to punch you in the nose, badge or no badge.
Now, don't you go getting huffy. I just want you to know that I don't fool easy. When I'm on a case, I'm suspicious of everybody.
Yeah, that must be rough on your wife. How often do you have her in handcuffs?
Huh? Well,
Now, look, Sheriff, all I need from you is the use of a car so I can go looking for old Lardhead.
No, you don't. There's enough missing around here as it is. Rollo, Miss Tiller's jewelry, and I ain't about to add a county vehicle to the mess. And besides, I want to keep an eye on you.
Good. You might learn something. Come on.
Here, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Over to the Ferris wheel. That truck hasn't been off the fairgrounds more than a couple of minutes. I want to get a look at the countryside.
Ferris wheel. Say, that gives me an idea.
I hoped it would. Come on. Say, you know, Sheriff, I don't know very much about this farm-side ferreting racket.
Well, there's more to it than meets the eyes, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet there is. Tell me, didn't I see a feed trough on Rollo's truck with a lot of mash in it?
Well, now, let's see. If he ate yams this afternoon, he'd eat mash tonight, all right.
Does mash kick up any kind of a smell?
Oh, sour as swill. But the pig seems to like it.
Uh-huh. How does this sound to you, Sheriff? Suppose right after you take your ride to the top of the Ferris wheel to case the countryside, we were to get ourselves a nice hungry pig.
Say, that gives me an idea. We could take that pig and he could smell that mash in the air and sniff out the trail of that truck.
Sheriff, if you aren't a genius, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, Shaw.
It was planting time in Iowa that night, at least for ideas. 2 of which I had planted in the not-too-fertile mind of Sheriff Harry Blewett. And as long as it took us to walk from the trotting track to the Ferris wheel, it came harvest time for notion number 1.
Right this way for the big ride on the big wheel. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Okay, mister, okay. I'm the sheriff. I want you to run me up to the top of that wheel and hold me there long enough for me to get a look around.
When the wheel came to a stop with Harry Blewett sitting in his little cage at the top, I pulled a low trick on a high sheriff. I bought a pink lemonade from the juice stand next to the Ferris wheel, walked over to the motor that rolled the big heap, unscrewed the cap on the gas tank, and gave it a big, long drink. I hope it wasn't doing to people's stomachs what it did to that motor. You might well remember this harmless little deceit the next time you have occasion to get rid of a sheriff.
This kind of publicity is a little too expensive, Dollar. I demand that you do something.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Tiller. I am going to do something.
Yes, well,
and I'll thank you to remember that the only ones who stand to get hurt right at this point are the insurance companies that wrote the policies on your pig and your wife's diamond brooch.
Why, Worthington, I hadn't thought of that.
Huh?
Why should we worry? My brooch is insured for way over the value, dear. We hadn't...
Hortense, you keep flapping that loud tongue of yours, and the first thing you know, they'll be accusing us.
Why, they wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, we would, Mrs. Tiller.
But we're just not the type
A $15,000 profit on a pig and whatever else you could make on your jewelry might make anybody the type, Mrs. Tiller.
Now, see here, Dollar. I've had just about enough of your slanderous implications. I have a few thoughts you might profit by.
Go ahead, Worthington.
I'm always interested in profit, Tiller.
My father had the same thing happen to him back in 1902.
That's right.
Remember, dear?
Yes.
In Nebraska. He bought a prize pig at a fancy price. And then the scoundrel that sold it to him turned around and stole it back. There, see? What do you think of that?
Would this be a suggestion that we throw the young lady who sold your pig to you in the pokey on the strength of something that happened 37 years ago?
Well,
That's for you to decide, Dollar.
Right.
Just don't say I didn't warn you.
I see. Yeah. If you don't have an orchid to pin on a young lady, try suspicion. Most of the crowd packed into the grandstand watching the free attractions, I had a good chance to scout the fairground for Alva Anderson, from whom I wanted to learn a little bit more about the habits of not only pigs, but their ex-owners. Her trail led me past the home-baked cakes, hybrid corn, the watermelon pickle, tractor and harrow exhibits, and all the way back to where I'd first met her, Rollo's pen in the swine wing of the livestock building. But when I got there, Rollo's cupboard was bare. Alva was leaving through the rear door in the company of a small, tough-looking gent carrying a sack over his shoulder. Name of Little Rocky from Arkansas. I could hardly believe it, but they piled into a car and hauled off up the road. At the risk of adding one last insult to the most recent injury I'd inflicted upon Sheriff Blewett, I stole his car and went dusting up the highway in hot pursuit. There's nothing easier to follow than a red taillight on a clear night. And the bright Mazda Ruby tacked onto the rear of Little Rocky's car led me around the village of Carver and 11 miles out to the pastures, to a shack hidden in a grove of elm trees 100 yards off the road. I parked the car and legged it in. From 25 feet away from the house, I could call the roll through an open window. They were all there. Little Rocky, the strong-arm man who would knock me off the running board, Alva Anderson, and last but not least, there was Rollo, all 980 pounds of him, and most important to me, still alive.
Here you are, Milo, you stupid clown. Oh, stop. This is all the sweet potatoes that was left. First we go through them, and then we'll be ready for you, Alva.
Oh, but I told you I don't have it.
We'll see about that later. Hey, Milo, don't get the porker excited. I didn't do Here, put the sack on the table. Then when we look at him, we throw him out the window and away from him. Now, hurry up.
All right. Well, it ain't in this one. Ain't in this one either. Nope. Ain't in this one.
Shut up, just look.
Well, I just...
And from now on, from you, no thinking. Anybody dumb enough to stash a $30,000 hunk of jewelry and pig food ought to go see a head doctor.
Oh.
Through the open window, I was being bombarded by sweet potatoes and facts. While making a getaway after ripping the brooch from Mrs. Tiller's throat, Little Rocky's accomplice had suffered a sudden attack of panic and had hidden the brooch in one of Rollo's lunchtime yams. Whether that yam was inside the piggy or out, they and I were apparently just on the verge of learning.
That does it, I guess. Ain't here.
Then that means...
That means your little friend here had a $30,000 snack today, which right now is giving me a great big bellyache. You know all about pigs. What do we do about it?
Well, Rocky was yellow. He wouldn't rub him out.
Look who's talking. Here, take my 38 if you're so tough. Yeah, I thought so. Now shut up.
Well, I ain't killing no piggy with him just standing there looking at me. If he'd only make a break for it, I'd mow him down.
You. Now look, baby, we'll kill him if we got it. We want that chunk of ice and we want it fast. Milo, tease him into the corner with a sweet potato.
We're throwing them all out the window.
Oh, please, Mr. Rocky,
You
don't.
shut up, too, and sit down. Close your eyes if you want to.
Oh, please, Mr. Rocky.
In the manner of Sheriff Blewett, I had an idea. Given to me, of course, by Rocky. Alva was sitting in the corner. Rollo was scratching his side by rubbing it against the opposite. And Rocky and Milo were standing shoulder to shoulder in the middle of the room, ready to advance on him. I groped around in the dark until I found one of the yams. And taking the sweet potato delicately in my hand, I tossed it through the window so that it would roll to a point just behind Rocky and his pal Milo. Rollo took my bait and, getting to it, knocked his two would-be executioners in a heap on the floor. I took over from there, jumping to the window and applying a kitchen chair dutifully to the prescribed areas, reducing enemies to a state of unconscious surrender. They gave out, Alva gave up, and Rollo gave me a dirty look. Well, Mr. Tiller, here he is, safe and sound, good as new, fat and sassy.
Well, good. Congratulations.
And not only that, but in him someplace, he not only has a good fighting heart, but also that diamond brooch of your wife's.
Yes, very interesting. Well, I'd better go charter a plane. Rollo is due in Kansas City at noon tomorrow.
Oh, but it might upset him, Mr. Tiller. Rosie Barron of Iowa's never flown before. He might lose weight.
Yeah, what's the big hurry to get him to Kansas City? Is he booked for a personal appearance?
Oh, no, hardly that. He's due to be slaughtered at a special ceremony. All the plans are made. Oh, I wouldn't want to disappoint my boys. They've been looking forward to this.
Oh.
How do you like that? Why, it's almost murder. Poor Rollo.
Oh, Johnny.
Come on, let's get out of here, Alva. Gosh, who'd have ever thought I, Johnny Dollar, would ever gotten so attached to a pig. Expense account, item 4, $3.50. Dinner for Alva and me. A vegetable dinner, by the way. And speaking of that, reminds me, if you find a $30,000 brooch in a pork chop, it'll only mean that the Blue Ribbon Prime Packing Company didn't have much luck when they went looking for it. Expense account item 5, $20. One new gold-plated badge, which I sent to Sheriff Harry Blewett, appeasement, for having stranded him atop that Ferris wheel, for stealing his car, and for suggesting that he use a hungry pig for a bloodhound. Oh, the porter followed the mash scent, all right. Next morning, they found Sheriff Blewett searching an old mash factory, 8 miles the wrong side of town. Item 6, $76.80. Bus and train fare, Carver, Iowa, back to Hartford, Connecticut. But I'm still wondering every morning at breakfast time, what else can you eat with eggs? Except ham or bacon or sausage. And maybe you don't think that's a problem, having known a certain champion named Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa. Expense account total, $1,463. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Charles Russell with script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Sammy Hill, and John Daner, with Junius Matthews, Ann Morrison, Jack Crucian, and Paul Dubov. Pinto Colvig was Rollo. The special music is written and conducted by Leith Stevens. Be sure to be with us at the same time next week when another most unusual expense account is handed in by
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Your Hit Parade on Parade will be back tonight in the familiar CBS Jack Benny time with the great tunes of August 12 years ago. Sweet Leilani and Where or When. Many another still green in your memory will be among the hits you will hear. Speaking of hits, put down August 29th this year in your little book. That's when Arthur Godfrey and his talent scouts, the stars of Lux Radio Theater, My Friend Irma, and Bob Hawke return to join Inner Sanctum. So make your Monday nights a regular date with CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for your Hit Parade on Parade. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, I went to the YWCA girls' play softball. And one girl was running to third base. She slipped and fell and landed in my lap, and boy, was I mad.
Why?
The umpire made me put her back in the game. Yeah.
Was she a pretty girl?
Oh, pretty. Yeah, but she was gorgeous. I made a date with her after the game, and brother, did she send me.
She did?
Yeah, but when I got back, she wasn't there.
Costello, why do you keep annoying every girl that you meet? Who do you think you are, Casanova?
Who do I think of who?
Who do you think you are? Casanova?
Casanova?
Huh.
I may not be Casanova, but people say that I'm as good looking as Van Johnson.
Who says that?
How do I know? Do you think I go around eavesdropping?
Well, if she's such a pretty girl, why didn't you propose to her and marry her?
I can't marry her. I don't know anything about her.
What difference does that make? In Africa, a man doesn't even know his wife until after he marries her.
What do you mean in Africa?
You dope. You don't even know what marriage is.
Yes, I do. Marriage is a friendship that got out of control.
Costello, you shouldn't have any trouble Lou, you shouldn't have any trouble getting married. Do you know that out here in Hollywood, there are 2 girls for every man?
2 girls for every man? Are you sure?
Certainly.
Then some dirty sneaker's got 4.
Costello, it's no use. You'll never get a girl until you settle down and become a man of regular habits.
I am a man of regular habits.
Then how come you were out until 4 o'clock this morning with that redhead that lives next door?
That's one of my regular habits.
Costello, I can't understand how girls go out with you in the first place.
Abbott, it's my terrific magnetism.
You've got magnetism?
Yes, last week I picked up 2 blondes, a redhead, a brunette, and a rusty nail.
Why don't you be like me, Costello? I've got a way with women.
You haven't got away with many lately.
Is that so? I happen to be the reason that women leave home.
Yes, the day you were born, your mother took one look at you, and she hasn't been back since.
Get him out!
Ah, yes, the boys are on the beam tonight, and they'll be back on it in just about 1 minute. But first, let's hear this.
Costello, will you stop that walking up and down? What's the matter with you? What are you worried about?
Last night, my Uncle Mike was robbed while he was asleep.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could your Uncle Mike be robbed? He's got all his money sewed up in his long underwear.
Oh, yes. Well, it was a hot night, and he left the back door of the bank open.
Don't tell him, lady.
All right. That's no reason why you should worry.
No?
No.
Well, when I get on the next page, I'll find out why not.
Well, you find out.
Oh, no, huh? Well, I got plenty of reasons. Saturday night, they arrested my Uncle Jim Kelly. He broke into a grocery store and he stole $390.
Well, why did he do it?
The poor guy was hungry.
Well, if he was hungry, why didn't he steal all the money, Lou? Why didn't he steal some groceries or something?
He's a proud man, Abbott. He likes to pay for everything he gets. And besides, he needs the money to buy a new car.
Oh, wait a minute. He'd be better off without a car. Costello, it's very dangerous driving in California.
You're telling me? In Los Angeles, you have to drive for 5 people. The one in front of you, the one in back of you, and the ones on each side of you.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only 4 cars. Where's the 5th?
She'll pull out in front of you any minute. Well, Abbott, I gotta leave now. I got a new job with my brother Pat in the trucking business.
Has he got his own truck?
Yeah, you should see it, Abbott. It's 1 inch wide and a block long.
A truck 1 inch wide and a block long?
Mm-hmm.
What does he deliver in it?
Spaghetti. Next week he's going to buy a round truck.
A round truck? What for?
Meatballs.
Talk sense. Is your brother Pat making any money in the trucking business, Lou?
Oh, yes. He did so good last week that he bought his wife one of those new electric blankets. It saves her a lot of time around the house.
Now, wait a minute. How can an electric blanket help her with the work around the house?
Well, she takes the eggs and the bacon to bed with her. And when she gets up in the morning, breakfast is ready. That electric blanket is making her very popular, too.
What do you mean?
Last night, she turned it on too high, and now...
Yes?
She's the toast of the town.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I've got to talk to you. I've got a great idea.
Wait a minute, mister. What's the idea of breaking in here like this?
Well, I've got an idea that will make you two the most popular comedy team in radio.
What is it?
I'll stamp your name underneath every cow in the country.
Wait a minute. How will that make us popular?
Well, at least you'll have all the farmers pulling for you.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
Susan, I'm certainly glad you showed up tonight because I'm going to sing a duel with you.
Costello. You mean a duet. A duel is where somebody gets hurt.
You never sang with me, did you?
Now, when did you become a singer, Costello?
Well, I don't like to brag, but would you believe that I taught Bing Crosby how to sing?
No, I wouldn't.
You're right, but once in a while I catch a sucker.
Costello, you don't know the first thing about music.
Well, I'll have you know what I studied music.
Nah.
I went to a singing school. I used to study until I was blue in the face, and then the teacher presented me with a medal.
For being the best singer in the class?
No, for having the bluest face.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm going swimming down at the beach. I bought one of those new French bathing suits. It comes equipped with a shoehorn and a hacksaw.
Why did they give you a shoehorn and a hacksaw with a bathing suit?
Well, the shoehorn gets me into the bathing suit. And after I wear it, I'll need the hacksaw to get me out of jail. So long, fat stuff.
You know, there goes a nice kid, Abbott. The only thing is she's money mad.
Money mad?
Yeah, she's mad because I ain't got no money.
So what? Remember, Costello, money isn't everything. You know, you can't take it with you.
It's nice to have it here so you can say goodbye to it.
You know, my family's always had money. In fact, my Uncle Rudolph was one of the first gold miners in California. One day when he was in the mine digging for gold, he was killed by a falling spade.
A falling spade killed my Uncle Tom.
Was he a gold miner?
No, he was killed by the ace of spades that fell out of his sleeve in a poker game.
Well, Costello, you'll never have to worry about money as long as I got it. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Well, I feel the same way about you, Abbott.
That's swell. You mean you'd share everything you have with me? If you had 2 cars, you'd give me one?
Sure.
If you had 2 houses, you'd give one of them to me?
I certainly would.
And if you had 2 department stores, you'd give me one?
Yes, sir. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Swell. If you had $2, would you give me one?
No.
Why?
Because I've got $2.
So that's the way you feel, eh? I thought I was your pal. Are you trying to tell me that money means more to you than I do?
I didn't say that, Abbott.
Well, does it?
Yes.
That settles it, Costello. I'm going on my vacation to New Jersey, and I'm not taking you with me.
Who wants to go to New Jersey now? When we were there last summer, the mosquitoes were so big they were carrying baseball bats. I woke up in the middle of the night, and 2 of them were sitting on my stomach holding a conversation.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Mosquitoes can't talk.
Don't tell me. These 2 were certainly chewing the fat.
You idiot. The only mosquitoes that bite are female mosquitoes.
Well, the one that nipped me when I was bending over to tie my shoe was no lady. The night your Uncle Roy got drunk, the mosquitoes were biting him all night, and it kept me awake.
Well, if they were biting him, why did it keep you awake?
Well, they'd bite him and then come over and sit on my bed and hiccup.
Well, Costello, on second thought, I don't think I'll go to New Jersey. I need a complete rest where nobody would bother me, where the name Bud Abbott means nothing.
Oh, you're staying in town, eh?
never mind that. Where are you going?
Well, I think I'll go to Honolulu. Last time I was there, I met a beautiful native girl. She was gorgeous, and what a figure. All day, she'd walk around carrying a big basket on her head. Then at night, she'd sneak off, and she'd meet me. Ah, brother, she taught me plenty.
She did?
Yes. You should see me carry a basket on my head.
Never mind that. Have you been getting plenty of rest?
No. And I've been having a lot of trouble going to sleep. Last night, I didn't fall asleep till 11 o'clock.
What time did you go to bed?
5 minutes to 11.
Costello, you need to... Costello, you need a vacation. You've got to stop running around with girls. It's affecting your brain.
I think you're right, Abbott.
I know it.
Last night I had a date to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine. I drove down to Hollywood and Vine. Then I went to dinner, and all during dinner I felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then to a movie, and all through the movie I felt as though I'd forgotten something. Then I drove to Griffith Park, and I started to neck, and I still felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then I went home, and I remembered what I forgot.
What was it?
I forgot to pick up the girl. And each week at this time, the Abbott and Costello Show presents our feature singer, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Hal Winters with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that from now on I'll always be true. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you.
Well, Costello, if we're going to do a murder mystery, we'll need a leading lady. Now, how about that blonde actress you're so crazy about?
I ain't going with her anymore, Abbott. We had an argument about mustaches. She likes them and I don't.
You mean she wanted you to grow a mustache?
No, I wanted her to shave hers off.
I thought she was rather pretty. She has such pearly white teeth.
Yes, and when we broke up, I asked her for a picture of her face so I could remember her lovely teeth.
Well, did she give you the picture?
She didn't have a picture, so she gave me the teeth.
Well, we've got to have a leading lady. Now, wait a minute. How about that little brunette actress?
No, I'm mad at her, too. We had a date at Hollywood and Vine last week, and she stood me up.
Did you tell her off?
I'll say I did. I says, how dare you stand me up at Hollywood and Vine? And she said she was sorry, and now we have an understanding.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Now she's going to stand me up at Sunset and Vine.
Costello, I think this idea for doing detective stories is going to be a flop. You know nothing about detectives.
Well, my whole family were detectives, Abbott. My Uncle Tom was smart as a whip, but they threw him off the force.
Why?
They found out there weren't very many smart whips.
I don't believe that. Why did Tom really get thrown off the force?
Well, if you must know, he was taking bribes. He used to put the money in his shoes, and the chief found it out.
If he put the money in his shoes, how did the chief find out?
He got 18 inches taller the first week.
Who else in your family were detectives?
Well, my twin uncles, Gus and Billy. They joined the force on the same day. Billy's first assignment was to find a gorgeous secretary who had stolen $1 million from her boss.
What was Gus's first assignment?
To find Billy.
Were any of the other Costello's detectives?
Yes. Two of my cousins, Bert and Harry. They were working on a case at the racetrack. They had to find a gang that was doping horses.
A difficult case?
Oh, very difficult.
Difficult, eh?
Yeah, very difficult. Bert and Harry disguised themselves as a horse and slept in the stables. One night a guy came along and jabbed them full of dope.
What did they do?
What could they do? They came in third and paid $280.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's Home Permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
And now, we present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Master Detective. Brought to you by Army Surplus Sale. And here is today's radio special. Something no housewife should be without. Yes, today you can buy Fort Dix. So, rush over to Army Surplus Sales and buy Fort Dix. Bring it home and surprise the little woman. And remember, when you buy, insist on the genuine Fort Dix. Do not accept March Field. And now for the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes? I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting in my little office down by the waterfront all by myself, playing gin rummy the hard way. The hard way. Without cards. I've been playing for 2 hours, and I owe myself $900. And I'm worried. I know I'm not good for it. Being a private detective isn't a bad racket. I remember the first day I opened this detective office, I threw a party. What a party. I bought a carton of beer, and as I was carrying it up the stairs, I tripped. All the bottles were broken. Beer was leaking all over me. Everybody cheered and congratulated me. I had broken my first case. As I'm sitting here now, I feel something creeping up behind me. It's Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicides Bureau. The man who single-handed caught Babyface Nelson, Babyface Cooper, and Babyface Brown, which wasn't too difficult considering they were all babies. Detective Abbott speaks.
Hello, Sam Shovel. My, it's dark in here. Why don't you pull up the shades?
Okay, I will.
Sam, it's still dark in here.
I know. I don't have any windows.
Just look at your office. An old herring barrel for a chair, a soapbox for a desk, a rug made out of old newspapers.
Yes, you may not believe this. Lieutenant, 5 years ago I started out with nothing.
Look out! Look out!
Look.
I scared you!
Look, you got another fire. You got another one. Look out! Look out!
Hey, look. Somebody made a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Just missed killing me.
How could a bullet shot at the ceiling hurt you?
If I happened to be sitting on a chandelier, I would have been killed.
Shovel, what made you go into this dangerous business?
The prizes.
There's prizes in the detective business?
Sure. If I'm lucky, I may get to be Ellery Queen for a day.
They're awake.
What was that? Oh, just the backfire of an automobile. What was that?
That must be one of the tires yelling for help.
That sound came from the building next door. Who occupies it?
The Universal International Overseas Interstate Trucking Company.
Where do they ship to?
Glendale.
We'd better go next door and investigate. It may be the killer.
Wait till I get my weapons. My gun, my blackjack, and today's newspaper.
Today's newspaper is a weapon?
If I mess with the gun and the blackjack, I'll show him the headlines in the paper and he'll worry himself to death. Let's go.
Help! Help! Look. There's a man on the floor. He's in trouble.
What happened, mister?
Oh, I've been stabbed. They put a bullet in my shoulder, a dagger in my back, and all my ribs are broken. Oh.
Does it hurt?
Only when I...
Does it hurt, mister?
Only when I laugh.
Come, man. Tell us who stabbed you.
It was...
This man is dead. We've got to find out who the killer is.
I know. I'll ask Herman the stool pigeon. He'll sell us the information.
What makes you so sure he will?
For money, Herman would sell his own grandmother.
How do you know?
I bought her 3 times already. Well, I left Lieutenant Abbott and went looking for Herman the stool pigeon. Then made a trip to the Los Angeles waterfront, the toughest part of town. What a tough neighborhood. The only place in Los Angeles where the pedestrians knock the cars down. I was scared, plenty scared. My throat was so dry I could feel the seeds in my Adam's apple. I drew my trusty revolver. I didn't know whether to put it in my holster or in my pocket. Then I decided to check if the gun was loaded. I held it against my head and pulled the trigger. Putting the gun in the hole in my head, I started for the docks. Suddenly I heard a voice. What are you like that for?
Sam.
What?
It's me, Detective Abbott.
It's dark. I can't see you.
I'm here on the wharf.
On the what?
Wharf.
I can't hear a word you're saying. There's a dog barking someplace. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romancing, Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lil, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. Now, promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Well, Lil, I got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Quick, get him out of here.
Keep the house lights down, boys. We'll have a curtain call by Abbott and Costello after a final reminder on this subject.
Costello. You certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You're full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I effervescent? Effervescent. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got them.
Writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello.
And our producer is Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Despite the fact that murder is definitely not considered a nice pastime, some of our best people have been known to indulge in it. Their motives can be just as sordid as those of their social inferiors. Yes, your pampered blue blood may sometimes kill for gain, like even the lowliest ruffian, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, we welcome back to the Mystery Playhouse stage two of our favorite guests, the famous young couple of crime detection, Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths, Pamela and Jerry to you, although apparently, just like any of a million or so other young married people, managed to have the most extraordinary things happen to them over and over again. In fact, life with the Norths has never been known to contain a dull moment, which undoubtedly serves to set them aside from the other married people quite decisively. Jerry North is in his publisher's office as the curtain rises, and at the moment is contemplating the fruits of a hard day's work, namely, home, wife, and dinner. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's starting to head that way right now.
Hello, darling. I didn't expect you. What brings you here?
My yellow handbag.
What?
Yes, it doesn't match this hat.
Well?
So I left it home.
Oh.
It has all my money in it.
Uh-huh.
And my feet are tired, darling. I walked down, but I don't feel like walking home, so I dropped in here to let you take me.
Okay.
You see, Jerry, the purse was in the yellow bag, but I took the white bag on account of the hat, like I told
It's
you.
all right,
And-
sweetheart. You don't have to go into such a long explanation for a nickel carfare.
Oh, it's not only a nickel, Jerry. I was shopping, but the salesman looked so snooty when I discovered that I didn't have my purse that I can't decide whether I want you to go back and give him $7.89 or a punch in the nose.
We'll settle for the $7.89. I've had a hard day. Now what? Yes?
Mr. Wilbur Wills to see you, Mr. North.
Do I know him?
No.
Well, tell him to come back tomorrow. We're finished for today.
Well, I did tell him, but he says it's terribly important.
What's it about?
Just a moment. He says murder.
Tell him we don't want any.
What is it, Jerry?
Oh, just some crackpot wants to see me about a murder.
Whose?
Oh, nobody's probably. Just a gag to get in to see me. Hello, Miss Merrimack.
Yes?
Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'm dead. Tell him I'm out of town. I want to go home.
Maybe you ought to see him, Jerry.
I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Mr. North, Mr. Wills wants to know if you and Mrs. North will have dinner with him tonight.
Tell him the answer is no. What'd he say?
He wants to know if you'd care to go with him now or if he should pick you up at your home.
Look, what do I pay you for? Get rid of him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, then keep him there. We'll go out the back way and down the freight elevator.
All right.
Come on, darling. I don't feel like entertaining any crackpots tonight. Except you, of course. Let's go. Mr. North rides the freight elevator. Fine business.
Well, you could have at least talked to Mr. Wills, Jerry.
No, sweetheart. He'd have talked to me, and I didn't feel like listening.
It might have been important.
Well, he can come back tomorrow. Now, right through this side door. And we can get out of the building before he...
Mr. and Mrs. North. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. The name is Wills. Wilbur Wills.
The name is Mud if you don't stop haunting me.
Not a ghost of a chance. You get it? A haunting ghost? Say, why am I laughing? I'm very unhappy.
Are you?
Yes. Murder's a nasty business, especially when it strikes so close to home.
Well, I'm warning you. If you don't leave me alone, it's going to strike very close.
This isn't a joking matter, Mr. North. I'm prepared to pay good money if you'll catch a murderer for me.
But we're not professional detectives.
It's all right. He's not a professional murderer.
Oh, what's it all about, Mr. Wills?
Simple. I want a murder solved. From what I've heard, I thought you two would be the ones to solve it.
Well, who's been killed?
Nobody. Yet.
I beg your pardon.
I simply mean the murder hasn't been committed yet.
Oh, that's what you said.
But it will be tonight. That's why I want you to come with me. I thought it would help if you were present when it happens.
When it happens? But, Mr. Wills, you can't just sit back and let things like that happen. We ought to try to prevent it.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I know Ray and Irene.
Who are they?
Ray's my nephew. Irene is his wife.
And you think they're going to murder someone tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Whom are they going to murder?
Me.
What?
Yes.
But we mustn't let them.
My dear Mrs. North, when somebody wants to kill somebody, it's almost impossible for somebody else to prevent it. There are so many ways to kill and so many opportunities.
Why don't you call the police?
They think I was crazy. Besides, if they did protect me now, Ray would get me some other time. And they can't lock him up, not until he does something.
But when he does something, it'll be too late.
Precisely.
What makes you think he'll kill you tonight?
The note is due tomorrow.
Note?
My nephew, Ray, that is, signed a note for $20,000. It's due tomorrow, but he hasn't the money. Wants me to give it to him. I've made it clear to him I won't help him, but he's coming tonight to make one last plea. And when I turn him down again, he'll be in a fury. He threatened me last time. This time he'll act.
If I were you, I'd give him the money.
Then he'd always have me under his thumb. Anytime he wanted anything, all he'd have to do would be to threaten me.
I see what you mean.
No, I can't give in, and I can't stop him. But I can get revenge. If you'll help. Prove he killed me and get him convicted.
I'd rather prevent the murder.
You can't.
We can try. Jerry, let's accept Mr. Wills' invitation to have dinner with him.
With me and my wife. And my nephew and his wife.
Okay, Mr. Wills, you win. You have Pam interested. You know, Pam, someday you're going to be the death of me.
No, Ray, not a single penny. The way you and that spendthrift wife of yours throw money around.
Ray, you just going to sit there and let me be insulted?
Who's just sitting here? Now, listen, Uncle. Just because you're a pinch-penny old miser is no reason to expect everyone else to be the same.
I keep my money.
Yes, and it doesn't do anybody else any good. Not even you. We're young. We have a right to...
Now, don't start that again.
Now, everyone. Must we carry on like this at the table? Remember, we have guests.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. Wills. Jerry and I don't mind.
But it's bad for the digestion. I read an article that said more stomach trouble is caused by arguments than by pastry. And you know how that can distress one. State of mind. That's the important thing.
Sure. Fine state of mind I should be in, with $20,000 to raise, and you and Uncle hanging on to more than you know what to do with.
Well, if you'd speak nicely to your uncle instead of shouting at him, you might have a better chance. Sugar catches more flies than vinegar, you know.
Okay. Uncle, dear, will you please lend me $20,000?
I think it's a fine thing when a man's own relatives won't help him. What do you expect Ray and me to do?
Starve? You have more furs and jewelry than you need. 2 cars, a swanky apartment. Sell some of those things, and then maybe we can begin to talk.
The Lord helps those who help themselves, you know.
Oh, shut up with your blamed preaching.
Sit down, Ray.
I will not sit down. I'm getting darn sick and tired of being pushed around. Everybody else in our whole family lives better than Irene and I do, and just...
Everybody else in the family works.
Just because Ray and I want a few simple luxuries.
Simple. All right. We're extravagant. We light our cigarettes with $1,000 bills. We fill our swimming pool with imported champagne. We use diamonds for paperweights.
That's not much of an exaggeration.
All right. Forget it. Don't help us. Don't give us anything. You selfish, rotten, cheap, stingy old miser. Go on, hang on to your filthy money. But if you wake up some morning with a knife in your stomach, don't say I didn't warn you.
Now, Raymond. Must we raise our voice?
Oh, nuts.
Ray, wait! Oh, dear me, Wilbur. When Raymond gets into one of those fits, there's no telling what he'll do.
I know what he's going to do.
Perhaps you should give him what he wants.
Never.
I'm terribly sorry your dinner was spoiled this way, Mr. and Mrs. North. But Ray has such a nasty temper, and he can be so mean.
I warned them to expect it.
I can't help worrying when he acts like this, dear.
Perhaps his bark is worse than his bite, Mrs. Wills.
Oh, you don't know Raymond, Mrs. North. You don't know how mean he can be. Tell them about Waffles, Wilbur.
Waffles?
He was a puppy. Chewed up Ray's favorite jacket.
Raymond strangled him. That's what he did. Strangled him. How awful. I'm worried.
Well, Pam and I'll try to see that nothing happens, Mrs. Wills.
What can you do?
Well, when Ray calms down a bit, I'd like to have a talk with him. In the meantime, I think you two had better go upstairs and lock your door.
It's useless, North.
We'll see. Anyway, do what I tell you, will you, please?
But I tell you, there's no way...
Look, you asked us to come here. It was your idea. If you want us to stay, please do what we tell you.
All right, then. We will.
And don't worry. Nobody's going to stick any knives in anybody tonight. I hope. What time is it, Jerry?
11 o'clock.
You can't stay here all night. Knock on the study door and see if Raymond will talk to you now.
It's no use. I tried a few minutes ago. He didn't even answer.
Maybe they're not in there anymore. Maybe they went out the side door into the garden.
I think we'd have heard the door open.
Perhaps. Jerry, do you really think that Raymond will try to kill his uncle?
No, I think Mr. and Mrs. Wills are letting their imagination run away with them. Still, there's no use in taking chances. But if they keep their door locked...
How about the window?
Oh, it's right above this window. We'd see or hear anyone trying to get to it.
You know, darling, I wonder...
I do, too. I wonder how we always get into things like this. By now, I'm beginning to think it must be habit.
Well, if we prevented murder, it was worth getting into. Golly, is it still in this house? It's quiet. It's spooky.
I don't hear anything.
That's what I mean.
Oh,
So quiet you could hear a pin drop.
undoubtedly.
Wait a minute. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something.
Maybe somebody dropped a pin.
No, Jerry, I heard something. Listen.
Oh, you went through all that before.
No, Jerry, somebody's moving around upstairs in the hall. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Well, I did. Come on, let's go see.
Okay.
We better be quiet.
All right. Here are the stairs. Careful now.
All right.
I'll go first.
Glad we left the light on in the upstairs hall. Can you see anyone up there?
Not yet.
Jerry, what was that?
The stairs creaked.
I hope nobody heard.
I hope not. Hey, stay where you are for a minute. Don't move. All right. Wait a minute. There is somebody up there.
Can you see him?
No, but I can hear him. Somebody's coming down the hall. Listen.
Golly.
Wait till he gets around that corner so I can see him, and then I...
There he is. I mean, she.
Mrs. Wills.
With a gun in her hand.
She hasn't seen us yet. Stay back against the wall and let's see what she does.
Oh, those stairs again.
Oh, there you are. Stay right where you are. Do you hear? Don't move. Don't move an inch, or I'll shoot.
Okay, but what's the idea, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, is that you, Mr. North?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought you said you'd stay in your room.
but I heard something. At least I thought I did. I came out to investigate.
I warned you not to unlock your door.
But I heard something, and you know, he who hesitates is lost. I thought I'd better come out and see.
Did you leave the bedroom door unlocked?
I don't know. I believe I did.
Well, come on. We better get back there.
That's right.
Dear, do you think that... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, hurry.
We are, my dear. We are. You know, I've been so distressed. I do wish Wilbur weren't so pig-headed. If he'd only give in to Raymond. Oh, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Well, here we are.
Good. There he is on the bed.
Is he... Jerry, is it...
I don't know.
Oh, it's you. You woke me up.
Oh, were you asleep?
You must have been, or you couldn't have awakened me, could you now?
But how could you sleep? I mean, if you expected to be killed.
Staying awake wouldn't help. When I'm awake, I worry. So I sleep.
But I can't sleep when I worry.
I can't either. Then I can't worry when I sleep. So that even sings.
But how do you get to sleep?
Simple. I just tried to stay awake.
Oh.
Linda, what's that you've got in your hand?
What? Oh, this, it's just
A gun. Where did you get it?
Why, in one of those pawn shop places. I've been so worried about you lately, dear. I figured I'd just better be prepared.
You have a license for it, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, no. The man said I wouldn't need any. He was such a nice man. So helpful and considerate.
The pawn shop man?
Yes. First, he did say something about a license, but when I promised not to shoot anybody unless they tried to kill somebody first, he said it would be all right. If I paid him $100, that is. Wasn't that nice?
Yes, wasn't it? So's $100.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. But you better let me have that gun. And then please stay in this room and don't unlock the door again.
Oh, I can't let you have my gun. I might need it.
Anyway, Melinda, you wouldn't know how to shoot it.
Oh, I don't want to shoot it. I wouldn't think of it. As a matter of fact, I don't believe it will shoot. I just want it to frighten people with.
I think you'd better give it to Mr. North, my dear.
But I don't want to. And if it won't shoot...
How do you know it won't shoot?
Well, it's so old and rusty. Of course, the man assured me it would shoot, but... Oh, what was that?
The man was right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my heavens. Oh, dear. Here, Mr. North, take it quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, my, what did I hit?
Oh, nothing. The bullet went in the wall next to Pam. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jerry?
Darling, you have only one earring.
What?
Have only one earring.
Oh. Oh!
Well, sweetheart, how do you feel now?
I'm still a little shaky, but I'll be all right.
That's good.
Now what do we do?
Oh, just sit here and wait some more. Raymond came out when he heard the shot, but he didn't want to talk, and he's locked himself in the study again. Irene went out for a walk.
Jerry, you know, I don't believe Raymond means to kill his uncle. He was just told.
I think you're right. The whole thing is just imagination. But we might as well...
Gullies, that wasn't imagination.
Somebody playing with guns again. Only this time, I'm afraid they weren't playing. Come on, it came from the study.
But the Wills promised to stay in their room.
Promises in this house aren't worth much. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Oh, it's locked. Hello. Hello in there. No answer. I'm going to break in the door. Look out, Pam. There we are. Now...
Oh, Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see. So Raymond did kill somebody after all.
Yes. Himself.
Okay, but hurry, will you? Sure, we'll be right here. Goodbye. The police will be right over, Pam.
Oh, good. Because it's not going to be easy keeping the Wills and Irene out of the study.
Don't you think they all acted rather strangely when we told them Raymond was dead?
Well, the Wills seemed relieved.
Yes, and Irene seemed to take it pretty coolly, don't you think?
Yes. But she's crying now. I guess she was just stunned before.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Jerry, it's strange that Raymond killed himself, though, isn't it? Somehow he didn't seem the type. Of course, he was in bed, but
he
so
didn't kill himself, though.
Hmm?
Raymond didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
Are you sure, Jerry?
Pretty sure. He was shot in the heart from the front. But from the position of the shot, he'd have had to hold the gun in a very awkward position to do it himself.
I see. Well, in that case... Jerry,
Hmm?
were there any powder burns?
Yes, why?
I have a hunch. I'll bet I know who killed him.
Good, but can you prove it?
Let's see. If we make believe that we saw what happened, that we saw someone leaving the study...
That wouldn't fool anyone.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't fool the murderer, because the murderer knows what really happened in detail, and wouldn't believe us unless we gave enough details.
Well, we'll give details.
But we don't know the details. Did the murderer run from the study or just creep away? Did he or she go toward the front of the house or the back? Did he or she...
don't worry, Jerry. We'll have plenty of details.
But will they be the right details?
Of course not, Jerry, but that won't matter.
Well, what do you mean it won't matter?
Well, there are some things the murderer doesn't know. And sometimes, darling, what you don't know does hurt you.
Huh? What's that? What's that, Mr. North?
Did you say Raymond was murdered? Are you sure my husband was murdered?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, first of all, the angle of the shot is wrong.
You mean he couldn't have shot himself?
I mean, it's very unlikely.
But not impossible.
No, not impossible.
I see.
But the angle of the shot isn't all. There's something else.
What?
Well, you and your wife claim you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired. And Raymond's wife claims she was outside taking a walk.
That's right.
Well, Pam and I were also outside, where we could see the side door leading from the alcove off the study.
We heard the shot, and a moment later, the doors from the alcove opened, and one of you came out.
What?
One of us?
Yes.
Why, my dear Mrs. North, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, I'm simply telling you what we saw. We saw one of you come through the door, turn and lock the door, look around, and then hurry to the back of the house and go in the back door.
We followed and found you'd left the back door open, so we came in. But you'd already gotten upstairs.
Then we went in the study and found Raymond's body.
Then you think you know who killed my poor husband?
I think we do.
But, my dear Mrs. North, if you saw anyone, it must have been...
You, Mrs. Wills.
I?
Yes, Mrs. Wills. You.
That's absurd, Mr. North.
Indeed, accusing me of murder.
How dare you?
Yes, how dare you? Don't you realize you're guests in this house?
I'm sorry if we've done wrong by Emily Post, Mrs. Wills, but we saw what we saw.
You lie, sir. Melinda was upstairs with me the whole time. I don't know what your scheme is, but I warn you, I'm not going...
Now, my dear, let's not lose our temper.
But the nerve, the confounded nerve. Mr. North, Mrs. North, can you give me one good reason why my wife would kill Raymond?
To keep him from killing you.
You had no right to say...
Really, dear, let's not discuss it anymore. I have a headache. I'm going upstairs and lie down until the police get here.
Very well, my dear. Now see what you've done. You've given her a headache.
Well, Mr. Wills, it was your idea that we come out here.
But it wasn't my idea that you lie and badger my wife.
Now, Mr. Wills. Temper.
Sir, you pay for this. I warn you.
So will you. Remember what your wife said.
What?
Indigestion.
Here's her room, Jerry.
Okay.
Who's there?
The Norths.
What do you want?
We'd like to talk to you.
But I have a headache.
Well, take an aspirin and open the door. It's important.
All right. Just a minute.
Jerry, I hope our plan works.
Oh, we'll soon know.
Now, what do you want?
Let us in. There.
What is it? Why did you lie about me?
Well, we had to work fast, Mrs. Wills. The police will be here any minute.
Thank heavens. They certainly won't believe that ridiculous story you told.
But they'll interfere with our plan.
Interfere with your plan?
Their being here would.
But then if you don't want the police here, that must mean you... Oh, that is... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness. I'm beginning to understand a few things. Oh, my.
No, Mrs. Wills, I don't think you are. But if you... What is it?
Somebody's coming upstairs.
Okay. Mrs. Wills, get in bed quickly and pretend to be asleep.
What's that?
Hurry, do as I say.
What are you doing?
Just turning out the light.
What is this?
It's what we've been waiting for, I hope. Come on, Pam. Let's get behind the screen.
All right. Now there are footsteps in the hall.
Yeah.
And stopping at the door. Well, Jerry, this is it.
Who's there? What do you want? What is it?
I want to talk to you.
Irene.
Yes. What did you see downstairs?
What?
You were in the alcove off the study when Ray was killed. Did you see how he died?
No, it isn't true. I wasn't there.
The North saw you.
That's not so.
Perhaps. What did you see?
Nothing. I wasn't there.
Okay, just see that you stick to that story.
I will. It's the truth. And honesty is the best policy, you know.
Well, you just see that you stick to it, because if you don't...
Yes. Oh, so that's it. Oh, my, how stupid of me. Of course. And I thought, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
You killed Raymond. You were afraid he'd have to sell your furs and jewelry and things. But now his insurance will cover the debt. Of course. You killed him.
Don't talk so loud. You don't know. You weren't there. You just said so.
But you did. You did.
Well, how are you going to prove it? Well? I warn you, if you so much as open your mouth when the police get here,
I won't, I promise.
Well, you better keep that promise. No, why should I take the chance?
What do you mean?
You won't get a chance to talk to the police. I'm going to...
No!
Oh, you don't, Irene.
Oh, you stop it! Let go!
Drop that letter opener.
Oh, my arm!
Drop it! Yeah, that's better.
What's that?
I guess it's the police. Better late than never.
Good. Get them up here and let them take this wildcat off my hands.
Goodness.
I'll get even with you for this. All of you, you dirty
Oh, now, Irene. Let's not say anything we'll be sorry for.
Oh, shut up!
Oh, what manners.
Yes, Jerry. I thought it was Irene when you said there were powder burns, because Raymond was shot from the front, and I didn't think he'd let anyone else get so close to him.
Mm-hmm. And you proved it, too. You know, darling, sometimes I think you're pretty clever.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
Well, what about the other times? Hmm? Well, Jerry.
Darling, let's not say anything we'll be sorry for, shall we?
Well, Jerry and Pam, nice to have had you with us once again. We'll be running into you two in the near future, I'm sure. Because you, Mr. and Mrs. North, are high on our preferred guest list. So goodbye until next time, kids. And that should be soon. Now, so that you can get an idea of the caliber of our next production, we take you on our customary visit to the green room, where the play is in rehearsal. Follow me, please. Come.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted just a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing. Your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. May I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. After we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen.
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick,
Yes?
why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me. I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
And that was the appetizer for our next main course, as served up here in the Mystery Playhouse. The finding of a girl's body on the rocks lining a stretch of ocean beach near San Francisco is the start of a strange and fascinating story of love and death. A tale that should find you right back in your seats next time when our old friend the Whistler tells you of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to a murderer. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil invite you to Let George Do It. The Adventures of George Valentine, brought to you on behalf of Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Tonight's adventure begins as George, feeling very safe after making a special trip downtown to pay the premium on his accident policy, walks briskly down an isolated street to where he has parked his car. Suddenly, from the open stairway of a building, a cascade of small round pellets bounces to the pavement, followed closely by a young woman in great haste. There is a collision, and George hits the sidewalk with the force of a blockbuster.
Are you hurt?
Oh, you don't have an extra sacroiliac yak on you.
Can you get up?
I think so.
Well, then, do you mind
Do I mind what?
getting up off the pavement?
Well, if I'm in your way, couldn't I just slide over?
You're lying on my pearls.
Pearls? Oh, good. I thought those lumps were misplaced vertebrae. No. Hey,
Oh, thank you. Now, let me see. That makes 32, 33, 4.
Yeah, here's a few in the gutter.
Oh, good. Yes, 35, 36, 37.
Hey, if you see any teeth down there, they're
Oh,
mine.
I'm sorry you fell down. 38, 39.
Oh, here's one of my trouser cuffs.
Thanks, 40. I see you, you little rascal. 41. 41. 41.
Lots of 41s, aren't there?
I've lost one. Number 42. I've lost one. Oh, good Lord, what'll I do now? They'll kill me for this.
Oh, come now, lady.
Where is it? Where is it? There were 42 of them. What have you done with it?
Well, I'm afraid I've kicked it down that sewer drain.
What? You kicked my pearl down the... Where? I don't see it.
All over there, see? Here, through the grating. Oh, well, you lucky. Landed right in that Sunday cup.
Oh, I see it. Oh, yes, there it is. Oh, thank heaven. But how did we get it out of there?
Well, it's a very delicate engineering problem. I need a long stick and that chewing gum if you're through with it.
Here.
Thanks. Now, let's see. That's lucky. Here's a stick. That might do it.
Mm-hmm. Can you reach it?
No, not long enough. You know, that's quite a drop down there.
Oh, good Lord, if anything happens to that pearl.
Well, I hate to do this, but...
Are you going down there?
Here, hold my coat, will you, lady?
All right.
There's a ladder in here.
Don't fall down and hurt the pearl.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'll be careful. Got it.
Give it to me, quickly.
All right. Catch.
Oh.
Nice one.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing
Thanks
with that
a lot,
ladder?
Has. You've been very helpful.
Hey, what is this? Put that ladder back.
The least we can do is leave things like we find them.
Hey, come back here. You, what's the matter with you?
Don't worry, lover. A heavy rain ought to float you right up to the top. Sorry, I just can't stand saying goodbye or answering questions.
Well, I'll be... Hey! Help!
Yes? Something for you, sir?
Yeah. This looks like the right place. Are you Mr. Zaghetti?
To be precise, Bela Zaghetti. I am he.
Oh, Mr. Zaghetti, I can see by the layout here you're a jeweler. Now, I wonder if...
To be precise, I am not a jeweler. I manufacture artificial gems. To put it this way, I do my small part to brighten the lives of those who otherwise are not very bright. Is this exact?
Yeah, probably. Well, what I want to know is, have you recently brightened the life of a young lady with a string of artificial pearls?
To be precise, a blonde, Miss Dale Quillen.
Yeah, that's right. I saw her coming out of this building, and I thought that...
A beautiful job. Smooth and pink and utterly perfect.
Yes, she was.
To correct myself, I refer to the string of matched imitation pearls. Pink ones. 42 on a row.
She was pretty particular about the specifications.
Oh, yes. They were a duplication of... But if I may ask you a question?
Sure, of course.
To put the question in this way, why do you ask this question?
Well, I admired her set. I was interested in buying it, but she wouldn't sell. I wondered if you could arrange for me to have a duplicate set.
Oh, it would take many months.
How much would it cost?
To be precise, $300.
Well, that's a little too precise. She told me you made hers for $200.
But no, it was the same. The price is not different.
Oh, well, maybe I misunderstood. But I'd like to check. Not that I distrust
But no,
you.
there is no doubt. I am an honorable man. Please, verify this.
Yeah, I'll do that, if you'd like to give me her address.
But, of course, I have a record of my sales. You will find out.
That's all I want, Mr. Zaghetti. I just want to find out.
George, anybody who'd go down into a sewer pipe after a blonde deserves everything...
Oh, now listen, Brooksy, I didn't follow her into the sewer. I was doing my good deed for the day, and she ran off with my coat and wallet.
What were you looking for, a merit badge?
Oh, now, Brooksy, listen.
Well, it's a nice way to meet a girl, I must say. Sprawled senseless in the gutter. And all she has to do is blink those big brown eyes and...
Blue eyes.
Blue eyes. And you go scurrying down the drain pipe like a...
Rat.
Rat. Thank you. And then because you're caught in your own trap...
Well, that'll teach me to keep my trap shut.
You come cringing back to me like a...
Good puppy.
Puppy. And you expect me to feel sorry for you. So she jilted you. Good for her. What were you trying to prove anyway?
Well, I guess I was just trying to prove I was willing to start at the bottom and work up. Brooksy.
What?
You're not mad.
Oh, George, of course not. But I hate to see a woman make a fool out of a man like you. Another woman, that is.
Well, don't you worry. I'm going to prove to her I'm nobody's fool.
I know you're not, darling. Yet.
Huh?
But I'm working on it.
Hey, wait a minute. Here we are.
Yeah, you're right. There's the number. 7700.
Uh-oh, he's right.
Sure you want me to come along?
Unless you're afraid of the competition.
What? Oh, aren't you smug? Lead on, McDuff. Yeah, here's her name on the box. Miss Dale Quillen. I'd like to give her a piece of my mind.
Now, Brooksy, let me do the talking.
Yeah?
Miss Dale Quillen?
You're kidding?
I mean, she means, is Dale Quillen at home?
You're kidding?
Well,
Is he kidding?
well, someone is. Hey, did you get a look at that house?
What, through that solid wall of muscle?
Well, the place is a wreck. Furniture turned over, paper scattered on the floor.
Poor housekeeper as well as a crook. What are you going to do?
What is this, a gag?
We've decided to wait.
What are you, a mad character or something? Blow.
Oh, come off it now, handsome. Anybody can see you've got a heart as big as all outdoors.
Yeah? Then stay outdoors. Hey, character, get your foot out of the door, I'll chop it off.
You know, you could be a lot of company for us while we're waiting. Yes, sir. A lot of company.
Yeah? Give me your address and I'll drop you a postcard. If you want it any clearer, I'll step outside.
Come on, I dare you.
Take it easy, Claire.
I warned you, joker.
Let him go now, Ben. You're too quick with the fist. We're all friends now.
Yeah, Yeah, that's a great little equalizer you got there.
It is small but persuasive. Bring him in, Nubbin. I think we have interest in common.
Come on, you.
In one piece, Nubbin. Perhaps you can take him apart later.
Inside, kidder.
Yes, Nubbin is just a big, playful child. He loves to take things apart, but he has never quite learned how to put them together again. Now, shall we talk?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's go from assault and battery to just plain battery. For thousands of Western motorists, October means a lot of weekend driving, like football games and hunting trips. But for the battery in your car, October means extra work and power drainage because of the colder weather and lots of stop-and-go driving. So let me give you a two-way economy tip. First, depend on the men at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station for periodic battery checkups. They have all the equipment and know-how for keeping up your battery's maximum power and for giving it longer life. Second, when you fill up your tank, ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline. Tailor-made for each different climate and altitude zone, high-octane Chevron Supreme assures instant starts, eliminates grinding on the starter, and drain on the battery. So for definite battery economy in colder weather, just remember regular battery checkups at any Chevron gas station or standard station and Chevron Supreme gasoline. And now back to the second part of 42 on a Rope, tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, it seems that George's curiosity following his strange encounter with a mysterious girl and a broken string of pearls has landed him in a tight spot. For minutes now, Baptiste and Nubbin have been questioning George and Claire until...
I've told you everything I know. This girl, this Dale Quillen, made me look silly, so I came here for an explanation. Now I feel even sillier.
You have come here looking for something. So have we. Naturally, we are all sincere people. Perhaps we can help one another, Monsieur...
Valentine, George Valentine. And that depends on what we're looking for.
Naturally. Pink pearls, no? 42 on a rope, is it not?
We're looking for Dale Quillen, remember?
Naturally. Because when we find Miss Quillen, Baptiste Lavon also finds his pearls, n'est-ce pas?
I wouldn't know. Who's Baptiste Lavon?
Oh, my apology. It is I.
Oh, I see. Well, what makes a string of phony oyster fruit so important anyway?
Phony? I do not know this phony.
Ringers, fakes, dupes.
Artificial, counterfeit, paste.
Ah, the replicas. You refer to this fraudulent string, huh?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. Where'd you get them?
They were left by Miss Quillen at the check room of the Union Station. She sent me the claim check. At the same time, no doubt, boarding a train for some distant city.
Why would she do that?
Because they are worthless. Good imitations, no more. Value perhaps $300. As you say, phony.
You're trying to say she pulled a switch on you? Ran off with the real pearls, your pearls, and left you the ringers?
That is correct. As always, Baptiste Lavon was sincere. I trusted her with 42 exquisite gems. Gems collected by no other than Louis XIV to give to his Antoinette.
Tell me, Lavon, where did you get hold of Marie Antoinette's choker?
Spoils of war, Monsieur Valentine. As an officer of the Vichy government in France, my job was to appraise and catalogue war prizes for the victorious Nazis. Naturally, the sincerity and integrity of Baptiste Lavon were above approach.
Naturally. So you held out the match picks?
Naturally. Oh, when the fortunes of war were reversed, Baptiste Lavon reversed too. Miss Quillen came to Paris with an entertainment unit, and we became friends.
And she smuggled them into the States for you.
That is correct.
That'll teach you not to be so sincere.
Are you kidding?
Well, hello.
Now, you are friends of Miss Quillen. You see my predicament. I must know where she is. You will tell me?
I've told you. I don't even know the girl.
Your mode of entry contradicts you. You are her confederate. We are not quite fools here.
Yeah, we ain't no dopes, you know.
You do not help, Nubbin. Well, they're stubborn. Now you may take the man apart. The girl adores him. She will weaken first. You may proceed.
Yeah. I'll loosen him up first with my belt. Then I'll get technical.
No, don't. He doesn't know anything.
Let go of my arm, lady.
Stop it. Let him alone, you fool. Can't you see he doesn't know anything?
You won't let go, Baptiste.
I would advise you to do as not been said.
Claire, better sit this one out, honey.
I won't let them.
Who's that?
I don't know. It seems to be a messenger of some sort with a package.
Package?
I will not insult your intelligence by warning you to keep quiet. Answer it, Nubbin.
Yeah.
I've got a package here addressed to Handsome. Handsome, that's all the name it's got.
That's me. I'm handsome.
You? Are you sure?
You kidding? Give me the package.
Well, can you identify yourself?
Sure. Take a good look at me. Now, wouldn't you say I was handsome?
Yes, sir. You got pretty eyes, too.
Okay, give me the package and dust.
Handsome, is it? This is surely not Nubbin, nor is it Baptiste Lavon. Handsome, then, is Monsieur Valentine.
Oh, no, not me. No, it's...
Oh, yes, Monsieur Valentine. I will open the package for you. Sacre bleu. They're not here.
It's nothing but a map.
Yes, but a large map of the city, with 4 small crosses marked on it, and these words, X marks the spot. But there are 4 X's.
Yeah, one at High and 23rd.
And one at Elm and Valley.
And 14th and Underhill.
And Casta and Granite. 4 spots marked with X. What does this mean, Monsieur Valentine?
Well, how should I know?
Oh, go ahead, Handsome. Tell them. They'll find out anyway.
What? What do you... Oh, yeah, okay. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? She planted the 42 real pearls in different places. So even if you found one hideout, she'd still have 3/4 of them hidden away at other places.
Excellent. You know these hiding places?
Naturally.
Excellent. We will all go hunting. Nubbin, the young lady, you and I, and the gun. Please do not forget the gun.
Well, here's the first stop, Costa and Granite.
Where am I going to park?
Pull up to the curb, Nubbin. Let us out. Then drive around the block and pick us up here.
Okay.
Now, where is it? Quickly. I cannot control myself.
Well, you see that big office building there?
Yes.
You see that window up there with the jeweler's sign?
Where? I don't see it.
Higher. Look higher.
No. Where is it?
No, it's higher yet. That's higher. No. Oh! Come on, Brooksy, run for it. Into that theater.
Oh, George, we haven't been to a movie in ages. Oh, it's a cartoon. Good, I could stand a laugh.
We didn't come in here for laughs, Brooksy.
Do you think Levon saw where we went?
I don't know. Pretty dark in here. Can you see?
Oh, little. It's crowded.
Maybe we'd better take singles.
You leave me alone and I'll scream the place down.
Okay. Hey, that looks like 2 in the middle there.
Good.
Excuse us, will you? Pardon me. I beg your pardon.
Oh, this is fine. We can hold hands. Oh, George, are you all right?
I think so.
Oh, did you see that? That was very funny. The mouse was run over by a steamroller.
I know just how he felt.
What's it all about, George? What did those 4 X's on the map really mean?
I don't know, but I'm working on it.
You think we're safe in here?
Well, there are 4 X's and we're right in the middle. Wait a minute.
Shh. Quiet,
I got it, Claire. That's it. The 4 X's and us in the middle.
Shh, quiet.
What, you two?
No, look, George. There's Levon coming down the aisle.
Yeah, Nubbin's coming down the other aisle.
I don't think they've seen us.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, George. Oh, gosh, now I'll never know how the mouse got out of the cement mixer. Is anybody following us now, George?
No, I think we've shaken him. Driver?
Yes, sir.
Got a map of the city?
Yeah, here you are.
Good, thanks. Say, pull over to the curb a minute, will you?
Sure.
What is it, George?
I only hope Levon doesn't figure it out as fast as I did. Hey, you got a pencil, Brooksy?
Yeah, an eyebrow pencil.
Good. Thanks. Hey, now look. You remember the 4 intersections where the X's were?
Yes.
Now, I fold the paper here.
Yeah.
And draw a straight line from this X to this X. Fold it again and draw another from here to here.
And you get a big X.
Yeah, Brooksy. X marks the spot, intersecting at DeLong and King Avenue. And that's where we'll find Miss Dale Quillen.
Handsome. Oh, it's you. You made it.
Hello. Then you did mean me.
Of course. Who else?
I don't believe we've met before. I'm Claire Brooks, George's fiancée.
Secretary.
Oh, practically the same thing.
Looking at you, I guess it would be.
How'd you know I was in your house? And how'd you know I'd get your message?
I knew Baptiste and Nubbin were inside. I was watching from the vacant house across the street. I saw them take you in and knew they'd make it tough for you.
What made you think I'd catch that X marks the spot routine?
Well, you'd gotten that far with a lot less to go on. Also, I found your business card in your wallet. You're George Valentine, aren't you?
Well, perhaps I should introduce you to.
I figured you'd know the score because you're a professional troubleshooter. And brother, have I got trouble.
Well, if I can be of any
Now,
help.
wait a minute. Remember the sewer, George.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry about that. I was panicky. It won't happen again.
Darn white of you.
Come on, let's get away from here. First of all, suppose you tell us what you did with Marie Antoinette's necklace.
After you.
I haven't got it. I don't know where it is.
Oh, well, that helps a lot. Take off, driver, anywhere but here. Now, wait a minute. Let me get this. All we know is that you smuggled the pearls into the States. Now you tell us you don't know where they are. Take it from there.
I know I had them. Lavon concealed the pearls in a bottle of wine. I saw him do it. They were stuck to the bottom of the bottle with wax so they wouldn't rattle. Then he filled the bottle and sealed the top. I paid customs duty on the wine and got them through.
Very smooth.
Go on.
Well, when I got here, the seal was still unbroken. But, well, you won't believe this, but when I opened the bottle, the pearls were gone. Somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic, somebody had made a switch.
You're telling me the pearls were hijacked from you?
It's true, I swear it. But do you think Lavon would believe that? He'd say I double-crossed him.
Men are so skeptical.
Do you believe me?
Well...
Say you do. Say you'll help me.
All right, I do, and I'll help you.
Oh, swell. Now, all we've got to do is find the person who stole the pearls from the girl who smuggled them in for the boy who stole them in the first place.
It's okay, Dale. This is my office. You'll be safe here.
Yes, I'll see to that.
Come on in, Claire, and shut the door.
Better lock it.
Should I swallow the key?
Why did we have to stop at the library? Why did you have to take out a book at a time like this?
Well, I'll tell you, and listen carefully. Lavon's desperate. We've got to have some answers ready for him before he catches up with us.
Oh, I have a feeling he's close by. You don't know him like I do. He's closing in on me. I know he is.
Look, Dale, look. Keep calm. He's not in the filing cabinet or under the desk. Hey, Brooksy, open the closet door and show Dale he's not in there pointing a gun at her head.
Okay. I have a surprise for you. He is.
Huh?
Keep your hands away from that desk, Monsieur Valentine. Back up, please, both of you. Miss Quillen, remain where you are.
Oh, no. No, I knew it. I knew it.
Face the wall, both of you. Your hands high. Higher. Nubbin?
Yeah, Baptiste?
Keep them covered. If either one makes a move to interfere, squeeze the trigger twice.
I'll do that thing. And that's no gag, Joker.
And now, we come to you, Sherry. At long last, eh?
Baptiste, listen. You've got to listen. You've got to give me a break.
You made a fool of Baptiste Lavon once. For that alone, I hate you. Should you do it twice, I would hate myself. No, Sherry. Your luck has run out.
I didn't double-cross you, Baptiste. I swear I didn't.
No? What do you call these? Pearls? You rotten little cheat.
No, listen. I had them made, but give me a chance. I can explain.
No, Sherry, they're phonies. Phony like yourself.
Baptiste, the pearls, they were gone when I opened the bottle. Somebody took them. You've got to believe me.
You carry the light to the end, eh, Sherry? Your last chance, my darling. Where are the pearls?
I don't know.
Don't move. Stay just as you are. I want to remember you like this forever. Bonsoir, Sherry.
Lavon.
Quiet, Joker.
I know where the pearls are.
I said quiet.
Wait. What was that, Monsieur Valentine?
Call off your dog, Lavon. I'm ready to talk.
Don't listen, Baptiste. He's a kidder.
You can talk, Monsieur Valentine, from where you are.
All right. Your story about Marie Antoinette's necklace got me interested in famous jewels. I've been to the library and picked up a book. That's it on my desk there, the red one. Now go on, open it. To the page I have marked.
If this
Wait
is
now,
a gag...
Ben. A book, yes. Jewels of history.
Go on, read it. Read what it says.
I am reading.
What is it, George?
It's Dale's life insurance, Claire.
Uh-huh. I have read it.
Well?
Well, I guess you win, Valentine.
Can we put our hands down now, Levon?
Of course. Let them alone, Nabin. You have very nearly made a tragic mistake. I thank you, Monsieur Valentine. Baptiste Lavon thanks you.
I don't get this, Baptiste.
Come, Nabin. We've worn out our welcome. Monsieur Valentine, we will trouble you no more. You will never see us again. Bonsoir, chérie. Now I will remember you always as you were in Paris.
It was a miracle, that's all it was, just a miracle. What did you do to him, George? What was in that book?
Read it, Claire, out loud.
Oh, yes. Cleopatra's Pearl. Cleopatra, to impress Mark Antony, once dissolved a pearl in vinegar and drank it to his health.
Dissolved?
Now, wait a minute, listen. Go ahead, Claire.
Pearls which consist of carbonate of lime are extremely soluble in weak acids. They will dissolve in vinegar containing 6% or more of acetic acid, or in wine which is turned sour.
It was the wine that did it, the wine in the bottle.
According to the U.S. Bureau of Chemistry and Soils, pearls consist of 91 7/10%.
Never mind the rest, Claire. That's enough. Well, how do you feel now, Dale?
Completely dazed.
Levon didn't have an argument in the world. He knew he planted the pearls in that wine bottle himself. He had nobody to blame but himself.
I can't believe it. You saved my life, and Oh, George.
Now what?
Now I have to go to jail.
Well, it's going to be kind of hard to hold you there.
Why?
Well, technically, since there weren't any pearls in the bottle when you brought it through the customs station, you actually didn't smuggle anything in, even though you meant to. Levon filched the pearls from the Nazis, but I doubt if any of them will turn up to claim them. No, it was all a wild goose chase for something that simply didn't exist.
Well, I'm going to confess my part of it and take what's coming to me. But first, George,
Yeah?
may I kiss you? He saved my life, Miss Brooks. May I? Where I'm going, it'll be a long time between kisses.
Well, things aren't much better around here, but... Oh, all right, go ahead. Honestly, I think I must be going loony.
Goodbye, George.
Dale. Just a minute.
Yes?
Be a nice girl and hand it over.
What?
Oh, come on, Dale. You certainly haven't forgotten why I got into this in the first place. And if you think I'm going to let you walk out of that door with my wallet, you're loony.
If your family car is the kind that does all-around duty, like taking mother shopping, dropping the children off at school, picking up father after work, you can't choose your tires too carefully. That's why I'd like to talk to you tonight about Atlas Grip Safe tires. The Atlas tire has a specially designed tread that actually grips the road and brings you to a sure, safe stop whenever you apply the brakes. Tomorrow, ask at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station about the built-in safety features of Atlas tires. Then try them on your car for extra protection and extra riding comfort. Best of all, when you buy an Atlas passenger car tire, you get a written 1-year guarantee against the cuts, bruises, and blowouts that threaten the life of ordinary tires. While you're talking tire safety and comfort at the standard station or independent Chevron gas station, ask for those two other motor car friends, Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. Next week, when you tune our way for The Joke Was on the Killer, another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear George sing,
Some joke, I'd say. Brooksy, see what's happened to Mrs. Ralston, will you?
Well, sure, George.
Glenn, he made me go through with this farce and shoot those blanks.
Well, he's not going to do anything like that to you again, Agnes.
Wait a minute. Listen, everybody. This man is dead.
We've had enough of this vicious nonsense. You're part of this, too. This act, Valentine. Now I know it. And you, get up.
Oh, leave him alone. Come and help me with Mrs. Ralston, George.
Now stop this, all of you. Just what do I have to do to make myself clear? This started out as a joke, but it's no longer funny. This man is completely, hopelessly dead.
Clinic care, hospital care, a visiting nurse in your home. They are made possible by funds from Community Chest. Thousands of persons, old and young, benefit each year from health services of Community Chest. So give generously this October for your community's health and welfare. Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West invite you to be with us again next week for The Joke Was on the Killer, another adventure of George Valentine, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by Doug Hayes and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were George Sorrell, Jim Nusser, Betty Moran, Jack Crucian, Victor Rodman, and Dick Ryan. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
KHJ Los Angeles. Memo from stationers. Here are ballpoint pens for every purse or pocket.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cornelia. I'm glad you called, but I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. Tonight I'm tied up with a character who tried to pull off a legal swindle. He found a loophole in the law, but we found a bullet hole in him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Stooges' errand. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Stooges' errand. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and tall, slender Rog Saunders has just come out of his apartment building, accompanied by his squat, cigar-chewing companion, chauffeur, bodyguard, and canasta partner, Jocko Quinn. As they approach Saunders' new foreign-made racing job, they see a man walking around the car, steady and appreciative.
Hey, boss, Macy.
So I see, Jocko. So I see. Well, Macy, like it?
Oh, hello, boys. Yeah, Saunders. Beautiful automobile. Wish I could afford one like it, especially if I already had two other cars.
What's on your mind, Macy? What are you doing here?
You know the answer to both those questions, Saunders.
It couldn't be money by any chance.
On the nose. A genius. Not that I like to be mercenary, you understand, but if my money is going to be buying in fancy automobiles, it ought to be buying them for me.
You know I don't like to be dunned.
Dunned, he says. Look, pal, you borrowed the insignificant sum of only 20,000 berries from yours truly, a mere nothing. And it was only 8 months ago, practically yesterday, and you were going to pay me back in 3 weeks. You're only 7 months late. Done.
You'll get your money.
I've heard that song before. I used to believe it. But you've been living high. When I hear you bought yourself another jalopy, imported yet, I figured it's rates a look-see and conversation about my Mazuma.
Shall I hand him the old scramble,
Let
boss?
go of
No,
me.
Jocko, no. He's entitled to his money. He wants to be small about it.
Small, he says. 8 months.
You're worried because I'm a little fast with a buck. You think I'm tossing the roll.
Look, I didn't ask you any questions when you needed the dough. I figured you were a pal. You said you were going to make some investments, okay. But now, what do you expect me to think?
I have made investments, Macy. I have. Very good investments. All I'm blowing is the velvet. Now, tell me something. You know fighters. What do you think of Pepper Dugan?
Good punch. I don't know how he is on distance. He seemed to tire the last time I...
Tire? Coaster, that's all. Had the decision wrapped up with the A's, so he took 9 and 10 easy.
You know all about it.
I ought to. I own the controlling interest in Dugan.
Oh?
That's where your 20 is, Macy. That's what Dugan cost me 8 months ago, 20 grand. And since then, he's won 3 fights. Big ones. He's worth double the 20 now, at least.
Yeah, could be. So you've seen a profit. Now let me see my 20.
I'll do better, Macy. I'll give you a choice. Cash or what you lent me, plus a 5 for Dugan.
How's that?
I'm offering you Dugan's contract for the 20 I owe you, plus 5 grand more. That's all I'm asking. A profit of 5 G's. You said yourself Dugan is worth plenty, over 25 now.
Yeah, but then why should
you... did me a favor. I'm doing you one. That's all.
I don't know.
Well, it's up to you. Take it or leave it. You want cash, I'll pay you cash. You want Dugan? Just give me back my notes and a check for the balance.
I'll think it over.
You do that, Macy. You just do that.
That's it, Dugan. Now throw your right. No, doggone it, the right. Harry, you throw a right. This time, Dugan, when he does, counter with your right. Now, Harry. No, Dugan. All right, boys, hold it. Will you hold it? Come here, Dugan.
Sorry, Mr. Mason.
What's the matter with you? Harry comes through with his right and you just stand there.
It's his hand. It's hurting again.
What hand?
My right hand. Didn't Mr. Saunders tell you?
Tell me what?
Why, I busted my hand in the 8th of the Gasha fight.
So that's why you slowed down.
Sure. It's a bad break. Doc doesn't know if it'll ever heal right.
And Saunders was doing me a favor, unloading you. Oh, that's just great, that is.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Macy. You think Mr. Saunders gypped you intentionally?
Are you kidding?
I don't know. I always trusted him. He talks so honest.
Sure, he's got a great line.
I don't believe he's a crook. He was always good to me.
He gave you the heave-ho as soon as you slipped a cog,
Well,
didn't
he told me he was getting out of the fight game.
Because you busted your mitt.
Could be, but I hope you're wrong, Mr. Macy. I sure hope you're wrong.
Look, kid, I hate to destroy your faith in mankind.
It's not my faith I'm worried about, Mr. Macy. It's my 15 grand.
Your what?
Mr. Saunders held back part of my cut of the gates in the last couple of fights. Said he was going to invest it for me.
Oh, fine.
Mr. Macy.
Yeah, Dugan?
That lawyer you're going to see, do you figure he could take on an extra client?
Hello?
Hello, does Michael Waring live here?
I do.
Oh, you're,
Mm-hmm.
My name's Ralph Macy. I need a detective. My lawyer suggested you.
Well, what's your lawyer's name?
George Hollis. What?
Well, if it's a good case, he rates a box of cigars come Christmas.
I just want you to find a man for me.
Well, what did he take, your money or your woman?
How do you know it's either?
Usually is, especially with a lawyer involved.
He gypped me out of $25,000, and another fellow out of 15.
Oh, gypped and skipped, huh?
That's right. And my lawyer tried to reach Saunders. That's the fellow, Rod Saunders. Tried to reach him at his hotel, but he's gone. No forwarding address, just a back bill for over 2 months.
He doesn't miss a trick.
You find him for me?
At $50 a day in expenses, I'll try.
They say the Falcon never fails.
Who says?
Well, do you?
Well, let's just say I never admit failure. All right, Macy, what can you tell me about Saunders?
Yes?
Are you Ivy Gray?
That's right.
Well, they told me Saunders has expensive taste. I see what they mean.
What are you talking about?
You and Roger Saunders. I understand you were good friends.
Were. We still are.
Oh. Well, then maybe you can tell me where to find him.
Maybe I can. What do you want to see him about?
About 10 minutes.
What is it, Ivy? Someone for me?
Yes. He didn't give his name.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're Saunders.
Why not? Isn't that who you wanted?
But it's too simple. I've just started looking.
Looking? For what?
For you. In the first place, I tried.
Who are you? Why are you looking for me?
My name's Mike Waring. Ralph Macy hired me to locate you.
Hired you? You a detective?
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. Waring. You're not the Falcon.
By my mistake, I thought I was.
Well, Macy could have saved himself the trouble and expense of hiring you, Waring. Why didn't he call Ivy himself?
Probably didn't think she'd talk. He thought you were hiding.
Why should I hide?
Well, you did check out of your hotel suddenly.
To prevent their throwing me out. I was what is known as in arrears. But I'm not hiding.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I've moved to the Grafton Apartments. Macy can find me there if he likes, but just what does he want?
His money back. He says you gypped him.
What? I did him a favor.
Well, he doesn't see it that way.
Well, if he wants money, he'll have to get in line.
Yeah, so I gather.
And you might tell him the line's not going anywhere.
What's that?
Can't collect what I don't have.
Well, you have 3 cars, a summer estate in Maine, 50 suits of clothes.
Who's been taking inventory?
Macy's lawyer.
Oh. Well, tell him to look a little closer, and he'll find none of it belongs to me. It's all in Jocko's name.
Now, who's Jocko?
Jocko Quinn, friend of mine. And Jocko owes nobody. So you see, Waring, I'm not in hiding. Nobody can touch me legally because I have nothing to touch.
Yes, I see, Saunders. But when your creditors hear about it, I have an idea they're liable to touch you, and in a way you won't like.
Come in. That you, Dugan?
Yeah, Mr. Macy, I just come from the doctor.
I hope he had good news for you. You'll need it.
Huh?
I got a report from Waring. He located Saunders.
Oh, good.
Good, he says. Saunders has pulled a legal cutie. Handed all his marbles to Jocko.
I don't get you.
You don't get anything, pal. Neither do I. It's hocus pocus with our greenbacks. There's nothing we can do.
Wait a minute. Take it slow, will you?
Look, it goes like this. Saunders has turned all his cash into merchandise. Clothes, cars, houses, whatnot. And he mortgages the whole package to Jocko.
I still don't get it.
The stuff is in Jocko's name. Legally, we can't touch it. But Jocko is just Saunders' stooge. So Saunders has full use of the whole works, and we're out in the cold.
Can he do a thing like that?
He's done it.
That's just great. That's all I need. You know what the doc said?
Your hand still isn't right.
I can't fight for at least a year.
Oh, no.
That's what he said. That means no dough coming in. Now I gotta collect from Saunders. That's all I gotta.
So do I, but the question is
if
how.
That lawyer of yours is no help, I'll just have to help myself. If I could only get Saunders sometime when Jocko isn't around. After all, I still got one good hand.
Yeah, Dugan. You've also got a very good point there. I hope something comes of it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
A few days have passed since Macy and Dugan decided they weren't going to get a legal technicality stand between them and collecting the money Rog Saunders owed them. They're also not going to let Saunders' stooge, Jocko Quinn, stand between them and the money. But Jocko knows none of this as he enters Saunders' apartment, where he's met by a white-faced Ivy Gray.
Jocko, where have you been?
Just down to get some cigarettes from Mr. Saunders. Why?
Was anyone with him when you left?
No.
Was he expecting anyone?
Only you.
You're sure?
What is this? Where is Saunders? Why doesn't he...
He's in the other room.
Well, why the questions?
Look for yourself.
Huh?
Go ahead. Right in there.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, I'm back. Hey, what's the matter with him?
He's dead. That's what's the matter with him.
Hello?
Is that the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Macy again, Waring.
Oh, have you lost Saunders again?
In a way.
Oh, I thought last time was a little too easy to be true.
I know where he is, Waring. It's not that.
Oh, well, keep it up. You're making great sense.
He's dead.
Oh. Well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Murdered.
Am I supposed to register surprise or sympathy?
Sympathy.
For a guy who gypped his friends?
For me, the police think I did it.
Well, did you?
No.
Why not?
I've been told it's against the law.
Oh, and you never break the law.
Well, I parked overtime once, but I paid my fine.
Okay, you're a model citizen. What do you want me to do about it?
Convince the police.
It'll take more than a character reference.
That's why I'm calling on you. You can find the real killer.
Can I?
The Falcon never fails.
You dreamer, you.
This is one dream that better come true, Waring. All that depends on it is my life.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett.
Well, goody. It's Mike Waring. Did you come down to headquarters to see your client, Waring?
No, of course not, Corbett. I came down to see you.
He loves me.
To know you is to love you.
How did we get into this? What do you want, Waring?
What have you got on the Saunders killing?
He's dead.
Well, thanks so much.
His girl found the body.
Ivy Gray?
Yeah.
What's this? List of things you found on the body?
Yeah, just the usual.
Handkerchief, key, package of cigarettes, matches, coins. Any fingerprints in the apartment?
His own, the girl's, and Jocko Quinn's, guy who works for him.
So right away you suspect Macy?
Macy had a beef. Claimed Saunders gypped him.
If you suspect everyone whom Saunders gypped...
We do.
Then Macy doesn't head the list?
No.
You brought him down here?
Just for questioning, we let him go.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why?
Since he's my client, I'd like to feel sure he's innocent. And nothing could give me greater confidence along that line than your thinking he's guilty. How's it going, Dugan?
Do I know you?
I know you. I've seen you in the ring.
Oh.
This what you train on? Irish, straight?
Are you going to give me a temperance lecture?
No, it's a little out of my line.
Then go away.
Macy tells me Saunders owed you 15 grand. Says you were sore when it looked like you might not get it back.
Oh, Macy says, does he? Macy says. I tell you, he talks too much. I'll fix Macy so he doesn't talk so much.
Like you fixed Saunders?
Huh? Oh, wise guy, huh? Maybe you want something too.
No. You don't do so good with a busted mitt and a stomach full of fog juice, Dugan. Come on, I'll help you up.
Oh, my head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my head, huh?
What's this in your pocket?
What do you mean?
I think I'd better keep this until you come out of dreamland.
Hey, give me that,
You've had too many shots of alcohol to risk letting you take any shots with a gun. Now, come on your feet.
Hello? Hello, Macy. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. How's it going?
I don't know yet. I've just seen your boy, Dugan, loaded to the gills and packing a rod.
Uh-oh.
You can say that again. He was planning to go gunning for you.
For me? Why?
Well, that was my fault. I tried to get him steamed up to see what he'd say.
And now he wants to feed me lead, hmm?
Yeah, but I've got his cannon.
Oh?
But I thought I ought to warn you anyway, because he might dig up another one.
Thanks, Waring, but I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can, Macy. The question is, can you take care of Dugan?
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Now, why don't you call me Mike?
I hardly know you.
Well, let me in. We'll go to work on that.
Please, Mr. Waring, Roger's death was quite a shock.
Well, then
and
why not help me find out who done it?
What difference does it make now?
A lot of difference. To the murderer.
Well, I'm afraid I can't be much help.
You found the body.
I'd like to forget that.
Were you in love with Saunders?
I liked him.
Because he was a good spender?
Partly.
Of other people's money?
I don't know. I didn't ask where he got it.
I do know.
Look, if you're going to make insulting remarks...
Facts.
Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Just a minute, Ivy. Where was Jocko Quinn when Saunders was killed?
Roger sent him out to get some cigarettes. Now, will you please go?
If you'll answer just 2 more questions.
Sorry.
I wear 11 E's. You can't possibly close the door.
What are the questions?
Was Saunders absent-minded?
What? No, of course not.
Was he a heavy smoker?
Not especially. And that's 2 questions.
You're right, you are, Angel. So long. Pardon me, you Jocko Quinn?
Yeah.
Ah, good. I heard that you were eating this bean wagon. In fact, I've heard quite a lot about you, Jocko. It's time we met.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Mike Waring.
Oh? I've heard about you, too, Falcon.
Well, then we ought to get along fine.
You having dinner?
No, just looking for you.
Well, I'm finished. Here, sister, keep the change.
Thanks.
Oh, come on, Waring, if you want to talk to me.
Sure.
Now, what do you want?
Information about Saunders' murder.
I don't know nothing.
No. Don't be so modest, Jocko.
I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Saunders sent me out for cigarettes.
You're lying, Jocko.
What?
I said you're lying, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Saunders had a pack of cigarettes on him when he was murdered. He wasn't a heavy smoker, so he wouldn't have sent you out to get him some. So, Jocko, what do you got to say to that?
What have I got to say? Just this?
No, you don't.
Dugan, you showed up in the nick of time. Thanks for knocking out Waring. You saved me the trouble.
I've been looking for you, Jocko.
Seems everybody's looking for me.
Yeah. Now that I've taken care of Waring, it's your turn. Come here, Jocko.
Hello, Corbett.
Welcome to headquarters again, Well, look at you. Who stepped on your face?
That's what I'd like to know.
You mean you got your jaw pushed out of shape like that and you don't know how it happened?
That's right.
Well, that's what comes of hitting the bottle.
It feels more like the bottle hit me. But at least I solved the case for you.
Oh, you solved it.
Mm-hmm. I know who killed Saunders.
Are you going to tell me, or do I guess?
Well, let's not wait for miracles. I'll tell you.
Don't do me any favors.
No favor. I have an account to square with Jocko.
Jocko? Is he the murderer?
He is.
You don't say.
I do say.
And you have an account to settle with him?
He's responsible for this lump on my jaw.
Thought you didn't know how you got that.
I don't, not the details. All I know, we were fighting, and all of a sudden it's lights, bells, and curtains. But so help me, I'll swear he didn't throw a punch when it happened. My eyes aren't that bad.
He just blew the man down.
I don't know. But I'm going to find out as soon as you pick up Jocko, so get to work on it.
I anticipate your every wish. We've already picked up Jocko. Now all we got to do is put them together again.
What?
Let's go down to the hospital, and you can see for yourself.
Hospital?
That's right, Waring. He was unconscious, but maybe he can talk now. You know, for a couple of boys who didn't throw many punches, you fellas sure did a lot of damage. Hello, Jocko. Visitors.
Hello, Sergeant.
You know Waring, Jocko?
Yeah, we met.
Yeah, head on.
But I want to know, Jocko, what hit me?
Dugan, with a sap.
Oh.
Dugan?
Yeah, Sergeant. He come up while we was fighting. He wanted to get Waring out of the way so he could go to work on me.
What's he want to do that for?
He said he was collecting for himself and Macy. He couldn't collect from Saunders no more, so he was going to collect from me.
Yeah, with a blackjack.
Yeah. He got me in his car, tried to get me to sign a paper, and when I said no, he started swinging.
Well, I can see why you didn't want to sign away your stuff after you'd killed a man for it.
I didn't kill Saunders, Waring. He always treated me good. Why did I want to kill him?
For all the stuff he put in your name. With Saunders dead, you stand to keep it.
But I didn't kill him.
Then how about that lie about the cigarettes?
Okay, so I lied. That don't make me a killer.
Well, why'd you lie?
Because I didn't go out for cigarettes. I went down to Louis' cigar stand to place a buck. I played the numbers with Louis, only I didn't want Mr. Saunders to know because he didn't like me to play. I didn't want to make trouble for Louis, so I tried to keep him out of it. That's all. What's a joke, Sergeant?
I'm not laughing at you, Jocko, but look at Mastermind here. He had the case all solved. There was just one little thing wrong with his figuring. It gave him the wrong answer.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only an hour has passed since Mike Waring found that a private detective's lot is not always a happy one. Now the Falcon has arrived at Ivy Gray's apartment, still in search of the elusive solution to the case.
Mr. Waring, will you please go away and stop bothering me?
Sure, as soon as you tell me just exactly what happened up at Saunders' place.
I did.
I missed some of the details.
I told you, I want to forget.
All right, so let's get the facts straight before you do. You found the body?
Yes.
It was in the back room of the apartment?
Yes.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
After you found the body, what did you do?
Started to leave, to call the police. At the door to the apartment, I met Jocko Quinn. He said Roger'd sent him for cigarettes.
Did you tell him about the murder?
No, not right away. I started asking questions. When he wanted to know why, I showed him the body.
And then?
Then I got out of there. Now, is that all?
Just one more question.
What is it?
What are you doing tonight, Angel?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Mike Waring's out here, Sergeant.
He's out there? Well, send him in. I want him to see this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Macy, sit down next to Dugan. You on the other side of him, Jocko.
Okay. Just what is this, Sergeant?
I'm going to prove a couple of points, but we'll wait until Waring gets in here. He's right outside.
Prove, he says. You don't have anything on us.
We'll see. All right, Waring, come right on in.
What are you so all-fired cheerful about, jolly boy?
What's the matter, Waring? Still sore that you pulled the boner?
I haven't tossed in the towel yet. Hello, Macy.
Hello, Waring.
And Jocko, what are you doing out of bed?
He's going to wrap this case right around your boy's neck, Waring.
Yeah?
Sure. Dugan told him he was collecting for himself and Macy. That means they were working together. And the beat-up of Jocko was part of a plan.
Plan? This is the first I heard of it.
That's right, Sergeant. Mr. Macy didn't know.
Yeah, well, you told me.
didn't tell you
Even if
about
we
any
did,
plans.
I just trying to get
Shut up, Paulie. Shut up.
Corbett, must we go through all this rigmarole?
You shut up, too, Waring. We tried your way. Now it's my turn.
I like my way better.
Except it doesn't work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you got the case solved again?
No, not again. Still.
Huh?
I said Jocko killed Saunders. He did, and this time he's not squirming out of it.
See, Waring, I told you.
Did you, Macy?
Sure, the Falcon never fails.
Yeah, I'll tell that to Sergeant Corbett. For a while, he thought the Falcon had laid a great big egg.
How'd you finally clinch it?
Well, when Jocko ran into Ivy in Saunders' apartment, he told Saunders to send him out for cigarettes. But I proved that was a lie.
Yeah, but he explained that.
Mm-hmm. But how come he thought he could get away with that lie?
What do you mean?
Well, since Saunders didn't send Jocko out for cigarettes, Saunders would naturally trip him up on it.
But Saunders was dead.
Sure. Only how did Jocko know? Supposedly, he didn't learn of the murder until after the lie.
Oh.
Yes, if he'd been innocent, he'd have thought Saunders was alive in the apartment, and he wouldn't tell an obvious lie involving Saunders right under his nose. Therefore, he knew Saunders was dead. Therefore...
All right, Waring. I get it.
Well, good. That's all there is to it.
You're pretty sharp, Waring. Pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe. But there's one angle to this case even I don't get, Macy.
What's that?
I asked Ivy for a date tonight. And if the Falcon never fails, how come I'm spending the evening with you, huh?
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Slate, you should have been with us. Laid up for repairs on a jewel of an island and the girls with the wild orchids. Oh.
Be gentle with me, Joe. I'm a man of responsibilities now. I've got a boat and a hotel.
And me.
And her.
Every sea orphan to his own paradise. You found yours.
And he'd better not stray from it, or I'll beat him over the head with a wild kumquat.
You got yourself a tigress this time, huh, Slate?
Ah, a kitten.
You heard what the man said. A tigress.
Uh-huh. You signing on with the Tampa Victory again, Joe?
First mate on that stinking oil bucket? Oh, no. I don't need her anymore. We're done with each other. I just come off her for the last time.
Oh?
All I need is right here in this little package wrapped in Shanghai silk. I give it to you.
Why, thanks. We didn't expect it, did we, Slade?
Don't let the tears well up in gratitude, Miss Duval. You're only to keep it for me till I come back for it. Will you do that for an old sea mate?
Sure.
In a good place where no one can touch a greedy finger to it, eh?
Let's see. We got a safe. Will that do?
Slade keeps all his valuables in it. His necktie. His, well, that does it. His necktie.
It's the best place we've got, Joe. How about it?
Just remember that in this bit of silk, you hold the rest of Joe Bishop's life.
I'll remember.
Then take it.
Hey, what's that combination again, sailor?
Don't bother to answer him, honey, because he won't need it.
Who asked you, Buster?
Slate, be polite. He's got a gun.
You're cute, honey. Hand it over, you, the thing in your hand. Give it to Tommy.
You'll not take it from him. You'll not...
You know something? I bet he's dead. Anybody want to discuss it?
Yeah.
Don't, Slade. He'll kill you, too.
You'll read me, honey. Throw it on the floor, Slate boy. He does what you tell him, doesn't he, honey? Hold on to a man like that. And now Tommy's going to go away with it. Because right now, Tommy doesn't want anyone else to die. Mr. Cordovan. Mr. Cordovan.
Shut up.
But, Mr. Cordovan, I brought the package. You said
My
that...
current suggestion to you, Thomas, is to shut up, sit down, and watch. Consider the beauty which surrounds you and savor it if you can. Sit down, Thomas.
Chorus girls dancing. Not supposed to send me?
See how delicate. That one over there.
She's fat, Mr. Cordovan. She's tattooed.
Primitive goddess. Primitive. Doesn't it turn your blood to ice, Thomas, to realize we are here now beyond the reaches of civilization? A part of it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Cordovan. This is a crummy walk-down joint in Havana with a 50-centavo cover charge. Here's the package.
Thank you, Thomas. Did you have any trouble?
I killed a man.
Oh, I'm glad you did, Thomas. Another life, another death added to the fabulous tears of Siva.
Open the package, huh?
Of course. Thomas, gaze.
Uh-huh. How much are they worth?
The tears of Siva. The priceless tears without fleck or flaw, the treasure of the far Indies. Genghis Khan laid a city to waste for these.
Look, all I see is 2-star sapphires. And all I want to know is how much are they worth?
They are priceless. Observe them. Pick one up and look at it. It will light up the whole room. Go on, Thomas. Pick one up and look at it.
Sure.
I first saw these beauties after a pick sticking with the Raja of Similu. He showed them to me.
This is pretty.
Not the Raja of Similu who played polo. The other one, the one with the wives.
Uh-huh. This star sapphire doesn't light up nothing, Mr. Cordovan.
What did you say?
It don't even show a star.
What?
Maybe they're priceless because this Genghis character liked them. But from where I'm sitting, they're dime store items.
Let me see. What wild joke! Someone has bungled. I'll have his head, do you hear? I'll have his head.
Ponies. I knocked off a man for 2 marbles.
Forgive me for losing control, Thomas.
Yeah.
Someone will die for this.
Yeah.
Mr. Slade, come a man from sea, who dream of island, say, do something for me. Say, here is pocket, please put it away. I come back to take it on another day. Then in walk man with death in he hand, say, hand over pocket in voice so bland. The seafaring man makes big protest, 2 bullets in chest. Give him rest.
You think they did that, King?
A man finds peace in many ways, Mr. Slate. He only does not know when it is coming to him.
I didn't have to come to him that way.
Look, Slate, maybe Joe Bishop bought it that way. Maybe he could...
tasted wild fruit on a tropical island. He didn't expect to end up on a slab in the police morgue.
The police will take care of it, Slate. They'll find his murderer. It's out of your hands.
Is it? Is that how you want it?
Whatever you want, Slade.
Take your hand off my arm. Just go get your coat. I want to talk to the skipper of the Tampa Victory.
Whatever you want.
Send him away, King. I'm not into anyone.
I'm afraid I heard that, Mr. Shannon. One of my less exquisite vices, eavesdropping.
Goody. Now I don't have to be polite.
Thank you, sir. I have come to share your bereavement over the deceased Joseph Bishop, and to ask if Joseph's dying song was for me.
Might have been. We couldn't make out the words. Joe's pain got in the way.
And he had no message for me, for Junius Cordovan is intimate of many places and many memories.
No message.
The name of a port, perhaps, of a person, of a thing?
No name. Try for a number?
I have consumed your priceless time. Good day, and may the goddesses of, whatever be with you. May they indeed.
You know what's wrong with a roly-poly man? He's going through life thinking he's skinny.
Okay, Mama Freud. Just get your coat.
Do I have to, Slate? It's a warm night.
Where we're going, it might turn cold. Get it.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Where's the skipper of this freighter?
Can't see him.
Joe sent us. Is that the way you say it, Slate?
Now, look, let me handle it, will you?
Why'd Joe send you?
He's a friend of ours.
And Joe's a friend of the skipper's. Now we're all friends. Hi.
You got the makings?
What is Frisker, you seafaring man, you?
He means the makings for cigarettes.
Oh. Here, they come all put together now. Take one.
Thank you.
Tell me something, mate.
Nope.
It's about Joe.
Nope.
Take the pack.
Yep. You, were talking about Joe when I interrupted, mister.
Joe and the skipper friends?
They're going to milk cows together.
You can't get a lot closer than that, Slate.
Real close, them two. Since Port-au-Prince, they pat each other on the back every time they pass.
Yeah, how come since Port-au-Prince?
Since then, that's all. Since Haiti. Since the checker game.
You can have my cigarettes, too. Let's start with the cows.
Nope. Let's start with the checker game. Joe went ashore in Port-au-Prince. Didn't come back. Skipper chewed his pipe stem in two neatly. Tried to get another first mate. Couldn't. Called me. Skipper and me went ashore and found Joe.
Playing checkers?
With a lady.
What lady?
Owns the Sailor's Rest in Port-au-Prince.
I can hardly wait till the part about the cows.
They're going to milk 'em. Joe and the skipper. In Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Sure. Since Port-au-Prince, they decided to quit the sea. Going to buy a farm in Pennsylvania and milk
cows.
Yep. Something happened there in Port-au-Prince, mister. A man who sails the sea decides no more sailing. Something happened. Changed them two.
Let's go talk to the skipper.
Nope. Sleeping.
He'll wake up.
I tried to stop you. You'd knock me down, wouldn't you?
Make you walk the plank.
They don't do that no more. They're knocked down. Skipper's sleeping in his cabin.
Come on, sailor.
Try the door.
You want to handle this, or you're going to let me?
I'll try the door. See? Skipper's not a tidy man. Sextant off the wall. Coffee stains on the charts. And what a dusty compass.
Yeah. Look at the skipper.
Huh?
Come here. Look at him.
Oh, you should have just told me about it.
Stabbed in the heart. Dead. Now, let's get out of here. We got enough fuel on Bold Venture to get to Port-au-Prince?
No, not quite. Why?
Because that's where we're going. We'll pick up some gas in Guantanamo.
The question's still hanging in midair. Why?
Look, two guys had a dream about owning a farm in Pennsylvania. One of them was a friend of mine. I've got a boat that can get me to Haiti. That's not very far to go for a friend.
What makes you think the answers are in Haiti?
Well, that's where two sailors suddenly decide to become farmers. Whatever brought them that decision also made them dead. Let's go to Haiti, sailor.
Looks like they're about ready to shove off, Mr. Cordovan.
Give me the glasses, Thomas.
Yeah. You might notice, Mr. Cordovan, that the boat and the girl make a pretty picture.
Shh, let me enjoy it.
That Shannon louses it, huh?
He seems very efficient. On your wanderings on the dock, did you find out their destination?
Yeah. A character whispered to me, Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Well, here's some money, Thomas. Hire a plane.
Where to?
Port-au-Prince, Haiti. I want to give those two an interesting welcome.
Adventure. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
You know what they say about this place, Slate?
I know what seamen say. What do they say?
They say when Paris catches cold, Port-au-Prince sneezes.
Well, that's not the way I heard it. The way I heard it, sailor... Those jeans you wear keep throwing me.
Then buy me a Paris dress. Maybe that'll make you remember.
Look, sailor,
Mille pardons, monsieur et mademoiselle. You are young and healthy, no?
No.
Then follow me. $10, the guided tour, and you will grow old. But in ecstasy.
$1. $1 for a sailor's rest, run by a lady.
The place of Mademoiselle Denise? For $1? Do not insult me, monsieur. I give you that for nothing. 12 Rue des Toussaint. Au revoir, my respectable.
And au revoir to you, too, sailor.
I'm going with you.
Here's some money. Check in at the Elysee Hotel. I'll meet you there.
I'm going with you.
This is a sailor's rest, baby. How are they going to get any if they see you walk in?
Why, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Come back in one piece, respectable Shannon. That you, Slade?
No, honey. But better open up, or we'll scream. Remember me, honey?
Yeah. You kill.
You're doing good, honey.
And me. Do you remember me, Mr. Val? Ah, you're enchanting, Mr. Val. You may shut the door, Thomas. And you may go through all the feminine galaxy of reactions, Mr. Val. Fright, terror, wonder, curiosity. Which?
Dibs on the last one.
Sheer delight you are, Mr. Val. Isn't she, Thomas? No, tear yourself away from us.
Ain't he the one?
I could lean out the window and yell. What's the French word for help?
Even if I told you, it would never rise to your classic lips, Mr. Val. This gun would bury it in your throat. No. Let us just sit here in delicious contemplation of each other until Mr. Shannon brings us the tears of Siva. From there, I may improvise.
You run this place?
Oui. You want to play checkers with Denise, no?
No.
What do you want from Denise?
I want to talk to you.
Sit down, talk. We play checkers to prevent from boring each other, huh?
I'll take the black. You know a man off the freighter Tampa Victory, first mate named Joe Bishop?
Who are you?
Joe's friend.
Mauvais shekel. How do I know you're Joe's friend?
He died in my arms.
Oui. I look into your face, I see sadness. Your friend. Jump.
Yeah.
2 for 1, you will lose. Joe dead, huh?
Uh-huh.
He was here. His captain came for him.
The captain was knifed to death.
It was the Jews, for the bad luck Jews.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ones given to Joe by the Mama Loy.
I'm still not with you.
Mama Loy, voodoo lady. In the hills outside of Port-au-Prince.
Why did this, whatever you call it, Mama something, give anything to Joe?
Perhaps Mama Loy liked Joe.
Can you take me to her?
It's not allowed.
I didn't ask you that.
You wish to go to Lady Voodoo?
That's the impression I'm trying to make.
Denise will take you later tonight. Now move a shekel.
I hope you know the way.
Quickly. Go to her.
How about you?
I'll wait here. Go. Mama Lo is expecting you.
What? How does she know I...
Go. Come in, Slate Shannon.
Yeah. You're,
I am Tante Maria, and you are Slate Shannon, and you wish to know of Joe Bishop.
Those drums outside told you all that?
The drums, other things. Joe Bishop is dead, as is his captain.
Maybe you can tell me who killed him.
Those who won the tears of Shiva.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
2 sapphires that I want to give to a sailor because I'm tired of rubbing them between my fingers. He told me he would return for them.
Sapphires? Valuable?
To me, no longer. To those who covet them, the wealth of kings.
You've still got them?
Here, in this pouch. Take them, my son. Use them to find those who have struck down the sailor.
I'll do my best. Denise, where are you?
Here, my Sherry, waiting for you.
Well, stop waiting. I'll race you back to Port-au-Prince.
That would be your Mr. Shannon with the tears of Shiva.
How do you know? It could be the housemaid with knees to match.
A wager, dear woman. Your life against his. Let him in.
Go away, Slade. He'll kill you.
So unworthy of you, Mr. Val. Instead of frightening him away, you have only...
Sailor, what's it?
You have only given him into my hands. My compliments, Mr. Shannon. You're a gallant. I counted on that.
What are you doing here, Chubby?
Huh? The tears of Shiva, Mr. Shannon. You have them?
Uh-huh.
They've cost me many tragic hours, Mr. Shannon. The hour when the seaman told me he had them, would sell them to me. The hours of waiting while Thomas killed him. The desolate hour when I discovered Thomas had brought me worthless baubles of glass. I will not suffer any more such endless agonies, Mr. Shannon.
Joe double-crossed you, huh? Was going to sell you phonies while the real jewels were with a voodoo crone, so we could grow sapphires on a Pennsylvania farm.
The tears of Shiva, Mr. Shannon. Death, Mr. Shannon, like this gun.
You don't want them, Slate. Give them to him.
Yeah. I'll do that. Take them, Chubby.
Yeah, I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You ought to diet, Chubby. You're fat. You're starved. Exercise more like this.
You...
Pick up the marbles, sailor.
You'll not get away.
Watch him, sailor. Run.
I'll have your heads. I'll have your heads.
Okay, sailor, take the wheel. Steady as she goes. We're running without lights.
Tired, Slate?
Yeah, sure I'm tired. I ran faster than the cops in Haiti ran. As far as I know, they're still looking for Cordovan.
Slate?
Yeah?
Do you think those sapphires will make nice earrings?
If you can get them away from the Port-au-Prince chief of police, said he'd take care of them. He'd send them back to that lovable old witch. That's Cordovan, sailor. Give her the gun.
They're shooting at us.
Turn her around, sailor. Head right for him.
Are you crazy?
Do what I tell you. Okay, steady.
We'll crash into them.
Just make a pass at him, sailor. Come as close as you can. We've got to take that chance.
What are you doing with that harpoon?
I've speared a lot of fish for this. Maybe I can get me a Thomas. Now, sailor, make your pass. It's yours, Thomas.
You've got good aim, Slate. Now what do we do?
Go back for the big fish. Steady, sailor. I'm going to board her. Steady.
Glad to have you aboard, Mr. Shannon. You've made a mess of things. You can redeem yourself by handing over those sapphires.
You think you can handle this tub with one hand on the wheel and one hand on a gun?
Exquisitely.
You've got one shot. After that, I'll get to you. If you miss me, you're dead. It's a lumpy sea, too. Well, Cordovan? Well? You missed. Now it's my turn.
Don't!
Oh, I can do this all night. All night. Only you give up too easy. Sailor!
Everything under control?
Ship shape. I'm going to throw you a line.
Okay.
Got it?
I've got it. Secure.
Tow us in, sailor.
We going home?
We're going home.
Here, put this on, Slate.
What is it?
I bought it in Haiti, in a little shop.
I don't care where you bought it. Just tell me what it is.
Well, this part is a love charm. And this part is a long chain, so it hangs over your heart.
What'd you pay for it?
What difference does it make? Put it on.
Anything to amuse you, sailor.
Now that you've got it on, don't you feel anything?
Nothing. What's it supposed to do to me?
Make you feel love. It says so in the directions.
Well, you better read the directions again.
All right. Oh, yeah. Here it is in small print.
What is?
I'm supposed to get inside that necklace with you.
Oh, I knew there was something wrong. Come on.
Now what does it do to you?
Well, we can take it from here. Throw away the directions, sailor.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
All you do is go up and down in the elevator all day long.
When I'm on the main floor, I can sneak a look out the front door to keep myself posted.
Oh, I see.
Here's your floor, Miss Wesley.
Thank you. When Mr. Boston Blackie arrives, bring him right up, will you?
Sure will.
Oh, Tom. Tom, quick, come here.
Holy mackerel.
No, don't jump, please.
Oh, see, Miss Wesley, grab her quick. I'm coming.
Get away from that window. Get away. Let go of me. Let go of me. So much longer.
I'm going there.
Oh, let me jump, please. Grab her on. You have no right to stop me. Oh, that's all right. Well, you shouldn't have stopped me. You shouldn't
25 storage lady in town all the way.
Let's take her to my apartment, John.
Yes, ma'am. Good thing we got here.
No, you've just postponed it. I tell you, I've got to die.
And now meet Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, Blackie, I'm glad you're here. I couldn't do a thing with it.
That's all right, Mary. Maybe I can do something.
Hi, Miss Wood. Hello, Shorty. Anything I can do?
Hey, be a nice boy, Shorty. Nice and quiet.
Oh, sure, boy.
Mary, what's this girl's name?
I don't know. She won't tell me.
Look, Miss, whatever your name is.
Please, I want to die. Can't you let me alone?
Look, nothing can be as bad as all that.
Please let me go.
When you're all right, we'll let you go.
I'm all right now.
Jump out the window again? Oh, no.
Please, I want to die. I have to die.
Won't you tell us your name?
No.
Look in her purse, Mary, and see if you can find a name and address.
All right. You don't understand, either one of you.
We understand perfectly. That's why we want to help you.
No one can help me.
My, this is a beautiful purse. Ooh, no wonder. It's a hazel.
What about identification?
Oh, well, there doesn't seem to be much of anything in it. This card,
Let's see it.
there's a name written on it in pencil. Oscar Wolf. Here.
Hi.
boss.
Look, Miss, what's his name? Are you Mrs. Oscar Wolf?
No. If you must know my name, it's Larson. Mrs. Janice Larson.
Hey, boss.
Just a minute, Shorty. Look, Mrs. Lawson, what's your connection with Oscar Wolf?
He's the reason that I...
In words, then, he's making trouble for you.
That guy Wolf makes trouble for everybody, boss.
You know him, Shorty?
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Please let me go, will you?
Not yet. Try to keep it quiet, will you, Mary? Shorty, how do you happen to know Oscar Wolf?
Well, I guess I shouldn't have said nothing, Blackie, but me and my pals are going to take care of Wolf our own way.
Now, wait a minute, short one. You know better than to get in trouble again.
Yeah. What me and my pals are figuring on doing to this Wolf ain't no trouble, boss. That's a pleasure.
You let me handle Wolf for you.
No, thanks, boss.
Where can I see him, Shorty?
Now, look, please, boss, stay away from him,
Look,
will you?
Mrs. Lawson, maybe you'll be able to tell me where I can get in touch with Mr. Wolf.
I can't tell you.
All right, Shorty.
Oh, Blackie, do I have to?
What's his address?
Well, all right. Got an office in a hollow building, number 2121. But that's just the front.
Thanks, Shorty. And Mrs. Lawson, cheer up. When I find out what's behind that front, I'll be back.
Take the phone. Take a letter to Mr. Robert Hyman. Dear Mr. Hyman, how are you? I am fine. I am fine. Period semicolon. It sounded regular professional. Now, let's see how it comes back. So you push the phone needle back. So. Take the phone. Take a letter to Mr. Robert Hyman. Dear Mr. Hyman, how are you? What? Here. Hi, Mr. Wolf. How many times have I told you not to play with that dictaphone? Oh, Mr. Wolf, it's fun. Look, I've been buzzing you on the inter-office phone for a whole minute. Couldn't you hear me? Was that what the buzzing was, Mr. Wolf? I'm sorry. Listen, we're having a visitor in a few minutes. Yeah? Boston Blackie. Yeah? He phoned from downstairs. He's on his way up. Yeah? Do you have to answer yeah to everything I say? Yeah. Listen, I don't know why Boston Blackie suddenly wants to see me, but I have a good idea. probably found out what we're up to.
Yeah.
All right, maybe Blackie knows nothing, so no rough stuff unless it's necessary.
So when you say the word, Mr. Wolf.
I'm going to let you decide when and if this Blackie needs your attention. When he comes in, send him right into my office. You sit here at your desk and listen in through the inter-office telephone. Understand?
Sure.
And don't take time off to play with that dictaphone.
No, listening in on you'll be just as much fun.
All right. If what Blackie talks to me about hits too close to home, you come into my office and get rid of him.
Rough stuff, maybe, huh?
Only if necessary. Understand?
Yeah.
That's probably Blackie out in the hall now. Wait a minute and then send him into my office.
Yeah, Mr. Wolf. Da-dum, da-da-da-dum, dum, da-da-da. Come in.
It's Oscar Wolf's office?
Yeah.
I'm Boston Blackie. I just phoned and made an appointment. Mr. Wolf.
Go right in. He's waiting for you.
Thanks.
The door right there.
Thank you. Miss Wolf?
Come in.
I'm Boston Blackie.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
It may not be a pleasure, Wolf. You know, you look very familiar to me.
I get out and around.
I think you mean in and out, Wolf. In and out of jail.
I've never been in jail.
Not under the name of Oscar Wolf.
What do you mean?
I came here with the idea that I was going to talk to a semi-legitimate businessman about some clients of his. I didn't know I was going to talk to you. You don't have clients, you have victims.
Well, go ahead.
Look, Wolf, I don't know what your racket is, but that's only because I haven't bothered to check into it yet.
Is this the beginning of a threat?
That depends on you. It might only be a warning. But leave certain friends of mine alone, or I'll not only break your racket, but your neck along with it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you know what I mean, don't you?
You propose violence to put an end to my business.
And to you, too, Wolf.
Are you suggesting, Blackie, that you'll go so far as to kill me?
Why not? Nobody'd miss you except the people your death would make happy.
You entertain rather morbid thoughts.
I'm the entertaining type. But don't let these friends of mine have any more trouble with you, Wolf. That's all I've got to say.
I still don't know what... Yes, Jeter? Yes, he is. But I think he's leaving.
Yes, I guess I am.
Goodbye, Blackie.
If I were you, I'd keep hoping this is goodbye.
Well, Jeter, I'm glad you didn't forget to listen in on the inter-office phone.
Did more than that, Mr. Wolf. And not only listened, I took down everything he said on a dictaphone.
Won't you ever stop playing with that dictaphone?
Oh, boys, it was fun. Now I got something else to listen to besides the dictaphone coming back to me.
All right. Where's the guy who calls himself Jeter?
Here, Inspector Spade, yeah. You want to talk to me, huh?
Yeah. When you came into this office this morning, you find your boss's body, huh?
Yeah.
Did you know Oscar Wolf was really Teddy Pascal?
It was Mr. Wolf.
You look dumb enough to believe that. Who's been gunning for him lately?
Nobody.
Come on. A guy like Wolf has guys waiting for him in every corner. Who could have come in here and let Wolf have it?
Oh. A man came in here yesterday and said he would like to kill Mr. Wolf.
Know the man's name?
Boston Blackie.
No, I don't believe it. This is one time I won't be talked into thinking Blackie killed a guy.
I have a dictaphone record that talks back Blackie and Mr. Wolf.
You better talk sense.
You won't believe me? Listen. Play it for you. Now listen.
Are you suggesting, Blackie, that you'll go so far as to kill me?
Why not? Nobody miss you except the people your death would make happy.
You entertain rather morbid thoughts.
Stop that thing.
Sure, Inspector.
That was Blackie talking, all right. This is one time Blackie's talked himself into a charge of murder.
I don't think Wolf will bother you again, Shorty.
Oh, me and the boys are seeing to that, Blackie. In fact, we might have seen to it already.
Huh? What does that mean?
Oh, nothing, boy.
Shorty, if you're up to anything,
No.
I'll get it. probably the laundry. See if my fountain pen's in the bedroom, will you, Shorty? I've been missing it.
Oh, sure, boy.
All right. Now, what do you...
Hello, Blackie.
Well, Inspector Faraday. I suppose I have to invite you in.
I'll come in anyhow.
I'm sure of that. I was just thinking about you. Or rather, I was thinking about absolutely nothing, and that's the same thing.
Don't try any tricks now, Blackie. This time I've got you on a murder rap you'll never beat. You're coming with me.
Oh, no, not again. Put that gun away.
Blackie, come back here. I'll shoot.
Then go ahead and shoot. I'm going into the bedroom and lie down. I'm tired and mostly of you.
Blackie, so help me. Open that door. I'll let you have it. Unlock that door, Blackie.
I can hardly wait. Who did I kill this time, Inspector?
Teddy Pascal, alias Oscar Wolf.
Teddy Pascal, huh? You had seen that face somewhere before.
Oh, then you admit you went to see him.
Sure I saw him. What did I do? Forget to pay admission?
You threatened to kill him, Blackie, and you did.
Did that puff-brained sidekick of his hear anything I said to Wolf?
He not only heard it, wise guy, he made a recording of it, every word. That's why I'm taking you in for the murder of Oscar Wolf.
Sorry, Inspector, but I have other plans.
The only thing you'll be able to plan from now on is a jailbreak, chum, because I've got the goods on you this time.
Oh, Inspector.
All right, Blackie. I gave you the warning to open that door. Blackie. Blackie!
Yeah?
Oh, what's the idea of scaring me like that? No, I missed on purpose. But next time I won't. And on purpose. Open up.
Okay.
That's better. Come out with your hands up.
I ain't done nothing, Inspector. Honest,
Sure, do you mean to tell me I've been talking to you?
Yeah, me.
Where's Blackie?
Well, a minute ago, he all of a sudden got tired of conversing with you, and I tailed it out the back way.
Now back to Boston Blackie. When a woman who later identified herself as Janice Larson tried to commit suicide, she was stopped by Mary Wesley, Boston Blackie's girlfriend. Blackie discovered that a man named Oscar Wolf was the cause of the woman's difficulties. Wolf, it seems, had also been making trouble for Shorty, Blackie's longtime friend. So Blackie saw Wolf, threatened him, and left. Later, Wolf was found dead. And when Inspector Faraday began to investigate, he found that Wolf's assistant had made a recording of the conversation between Wolf and Blackie. Faraday went to Blackie's apartment to make an arrest, but Blackie escaped. It is late the same afternoon, and Blackie is sitting on a park bench with Mary.
What are you thinking about, Blackie?
Not what I ought to be thinking about at a time like this, in a place like this. You'll forgive me, won't you, Mary?
Well, all the same, we aren't just going to sit here and count daisies, are we?
No. I've been doing some thinking.
About what?
About what saps we were to fall for that Lawson woman's story. On account of it, I've had to duck Faraday's cops for hours.
But, Blackie, it seems so real.
If the story she told was real, why isn't the woman real, too? There's no such person as Janice Lawson, a telephone book, or a city director.
Well, if she just gave a false name under the circumstances, I don't blame her.
She's tied up with Wolf's death. In fact, I have two theories about Wolf's murder.
Two?
Shorty and his underworld pals were considering some kind of action against Wolf.
Oh, you don't think Shorty and his friends might have killed him?
I hope I'm wrong. But until I find Shorty, I have to think so.
Yes, but you said you had two theories.
My other guess is that Janice Lawson's attempt at suicide was a phony, and the beginning of a plot to frame me for Wolf's murder.
Oh, darling, what makes you think so?
Isn't it just a little more than coincidence that Oscar Wolf was killed a few hours after I threatened him?
Well, yes.
And isn't it peculiar that Wolf's dumb assistant makes a recording of everything I said?
But you said he was just like an overgrown kid with a new toy.
Well, all I know is Faraday's going to hunt through this town till he finds me if he has to start using a vacuum cleaner. And I have to find Mrs. Lawson before he finds me.
Blackie, Mrs. Larson had a Hazelton purse.
Oh, that certainly helps.
Well, of course it does, silly. Hazelton purses are custom made by the B.J. Hazelton Company. I don't think they make more than 40 or 50 a year.
Say, if we can describe Mrs. Lawson's purse, the Hazleton Company might tell us where we can get a hold of her.
I should think so.
Well, come on. Now, let's get down to Hazleton's. You may have the answer there,
Oh,
Mary.
Blackie, you think so?
If we can get some information on the bag, this thing may be in the bag. Fourth floor, please.
So far, so bad, huh, Blackie?
Well, we found out from Hazleton's that just 2 people bought a bag like the one we described, not 20.
Yes, but the first woman we went to see wasn't our Mrs. Larson.
Then this has got to be.
What if it isn't?
Well, let's not even think about that.
Here we are, apartment 411.
Cross your fingers, Mary. This had better be it.
They're crossed so hard they ache. Ring the buzzer.
What a wonderful way to spend a beautiful Wednesday evening.
Yes?
We'd like to speak to the lady of the house.
She isn't in.
Hey, don't close the door just yet. We'll come in and wait.
She's out of town. She won't be back for a month.
Thanks. In that case, we won't wait.
Oh, Blackie, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Well, come on.
Maybe we better go back and ask to see a picture of that woman.
Say, Mary, did it seem to you that maid at the door was nervous?
Yes, I noticed that.
She should be. She is the woman we're looking for. She's Janice Lawson.
Blackie, you're right. Of course you are. I wondered why she almost closed the door as soon as she saw us.
But I got a good look at her before she did.
And I see now how she got her expensive clothes in that Hazleton purse. She borrowed them from the woman who lives in that apartment.
And she picked your building and your floor to stage a suicide. She was hired by someone planning to kill Wolf. The whole thing is a frame.
But then Shorty didn't kill Mr. Wolf.
Shorty may still be mixed up in this some way.
Hey, let's go back and talk to that maid.
Oh, no. No. I'm leaving her alone until tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Thursday?
Thursday, my sweet. That's maid's night out.
Hi, Blackie.
Get in the car, Mary. Too bad you didn't get back sooner. I was just listening to the police on the radio. Guess what? After 2 days, they're still looking for me.
I'm so surprised. Move over.
Convenient instruments, auto radios.
Oh. The maid is in that drugstore, and she's doing just what you thought, Blackie. She's telephoning. She knows that we've been following her.
Close the door. She may come out in a minute and drive off.
Okay. I got close enough to the telephone booth to hear part of what she was saying. She's going out to meet her friends, and she has told them that you were following her.
Well, this is working out better than I thought.
Oh, Blackie, no, it isn't. They apparently told her to let you follow her. Now set a trap for you.
Perfect. I'll ride right into it.
Oh, no, Blackie, no, you can't.
No, I'm pretty sure I can. Don't you see, Mary? If that maid is leading me into a trap, she also is leading me to Oscar Wolf's killer.
And also to an early grave.
Maybe, but cemeteries are so pretty this time of year.
Oh, Blackie, they'll be waiting for you. You don't know when or where. And now that they know you suspect them, there's no telling what they'll do to you.
Look, Mary, I'm glad you're worried about me. I wouldn't like it any other way. But unless I follow this girl, I'll have Faraday following me the rest of my life. Now, that's a repulsive thought.
Well, if you must trail this girl, then call the inspector and have him go with you.
Mary, if I called Faraday, I'd have to go with him. But you're right about the danger. Honey, I think I better solo from here on.
But Blackie, please, will you get Faraday?
Why do you think I left my own car at home and rented this cream-colored jalopy? I don't want Faraday near me.
Please don't do this, darling.
Honey, I have to. Now, be a good girl and go home. I'll call you as soon as I have this thing cleared up.
Oh, Blackie, you're such a fool.
Go ahead, Mary. Please, a fool, then, huh? Out.
I'll say I'm getting out. Oh, my goodness. My purse, I dropped it.
Oh, you dropped your purse? Wait a minute. I'll come around and pick it up for
I
you.
can pick up my own purse, thank you.
Well, better do it quickly, then. Our girlfriend, the maid, is coming into the drugstore.
Blackie, please, will you change your mind and call Faraday?
Not a chance. I won't call him, and he has no way of finding me.
No? If I were you, Blackie, I wouldn't be quite so sure.
Oh, brother, another red light.
Give me a lift, Bud.
Sorry,
Thanks.
Don't yell for no cops or this gun will go off in your middle.
Well, you came along sooner than I thought you would.
You gotta go, Light. Get going.
Sure. Okay, where to?
Just keep following that car.
With pleasure.
And with me. Go left at this crossroad. I got a gun on you, see?
I'd rather watch the road than the rod. Joke.
Glad you told me. And it's a cop car in back of it. He can't warn us, but don't give no signals when he passes.
Signals? You mean like dropping my handkerchief?
Hey, step on a brake. That cop is cutting us off.
How unfortunate.
Hey, what is this?
That we have company.
Okay, Blackie. Don't try any tricks. I got a gun on you.
Inspector Faraday. Why, everybody has a gun on me, even my little playmate here.
Grab him on the other side, Monahan. Got him. Where do you go with me? I got a permit. Sure. Come on, Blackie. You and your partner are going down to headquarters.
Not till I finish what I started.
You were finished when you killed Oscar Wolf.
I didn't kill Wolf, and thanks to you, my one clue to Wolf's real killer got away.
No stalling. Come on.
Look, Faraday, give me 60 seconds alone in this car with my pal here, and I'll find out who Wolf's killer really is.
And have you drive away? Nothing doing.
All right, here. Here are the keys to this car. Ignition and everything.
I don't know why I listened to you, Blackie.
Because if you don't, you won't know anything.
Let me out of here.
Oh, no, pal. Oh, no. You and I are going to sit here and play patty cake. Faraday, you and Monahan take a little walk, will you?
What are you going to do?
Give my pal here 20 seconds to tell me where I can find Wolf's killer.
What if he won't talk?
He'll talk, Faraday, or it'll be a week before he can move his jaw again. That mug said Wolf's killer was at 47 Willis Street, and this is 47 Willis Street. All right. Let's open the door.
How did you do that?
It was extremely difficult. I turned the knob. Wait a minute. The adhesive tape is coming off my knuckles. My pal's jaw was a little hard.
Look, if that door was unlocked, we're not on the trail of any killer. A killer doesn't hide out in an unlocked house.
He may have been expecting someone, you know.
You?
Yes. He expected me to be following a girl named Janice Lawson.
Who is she?
The girl I was following. And not for the reason you think. She probably screamed when she heard the siren on your car.
Janice?
Shh. What did I tell you?
The voice came from that room there. Let's go.
Not so fast.
Janice?
Unless he thinks it's Janice, he may duck out the back way. Come on. Up to the door, quick.
Who's there?
It's Janice!
That's the man.
Okay, Faraday, let's go.
Janice, what's the
All right, don't move.
Hey, what is this?
Hey, Faraday, look who's here. It's Jeter, Oscar Wolf's secretary.
Oh. Hey, Inspector Faraday.
Well, aren't you going to say hello to me? Or did you expect me to arrive with less official company?
What's this guy got to do with killing Wolf?
Check on Wolf, and you'll find he was the boss of a very high-paying racket.
I've already checked. He was hijacking drugstore supplies and selling them to anybody who'd take a chance.
And this guy, Jeter, wanted to boss the racket himself.
He's too dumb for that.
I wouldn't hurt Mr. Wolf. It was nice to me.
Don't start putting on that act again, Jeter. No dope could have planned to frame me into Wolf's killing as well as you did. First, you sent that Lawson girl up to Mary's apartment house to pretend suicide. Then to tell me a phony story so I'd come down to see Wolf.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I do. When I fell for your trick, you made a recording of everything I said to Wolf. It was just about cinched the case against me. When what you had on that record sounded like condemning evidence against me, you shot and killed Wolf.
You don't make any sense.
It seemed kind of funny to me that you'd have a record of Blackie's voice. It was too pat. I don't say this proves you killed Wolf, but you're coming to headquarters for questioning.
Don't yell, Jeter. Just say, come in. Let's get behind the door, Inspector. Quick.
Come in.
Peter, something awful has happened. Blackie stopped following me, and I had to duck some
Who are you?
What do you mean, who am I? You owe me $500.
I never seen you before in my life.
You never saw me before.
You hired me to put on an act in that apartment building for you so you could get Boston Blackie into your boss's office.
That's it, Faraday.
You fool, why didn't you keep your mouth shut?
All right, lady. You too, Jeter. You're coming down to headquarters.
Still only for questioning, Inspector?
For answering, Blackie, to a charge of murder. I know when I've found my man.
My congratulations, Inspector, for the brilliant way you found him.
You seem very happy tonight, Blackie.
I'm a little puzzled, though, Mary, and worried.
Worried? About Shorty?
No. I found Shorty. He and his friends had nothing to do with Wolf's death. And the reason I couldn't find Shorty before is that he was looking for me.
Well, then what are you worried about?
The way Faraday managed to find me when I was trailing the maid's car, he's getting too smart.
Oh, Blackie, I'm afraid I have a confession to make.
A confession?
Uh-huh. You remember when I accidentally dropped my purse?
Accidentally?
Well, it wasn't accidentally. I dropped it so that I could use my lipstick to write the word Blackie on that nice cream-colored car of yours.
You mean I drove down the street with the word Blackie written on the side of my car in lipstick?
Sure. Don't you like Blackie in lipstick?
Well, maybe, Mary. But that's getting it the hard way.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
I don't care how you get it, Curly, but I want the votes from the 5th Ward. That's going to turn the election. I want it turned my way.
The 5th Ward's pretty independent, Harder. Not like some of the others.
I'm not worried about the others. It figures out to be a close race, Curly. I have the south side sewed in a knot. I want the 5th.
Bradford is going to take the north side.
That's why I want the 5th. If you can't deliver it for me, I'll get someone else.
It'll cost plenty.
I've got plenty. What do you think I've been doing while I've been in office? Twiddling my thumbs? If it costs $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, I want the 5th Ward.
Could you use some of that dough to get the Sentinel to lay off?
You playing dumb, Curly?
Why not?
Curly, you could never understand anybody being honest, could you?
Everybody's got his price.
Yes, that's why I don't trust you any more than I have to.
Okay. Same for you with me. So long as you pay the dough, I work for you. If I wasn't paying off in votes, you'd wash me off the books.
And you think that's the way it is with the Sentinel?
Everybody wants dough.
Curly, we want money and power. I have both. But you'll never get power, no matter how much money you get, for one reason.
Yeah?
That's right. Because you can't understand that a man like Reed, the owner of the Sentinel, a man like him or someone like Bradford believes in the principles of democracy. That's more important than money to them.
Principles of democracy. That's stuff to feed the suckers.
Oh, sure. I use it. It's good for votes. But Reed and Bradford believe in it. That's why they're going to be hard to deliver. That's why I want the 5th Ward votes.
Okay, you'll get it.
But what time is it?
A couple of minutes past 8.
Thursday?
Where are you going?
Reed's talking at the auditorium, sponsored by the Civic Club. We're scheduled for 8. Just a short speech. Hope we haven't missed too much of it.
He's talking for Bradford. Why listen to that stuff?
It's always a good idea to know what the enemy is doing, Curly. Quiet, I want to get this.
I want to say this to you people listening. The reason why the Daily Sentinel has backed Bradford for mayor is that he's a good housekeeper. And this city needs its house cleaned.
Talks good, don't it?
Shut up.
Yes, this city needs a house cleaning as never before. It needs to be cleaned of political grafters and chiselers. Cleaned of racketeering in politics. Cleaned of rats who regard the public money as their money. Cleaned of machine politicians like Harder. That's what the Sentinel is fighting for. That's what every honest, sincere voter is fighting for. And that's why all of us here are going to put Bradford in office, Mr. Bradford. Thanks, Reed. I'm not accustomed to making speeches, Bradford. It's your job now. Come on. Excuse me, please. That was very well.
Thanks, Mr. Case. Let's get out of here, shall we?
If we can get to that door.
Bradford's going to give them a fighting talk. I could notice the sign.
You did all right yourself.
All I did was put one of Gunnigan's editorials into Word. And here we are. What's the job? Anything new from the Sentinel?
I called Gunnigan just before your speech. He said everything's quiet.
How does the vote look?
Well, for more reports, whoever takes the 5th ward hits the jackpot.
Well, there's still some time before election. Bradford will have to do plenty of campaigning in that ward.
He's making a speech there tomorrow night, isn't he?
That's right, a street corner speech.
Hey, boss, I told you you'd be in here.
Where is it, Lolly?
Boss, I've been snooping around the 5th ward. Harder's up to his old tricks.
What do you mean?
Hobos, boss. They're drifting in there by the dozens. Harder's getting set to pack the ballot box with drifters and repeaters.
Who's handling it?
Who do you think? It's Curly. Harder's right-hand rat.
What about Bradford's speech tomorrow night, Lowry? Did you get a line on that?
There's going to be trouble.
Hoodlums, huh?
All I know is there's been a heavy demand for stale vegetables.
Oh, gosh, if Bradford talks down there, he'll collect more ripe tomatoes than a ham actor.
Bradford better call it off, boss.
Let's see about that. Miss Case, I want you to get the police commissioner for me. Harder may be mayor of this town, but Bradford's got to have police protection.
Yeah, he's got to have it, but will he get it? Bradford talks in front of this mob, he's nuts.
Well, the police.
All I know is they aren't here. The boss inside?
Yes, in the drugstore. I think he's calling the police commissioner now. Bradford's with him.
Let's go see what's cooking, huh?
It's all right with me.
After you, Casey.
Don't worry, Lowry. They're saving the fruit for Bradford. Oh, there's Mr. Reed on the phone now.
Well, how long will it be before there's police protection here? Oh, Bradford can't wait that long. He has other talks tonight. He can't call it off. He won't. I got those policemen down here with a Sentinel. Have plenty to say about your department. The police commissioner.
What did he say, Reed?
What could he say, Bradford? Stalling says they'll be here, but frankly, it's easy to tell he's getting his orders from higher up.
Harder?
Well, sure, it's harder. After all, I suppose we can't censor the commissioner completely. His job depends on the party in power. Right now, that's harder.
Mr. Bradford, you can't talk in front of that crowd.
It's up to you, Bradford.
There's only one answer to that, Reed. I've got to talk. But holy mackerel, Mr. Bradford.
Save it, Lowry. I knew that would be your answer, Bradford.
Well, might as well get it over with.
Just a second, Lowry. Boss, take a look out the front and see if you can spot any of the men from the Sentinel.
Huh?
When the police weren't here, I phoned Gunnigan. He got in touch with the delivery crews.
You mean the boys are coming over here?
Might as well have some supporters around. Take a look, Lowry.
A pleasure, boy.
Miss Case.
Yes?
My car's out and back. I've got 10 cameras in it. Lowry will bring up any man who can take pictures, and you hand them the cameras.
But the regular cameramen...
You need more than a regular cameraman. You might as well make sure, and I'll want one myself.
And one for little Casey?
Oh, Miss Case, you're staying out of this. Well out of
Oh,
it.
but Mr.
That's
Reed...
settled, understand?
Gosh, I suppose so.
The boys are here, boss.
Good. Miss Case, got the cameras.
I'll be out there.
Lowry, give the boys a high sign. They're to take cameras and get as many pictures as they can. If any rough stuff starts, they know what to do.
Better tell this druggist to stay open, boss. There may be some black eyes that need attention.
All right, Bradford?
Yes, Reed.
You're walking into it, you know.
Somebody's got to.
Okay, let's go.
I'm out to vote. But I want to be sure that they're honest votes. I don't want the kind of votes my opponent gets. I want to tell you...
Careful, Bradford.
Right up on now. Wait a minute.
Give it to him. There's a bouquet for you, Bradford. I want this.
Look out!
Stop.
Miss Case, get that out of here. How'd you get in here in the first place? Should I go on? No, it's no use, Bradford.
Come on, you guys, break it up. Sanctum coming. You're still going to take this.
This way, Bradford. Get off this platform.
Oh, it's turning into a riot.
I never saw so many vegetables in my life.
Looks like we're overwhelmed. No use battling this mob. Come on, let's get out of here.
That's where you came from. Get him out.
Oh, here come the cops. Yes, after the damage is done. What about those pictures, Larry? No, boss. We got some. The boys are in there shooting. Let's hope they get them back to the sled now.
Before those cameras get smashed.
Never mind that. We're getting out of here.
It is a fine job. A fine job. That'll teach Bradford a lesson. Trying to invade the Fifth Ward, huh? Hello? Yes, Commissioner. Take it easy. I don't care whether you like what happened last night or not. I'm still running this town, and that means the police department as well as the rest. So what? No one was hurt. You got there a little late, that's all. What's that? Now, listen, Commissioner, I made you and I can break you. Just cool off and think of that. Goodbye. Make them and break them. That's the way to run a political machine. Well, what do you... it's you, Curly.
Yeah, Harder. How'd I do last night?
Not bad, Curly. You handled it very nicely.
The Sentinel almost pulled a fast one, boss. They had a bunch of their truck drivers down there. Some of those babies are pretty handy.
What's that under your arm, the paper?
The Sentinel. Haven't had time to look it over yet.
Let's see.
They had a bunch of photographers there.
They did, eh?
Yeah, but we took care of that. Plenty of broken cameras around there for the White Wings to sweep up.
Well, if they get a picture or two, it doesn't matter. You used drifters, didn't you?
Yeah, some of the hobos were bringing in. Give them coffee money.
Quite a headline the Sentinel's got. All about...
Yeah?
Kelly.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
There's something wrong. Take a look at this.
What?
This picture. Here, you luckhead.
So what? They can't identify anyone.
Good look. You dummy, this is a picture of you.
What?
You fool. Look at that. A picture of you throwing tomatoes. The whole city knows you're one of my men. Why,
Take it easy, Hart.
Take it easy. Did you have to go there?
Well, no, I didn't.
You just wanted to see the fun, huh? Have a good laugh, huh?
How was I to know that spot?
Get out. We're through. Finished.
Now, wait a minute.
I said get out.
And I said wait. Cool off harder. Or maybe you don't want the Fifth Ward vote.
Curly, if you think you can... Well, what did you say?
Get smart harder. All right, I pulled a boner. But you need me. I'm the only guy who can handle those votes for you and your North.
Well, guess I did fly off the handle.
I made a mistake. But I can still deliver those votes. The only thing is I'll have to stay in the background more, that's all.
And what?
Simple, Harder. I got maybe a dozen boys. They can act as go-betweens. I'll give them the dough, they'll buy the votes. I won't even appear, much less you.
All I do is supply the cash, eh?
That's right. Now we can talk about it later.
Mr. Reed, South Outland. One moment, please.
So is it, Cato?
It's Mr. Lowry, Mr.
Lowry, huh? You already sent that Green Hornet note to Bradford?
Yes, Mr. But I don't understand.
You don't understand why I did it? Well, if the public believes the Green Hornet is allied with Harder, they're more apt to vote for Bradford. Oh, excuse me.
I see, Mr.
Hello?
Boss, I'm calling from Bradford's home. It's a story.
What happened, Lowry? What is it?
Bradford just got a threat from the Green Hornet.
No.
Yeah, I called it into Dunnigan. He's killing a take one.
Well, looks as if Harder has the wrong kind of friends, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I never guessed they were this wrong. Got any orders, boss?
Orders? Yes, Lowry. You might call on Harder and get his ideas about the Hornet just to check up.
On my way. So long, boss.
Good night. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
Get the Black Beauty ready. The gas weapon and the mask. Lowry's going calling, and so is the Green Hornet.
the Sentinel would print. I have nothing to do with the Hornet. It's absurd.
Well, I'm just asking, Harder. That's my job.
Well, you've got your answer. Here's the door. You can...
Hey, that car out in front.
Stop on it.
Holy mackerel, that's the Hornet car. I guess you didn't know you had company. Now try and say you're not pals with the Green Hornet. You'll read about it in the Sentinel.
Public warrant. Green Hornet seen outside political bosses' homes after people's candidate gets threat. Read all about it. Sentinel XP, prepare!
Great work, Lowry. That story sold plenty of papers. And it's going to influence plenty of votes.
Well, that was just blind luck, boss. I stepped into it.
False modesty?
No, on the level. I don't mind grabbing all the credit I can. But last night was one of those things.
This ought to help Bradford's chances plenty.
Hey, boss.
Yeah?
I've been thinking it over. Why should the Hornet pull a stunt like that?
Threatening Bradford?
A politician like Harder should know that would show public sentiment toward Bradford.
Yes, he should.
No use figuring the Green Hornet. He's got angles no one else ever gets.
Possibly, Lowry.
He's a smart apple. Well, even now the police are no closer to him than they ever were.
Well, there's no use going over that. We're talking votes. Any news of how it looks?
Gunnigan's getting some more dope, boss.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes, Miss Case. You spoke to Gunnigan?
He's been getting some of the news from the City Press Association.
Anything on the Hornet?
Nope.
What's the trend on the election? Is it still the same, or does it look as if Bradford were favored?
Well, Gunnigan says it looks as if the Fifth Ward still holds a deciding vote.
Well, that doesn't seem possible. Harder must have lost some support after the Hornet threatened Bradford.
Maybe you haven't seen the Clarion. Harder claims that the Hornet threat was a stunt cooked up to discredit him. He says it's political mudslinging.
Yeah, and the Clarion prints it. Holy mackerel, Casey, that yellow newspaper. Hey, boss.
Yes?
You're leaving, Mr. Reed?
Oh, yes, Miss Case. I have some private matters to attend to.
But, Mr.
If
Reed...
you want me, I'll be at my apartment. You understand what you're to do, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Bates.
Sometime between now and Election Day, Harder's man Curly is going to organize those votes in the Fifth Ward.
Yes?
Drifters, bums, repeaters. He'll be handing out plenty of money to pack the ballot box with votes for Harder. But get this, Cato. After that snapshot of Curly that was printed in the Sentinel, he'll keep himself in the background.
I see.
He'll use other men, go-betweens, ward healers. Now find out when Curly is calling a meeting of those men and let me know, Cato. The Green Hornet's going to take an interest in that meeting.
Casey, is the boss in?
If you're looking for Mr. Reed, the answer is no, Lowry. He's not in.
Huh? With elections tomorrow? Holy mackerel, Casey, why not?
Because he's got his own affairs to attend to.
Casey, why is it that every once in a while the boss goes off to the track and starts playing the nightclub and staying away from the office?
Lowry, Mr. Reed's private life is his own.
Okay, skip it. That playboy streak he has, I guess. I got pre-election quotes you want to hear. Hey, where is he, his apartment?
That's my phone, Lowry. I'll get him.
Uh-huh. Missed his voice, didn't you?
What do you mean?
Relax, Casey. You're blushing as red as that lipstick. Nothing against the girl feeling soft about her boss, is there?
You're not a reporter. You're a keyhole keeper.
Yeah, I wouldn't be bad.
I love it.
Hello?
Mr. Reed?
Yes, Miss Kate. How are things at the Sentinel?
We missed you, Mr. Reed.
I'll bet you have.
Lowry wants to talk to you.
What do you mind? I missed you, too, Miss Kate.
You have?
Yes, all of you.
Oh. Well, here's Lowry.
Hello, boss. I've been making the rounds. Bradford issued the usual statement. He says he's confident that the voters of the city will toss out the machine and elect him mayor.
I hope so. It's not the regular orders we're worried about. It's those drifters.
Yeah, and I also learned that Curly's calling a meeting of the ward healers from the 5th tonight. It's supposed to be secret.
Secret meeting, huh? You got any idea what he plans to discuss at it, Lowry?
You know where it is?
It's going to be at his house, 10 tonight.
10 tonight. Let's see.
Yeah, boss. I figured I might be able to crash that meeting. Might get some dope for the Sentinel.
You plan to be there?
Well, if I can make it, how about it?
Why, yes, do that, Lowry. If Curly doesn't organize those repeat votes tonight, they can't do any voting tomorrow.
Sure, they're going to race for the payoff.
All right, Lowry, if you can do it, okay. Why not take a camera?
Yeah, boss. I might get some shots.
Can make it. I'll have to make sure he doesn't. Can't have him breaking in on the Green Hornet.
Mr. Brett.
Was that you, Cato?
I find out about the meeting, Mr. Brett. 10 o'clock at the Curry's house.
You're not the only one who found out, Cato. Lowry learned about it, too.
Lowry?
We'll have to take our chances on that. By now, it's time for us to get busy. Where's the Hornet gun and the mask?
Here in the desk, Mr. Brett.
Good. Bring them along. We're moving out in the Black Beauty as soon as it gets dark.
A few hours later, as darkness mantled the city, Britt Reed and his valet Cato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the apartment, then walked along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to an adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, high-speed car of the Green Hornet.
I drive, Mr. Brett?
Yes, Cato, take the wheel. You're going to have a ticklish job taking care of Lowry. I want to be sure he doesn't arrive too soon.
I understand, Mr. Brett.
You got the extra Green Hornet mask?
Yes, sir.
Good. Step on it, Cato. Let's go.
Okay, Harder. All fixed. Yeah, I'm sorting the dough out now for the boys when they show up. They'll distribute it okay. Sure, if they don't, them mugs in the 5th ward ain't gonna do no voting for nobody. You sure you control the polls? Yeah, okay, just asking. And what about this Hornet business? Okay, if you say so, Harder. Yeah. I won't see you until after elections. It's in the bag. Good night. Yeah, there's 500 for Joe. That'll take care of 2, maybe 300 votes. And 1,000 for Bucky.
Never mind throwing that money, Curly.
What's that? You're a man.
Get away from that desk.
Stick up, huh? Why, Harder will run you out of... That mask.
I'm taking that money, Curly.
You're the Green Hornet.
Hand it over.
But Hornet, wait a minute. Is this on a level? What's the angle?
Figure it yourself. You know them all.
You mean you're in with Harder?
All I want is that money, Curly.
Oh, all by yourself, huh?
That's right. I'm up for myself, Curly. And get back.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Get back.
Yeah, sure.
Stay right there. And don't move unless I tell you to. I see each of these envelopes is addressed. Who's Joe?
He's going to buy votes. All them guys there. That dough is to buy votes for Harder.
Not anymore, Curly.
But if them guys don't get that dough, we can't buy votes.
That's your tough luck.
But Harder, he'll bust me wide open if I don't feel like he's...
You haven't got much choice, Curly. I'm taking this money, and when Joe and the rest get here, they're going to get nothing but orders.
Orders?
Yes, orders written by you, Curly. Orders telling them not to bother about rounding up votes, that everything's all right.
But that... Harder lose the election, sure. You can't do that.
You're writing those orders, Curly.
I don't get it. What good's that going to do you?
It'll give me time, Curly. Time to make sure no one can trail this money.
Oh. You want to cover up, huh?
That's the idea.
Suppose I say nothing doing. Suppose I don't write them orders. I can refuse to... No, wait.
I don't think you'll refuse, Curly.
You wouldn't use that gun.
That's up to you. You'll write or all it's...
Okay. Sure.
Good. It's still more than 2 hours before those men are due to come here. You can send the orders by messenger.
Messenger?
And you needn't try anything, Curly. When that messenger shows up, I'll be hidden behind the door with this gun pointing at your ribs. Now sit down and get started.
Okay, mister. Delivering this batch of letters will cost you $5.50. Here's your 4 bits change.
Keep it. Go on, scram.
Sure. Okay.
Close the door, Curly.
Listen, Hornet. That busts me wide open. You know that, don't you?
Does it?
Harder's going to get licked in the election, and that means I'm washed up. I ought to get a chance to explain to Harder. You think I'm crossing him up, keeping the dough.
You got that chance, Curly.
Let me call him up. Let me... Huh?
He's already been called.
What do you mean? You didn't call him. You was with me. And I didn't call.
You? You might ruin things. No, Curly, I have a helper. He called. Harder will be here in... Well, any second now.
Huh?
The time for his arrival was set very definitely. Here, put this on.
What's that?
Put it on.
Hey, this thing is a mask. A mask like the one you're wearing.
Put it on. You're going to wear that mask when you open the door for Harder.
I wish something would have happened. Me hiding here with my camera all set. Fall asleep with some of those guys don't show up pretty soon. Who's this? Holy mackerel, it's Harder. Come on, Curly, answer that door. Baby, is this going to be a camera shot for page 1? Come on, the door, let's hit.
I get the phone, Corbin. The Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel, it's the Hornet. Harder than the Hornet. Hornet! Thanks for the picture. You'll see it now. What the gas? Who are...
What's going on here? That man took a picture, and then this man shot him with a gun that made no sound. If you were the Hornet, let's have the answer.
Harder, I ain't the Hornet. I ain't...
Curly, you.
That's right, Harder.
What the...
Now, don't move. Curly is wearing that Hornet mask because I made him do it.
You made him do it?
You can't blame me for this.
And who's this?
That's my helper, Harder. Keep that gun trained on him.
I will. Boss, I couldn't help it. The Hornet grabbed the dough. I had to tell them guys not to buy any votes. He made it.
What's that? Why are you... I'll lose the election, sure. What's your angle, Hornet?
My angle?
I got it. You're betting on Bradford. That's it, isn't it? You're betting on Bradford winning the election, and you're making sure he does.
I don't bet.
Don't hand me that. Look, I've got plenty of money. I'll pay you whatever you say.
Crooked money, Harder.
That reporter out there, he's got a picture in that camera. We'll have to get rid of that.
You didn't hear me, Harder. I've got all of your money I want.
You mean you won't play ball?
You're licked, Harder. Finish.
So that's the way it is. And there's only one thing for me to do, and that's Grab him, Curly. Grab that gun.
Behind you, Harder. Take him. This is for you. Boss, the little guy.
No, get your Hornet. You're not asking for it, rat. No, don't you don't. Yes. Can't breathe.
Good work, Cato. You got Curly just in time.
Very strong.
Not cold. Cato, I want to make sure they stay that way until tomorrow evening when the election booths close. Can you fix it?
It can be done, Mr. Wade.
Good. Curly lives alone. Nobody will come in here. We can leave the two of them, lock the door, and they won't be disturbed. I'll take the Black Beauty, and you can drive Harder's cab back in front of the house.
Yes, sir.
Be sure you leave no fingerprints.
What about the police, Mr. Wade?
Police, Cato? Well, when Lowry recovers from that gas and the sentinel prints a picture of Harder with a Green Hornet, the police will think Harder has a good reason for staying out of sight, election day or no election day. The police and everyone else.
The money, Mr. Wade?
It's graft money, Cato, but we'll see that it gets to some charity that won't know it's tainted. It'll do more good that way. Now, let's get busy. We've a lot to do. I've got to be at the Sentinel all day tomorrow waiting for the election return. Look at that, Miss Case. Bradford's piling up a tremendous boat. Look at the returns from the Fifth Ward.
The whole city, Mr. Reed. That picture Lowry took last night certainly impressed the voters.
Bradford's got this election in the bag. Harder and his political machine are licked.
Well, it looks that way. But, Mr. Reed, isn't it odd that no one can find Harder?
Would you show your face after being taken in a picture with a Green Hornet?
This election is so important.
Forget it. Harder's voting machine is so disorganized it doesn't make any difference anyhow.
Daily Sentinel, good evening. Yes, just a moment. It's Bradford, Mr. Reed.
Hello? Oh, yes, Bradford. What? Oh, that's fine. Send us a statement, will you? Right, call us back. This case, Bradford is in. He's won.
He has?
Yes, still a few more votes to count, but Bradford has more than a majority already.
Hey, boss, have you heard the news?
Oh, yes, Lowe. You mean about Bradford winning?
Yeah, I checked that on the way through the office, but it's something else.
Potter and Curly finally got the headquarters.
They did.
Well, do they have any explanation for their absence or for that picture?
Boss, they aren't talking. But you know, it's a funny thing, that picture I took last night. As soon as I mentioned it, both of them started to swear a blue streak. From the way they sounded, they don't care much for the Hornet.
Perhaps the Hornet wasn't working with Harder after all.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
I'm out of town. I'm curled up in front of the fire with a good book. I haven't got a good book. Do you have a good book?
Only the best. Can't wait till I learn how to read.
Tonight I am not the illiterate's little friend. Good night.
Simon, think.
It's too late.
Think of a desert moon. Think of a black sky sprinkled with silver stars.
I'm trying. Another minute and I'll hear a coyote howling.
Think of a small blonde with big eyes.
You don't sound like a small blonde. I wouldn't know about the eyes.
Her name was Marie and her mood was ardent.
You were hiding in the rumble seat.
When you got back with her Hollywood, she slapped me in the face.
Raleigh.
Raleigh, how are you, Simon?
I'm keeping up with my Social Security payments, and you?
Oh, making a series of personal appearances all over the country in the shrinking flesh. The studio's idea. Simon, I know it's late, but I've got to see you right away.
Well?
The address is 39 Fitch Avenue. If you hurry over, I'll give you a shampoo.
I already had a shampoo.
Stop boasting and come on over.
You sound worried.
I'm going out of my mind, which might not be a long trip, but Simon, I'm besieged by a gorilla.
Hello, Raleigh.
Simon, come on in.
Thanks.
It's good to see you. Oh, Marie still remembers you.
Oh?
I duck every time I meet her.
Raleigh, I hate to get personal, but someone has confused you with Grant. This tomb is,
Renting this moth-eaten mansion was the studio's idea. I tried to have them put in a small subway, but they got very snide about it.
It's really a very nice mansion. When did Dracula move out?
Keep this under your hat, but I think he's still around, lurking. Let's start the long trek.
All right.
The idea is just set a steady pace and keep to it.
Yeah, but how do you know you're going in the right direction?
The moss on the moldings.
Oh, yeah. Say, Raleigh, what about this gorilla you mentioned over the phone?
Oh, I'd forgotten about him for a few fleeting moments. Simon, the next picture I'm doing is a jungle picture.
Oh.
You mean whoa. Anyway, the studio got the bright idea of having me photographed next to one of our furry little brothers. So they issued a dozen memos, and a little man complete with gorillas showed up here about an hour ago, with 9,000 photographers. Oh, we veer to the left here.
Oh, thank you.
The photographers ran out of flash bulbs some time ago and left. The gent with the primate, his name is Preble.
The primate?
No, the gent.
Oh.
He seems to feel reluctant about leaving.
Oh, is he bigger than you are?
No.
Well, then why the desperation call to me?
I don't know exactly, except that Preble is in some kind of a jam. He wouldn't tell me what it was, but...
Shy?
No. Terrified, I think. We've made it. The gorilla.
He's only a very small monkey.
And this is Mr. Preble. Mr. Preble, Simon Templar.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Simon Templar?
Yes.
The saint?
In a haphazard sort of way.
You're the kind of man who might be able to help me. They'd be afraid of you.
Who would be?
Oh, I don't know if I should tell you, because maybe I'm guilty, too.
Guilty of what?
Oh, I'd better go now. Perhaps after I think it over. May I call on you for aid if...
Of course you may.
Thank you very much. Wenceslaus, we're leaving now.
Wenceslaus?
Yes. He's a very talented monkey. I spent years training him. And now, perhaps he's going to be the reason why I'll go to jail. That is... Good night, Mr. Ames. You were very cooperative.
Part of my job, but why don't you break down and tell Mr. Templar all? Thousands, nay, millions of people have.
Oh, I'm sure of that, but I can't decide whether I can be helped. Please, I'll go now if you don't mind.
All right. Think you can find the front door all by yourself?
I'm sure I can.
I'm in the phone book, Mr. Preble, and I'd suggest you don't wait too long.
No, I won't.
He's a funny little man. He was practically running when he left.
Nothing much you can do for him if he won't open up.
Perhaps not, but... Raleigh, let's go after him.
But Simon...
I've seen terror in people's eyes before, and I don't like it.
That isn't pretty. Simon, have you got any idea about what's bothering him?
Not much of one, but from what he said, I'd guessed that somehow, and probably innocently, he'd gotten himself involved with something or somebody highly illegal. The monkey figures in it, too.
He's made the front door.
If my legs hold out and we catch up with him, I'd like to...
Simon!
Yeah, that was Preble. Come on, we run for it.
That car!
He turned the corner. Too far away to get the license number.
Well, maybe there's someone playing a joke on Preble, Simon.
No. It wasn't a very good joke, Raleigh. Preble died, but not laughing.
I phoned the police. They'll be here pretty soon.
Good. There's not much point in my remaining. It'd only irritate them.
All right, but, Simon, take the monkey with you.
Huh? What?
I'm not the type on which a monkey looks good. Besides, I think Preble would prefer to have you hold onto the monkey rather than the police.
Well, maybe you're right. If the monkey was involved in anything and wasn't under police guard, things might happen. All right. I'll take him. I liked Preble.
You could be sticking your neck out, asking for the axe, Simon. But you don't mind that, do you?
No, as a matter of fact, I like that, too. Monkeying with murder. Oh, shut up. What would the neighbors say?
Hello.
They'd say hello. Oh, well, that is...
I've been waiting for you.
You have?
Uh-huh. That's why I'm out of breath.
Well, it would be fun believing that, but...
I meant I ran up the stairs to be here ahead of you.
Oh, it was you in that cab that followed mine, huh?
Shouldn't we discuss this inside?
Oh, perhaps we should. The light switch is to your right.
Got it. Oh, nice.
Thank you. My name is Simon Templar.
I know. I'm Lola.
And this is Wenceslaus. He's a monkey.
I know that, too.
You're very bright. But what's on your mind?
I'm afraid to tell you.
Well, I wonder if I'm afraid to hear.
Look away for a minute and...
Well, it can't be that embarrassing.
Please. I'm shy.
Well, all right. I'm looking away.
About having anyone see me take this out of my bag.
Take what? Oh, that.
This.
Lola, you've deceived me.
Have I?
I thought you were preparing to tell me how smitten you were by my curly locks.
They're cute.
I didn't expect you to point a revolver at me.
But you see, Wenceslaus has even curlier locks.
More, too.
That's right. So I'll take him. And you can go to sleep.
Yeah, but I'm not sleeping.
Would you rather be dead?
You can't shoot me.
Why not?
It's not in my lease. Why do you want the monkey?
I'm very fond of Wenceslaus.
Oh, an old schoolmate? Or did he belong to someone you love?
Simon, you're bitter.
You're beautiful.
Thank you.
Liar.
Why, Simon.
And possibly a murderer.
That's the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me. Good night, Simon.
Don't look around, Lola, but someone's just opened the door behind you.
Oh, such an old trick, Simon.
Believe me, this isn't a trick. It isn't going to do me any good either from the looks of things.
Hi, Lola. It's your ever-loving Max. Drop the pop. Drop it.
All right.
Now we're all one happy family.
I'm not happy. What do you want?
Ha.
Well, you want to laugh and be merry. And do you have to do it in my living room?
Friends, you are a very lucky guy.
I count my blessings every night.
Because now you only got half an explanation to make.
I was young, foolish. The night was...
For example, would I have walked in and found Lola there sitting in your lap, then you would have had to explain that, too.
Oh, don't be silly. The explanation would be obvious if...
But seeing as how Lola was not being friendly, all that you got to explain, how come you got the monkey?
Wenceslaus? Oh, it's love, Max. He loves me for my eyes of blue. He hates me for my money. I must be giving quite a performance.
Yeah. And so far, you're still alive, too. Not like Preble.
Suppose we leave personalities out of this.
How'd you get the monkey?
He followed me home.
I'm beginning to stop laughing.
Oh, that's a shame. You have such a jolly laugh.
I am beginning to get sore.
Max,
keep out of this. For the time being, you were in the clear. You was removing a monkey from this guy here. What you were going to do once you had the monkey?
I was going to bring him to you.
Yeah, well, I will decide if I want to believe that in my leisure time. Right now, I'm waiting for Junior there to make with the lips.
You mean you want Wenceslaus to chat?
I mean you.
Oh, all right. Well, there was once a young lady of Siam who remarked, "Oh, what a big girl I am."
Cut it out.
Oh, you heard that one. Well, how about...
Hey, the monkey.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice. The little darling picked up Lola's gun.
Hey, listen, pal, you wake me.
I irk you? Well, on the other hand... Thank you, Wenceslaus. You see, he's fond of my shoulder. And now I've got a gun, too.
Well, how do you like that?
It's a nice touch. Wenceslaus is very bright.
Yeah. Now, I got a gun pointing at you... But you got a gun pointing at me.
That's beautifully put.
And if we was to trade bullets, maybe one of us might get out alive.
But which one?
Right now, I ain't sure. I want to find out. How about us arbitrating?
Of course. You drop your gun and get out of here, and I'll go to sleep.
I don't have to drop my gun to get out of here.
That's true enough. All right, let's observe that happy event. Get out.
But I gotta have the monkey.
Wenceslaus doesn't like you.
I still... Hey, who's playing with the light? Lola.
Simon.
Somebody left. Or perhaps a couple of somebodies. I don't know yet.
Simon, don't put the lights on.
Why?
I'm afraid of what we'll see.
The shooting's over. I've got to.
I was so frightened. Simon, nobody's been shot. Max is gone.
Somebody has been shot, Lola.
What? Oh, the monkey.
Yeah. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I sort of liked Wenceslaus.
Wenceslaus isn't interested anymore. I am, though.
Am I liking you?
Not at the moment. What I meant was Wenceslaus wasn't killed by accident. He was off by himself when he was shot. He was murdered.
That's strange. A monkey murdered.
Very strange. What could he have known that meant he had to die?
Simon.
Yes, Lola?
You made me promise to take you to Max, but it's not safe.
The taxi?
Going after Max.
Oh, perhaps not. But I like Wenceslaus. I even like Preble.
Still, it's no real concern of yours.
Preble was killed shortly after I'd met him. Wenceslaus was murdered in my apartment. Makes it all sort of personal. Besides, I don't admire killers.
How about me?
Have you killed anyone?
No.
Well, in that case, I could very easily...
What?
Believe you.
And if you did?
Then I could very easily...
What?
Warm night, isn't it?
No. Cold. Paper says freezing.
Yeah, it's a warm night.
You mind?
No, but what will the cab driver think?
What do you think he'll think?
He'll think what I think he'll think. Well, we've arrived. It's not likely to go down in history as a deathless statement, but... Lola?
All right.
I'll pay the driver. Here's a little something for your income tax return.
Oh, thanks, mister.
Let's go.
Max won't be here.
No, we'll wait for him.
You see, this isn't Max's house.
Oh?
Belongs to his boss.
Well, it's nice to know Max isn't among the unemployed.
Simon, we better be very careful.
I always am.
I meant, well, remember what happened to the monkey.
Nobody could confuse me with a monkey. I shaved.
Good evening.
Mr. Hake.
Ah, Lola.
May we come in?
Of course. Come into the parlor, naturally. It's where the villain always leads the fair heroine and handsome hero. Lola, I require an introduction.
Mr. Hake, this is Simon Templar. Simon, Mr. Hake.
How do you do?
Delighted. The parlor. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm doing my best to sound like a spider.
Shall I try to look like a fly?
It wouldn't work. Rather an odd combination. Lola and the Saint. Both for the Saint.
Oh, you mustn't take the name literally.
And for Lola.
Hake, I tried to get the monkey.
And Roland Ames's autograph at the same time?
No. Simon had him.
I'm deeply fascinated.
But you must know all about that.
How?
Well, Max must have told you.
We'll bypass that for the moment.
Max must have told you he killed a monkey.
He told me nothing of the sort.
Well, the monkey's dead.
So, Max?
Yeah, Mr. Hake?
Max, I have just been informed that you assassinated Wenceslaus.
Huh?
Killed him.
Who said so?
That, for the moment, is irrelevant. Did you or did you not kill the monkey?
Well, you think I'm nuts or something when that chimp's the only one who knows where to stone?
Shut up.
Huh?
You blithering idiot. I should send you back to driving a truck.
In the name of the American truck driver, I resent that.
I beg your pardon.
The American truck driver is courteous, considerate, and always helpful to the motorist in time of trouble. Would Max be?
Don't pay no attention to him, Mr. Hank. I didn't knock off that chimp.
Lola?
Of course he did. Simon and I were both there when he did
The
it.
room was dark at the time, Lola.
But
Max may have shot the monkey by mistake, or he may not have shot the monkey at all.
then who did?
There were only 3 people in the room, you, Max, and myself.
But you wouldn't have shot the monkey, Simon, except by accident.
That's out. I didn't fire a gun at all.
No, me neither. When the lights went out, I went away fast.
Well, this is beginning to look like a job on me.
On the other hand, Lola, you did go after the monkey, alone. You tried to get him from Mr. Templar, alone. Is it possible you wanted the monkey dead because he'd already shown you a... Mr. Templar, you're not one of us.
Well, I haven't been blackballed yet.
You may consider yourself blackballed and leave.
I don't think so.
Max?
No, Max. I still have the gun. The one I didn't fire back at my apartment, remember?
Mr. Hake.
Exactly what is your interest, Templar?
The stones.
What?
The ones Max mentioned a few minutes ago. I might want to play on your team.
Need you be so wholesome about it?
There were 3 people involved. You, Lola, Max. Obviously, either Lola or Max have disqualified themselves. I'll take his or her share.
But, my dear fellow, if Lola has anticipated this, there'll be nothing to share.
But if she hasn't?
There's still no reason to include you. Because, you see, the monkey is dead.
Preble also is dead.
A remark of the utmost irrelevancy.
Not precisely. You see, Preble had to die because he was an honest man.
Preble was an idiot.
Max, how did you know Preble was dead?
I heard it on the radio.
And you, Mr. Hay?
The same source.
What did the bulletin say?
Nothing beyond the fact that Preble was shot to death.
I see. Let's go back a bit. You must have hired the monkey from Preble, but of course you'd have told him it was for a joke. Preble believed you at first, but when he stopped believing you, when he realized what you'd used the monkey for, you had to kill him.
When he realized what, Mr. Templar?
Max has mentioned stones, in English, jewels. Obviously, all 3 of you are thieves, jewel thieves, then. But obsessed with a monkey? Why?
We're fond of monkeys.
That's a pretty sentiment, but untrue. You must have used the monkey to get at jewels that were inaccessible to any human being. But something went wrong.
Hey, Mr. Hake.
Shut up. What went wrong, Mr. Templar?
The monkey got the jewels, but he must have evaded you and disposed of them someplace. But where? That's your problem, isn't it? What the monkey did with the jewels. But the monkey is dead now. He'll never show you.
Mr. Hake, he's too smart.
Perhaps. Your suggestion, Lola, is...
I think we ought to get rid of him.
Oh, Lola, you've wounded me to the quick.
Aren't you forgetting, my dear, that he has a gun which he's pointing at us?
That's my gun. It's not loaded.
You could be lying, Lola.
I don't want to find out the hard way.
All right, Simon. Shoot me.
Oh, no thanks. I never shoot beautiful women.
An interesting dilemma.
Go ahead, Mr. Templar. Be a sport. Shoot Lola.
No, I have a better idea. Let's find the jewels.
How?
Well, we'll borrow a monkey from a pet shop. We'll put that monkey in the same circumstances Wenceslaus was in, and maybe he'll do the same thing.
An idea, yes.
I don't trust him.
You don't? Then that perhaps is a very good reason for accepting his suggestion. Mr. Templar, shall we go borrow a monkey?
Yeah, but Wenceslaus was prettier.
This one looks moth-eaten.
No, I don't imagine that matters. Does it, Lola?
I don't care.
What do you think, Max?
To me, a monkey's a monkey.
Max the realist. Well, shall we try Lola's place first?
A splendid idea. Might save us a good deal of time.
Mr. Hake, don't you think...
I think nothing. I know a few things. One, we used the monkey to break into a... to pick up a few jewels for us. He did so and then disappeared for a while. He could have been at your place, Lola, or at Max's. When we finally located the monkey, the jewels were gone.
And perhaps our little substitute will find them, which will be very nice for the, survivors.
he's been all over my apartment, made a mess of it, and...
Found nothing. Nor did we. Templar, I'm afraid...
That Lola's innocent? Perhaps.
Then,
suppose we try Max's happy little home next, hmm?
Hey, that monkey just knocked over my last bottle of real lemon juice.
Lemon juice? Are you fond of vitamins, Max?
Nah, I keep it in memoriam of a girl I used to know who raised lemons. Only on me, all she ever raised was lumps.
Well, there's not a corner, nook, or cranny of this place that hasn't been investigated. Templar.
I know, but we're not at the end of our search yet.
So where do we go next?
Mr. Hake mentioned your place and Max's, Lola. He forgot to mention his own house. Or did he forget?
That, and I hope no one is bitterly disappointed, is that. No jewels in my home either.
You're quite right. No jewels.
Well, that means none of us took them. It also means...
That unless Wenceslaus turns into a ghost and returns to haunt us, we don't ever find no stone.
At which unhappy point I suggest we call it a day. Night, rather. May I ask for your absence, all of you?
Hey, wait a minute there. I still want to know where them stones are. I put a lot of hard work in on that job.
Be still, you idiot.
He's right, Mr. Hake.
Of course he's right. You're right. I'm right. It's the blasted monkey who's wrong.
Oh, we mustn't speak ill of the dead. The blasted monkey is dead. So, by the way, is Preble. Incidentally, why was he killed? Merely because he suspected his monkey had been used illegally? That doesn't convince.
But that was what you yourself said.
I was making conversation at the time. I needed an opportunity to check. Searching all 3 houses for the jewels. Now that's over. It checks.
What are you getting at?
The reason the monkey had to be killed.
You are nuts.
Max, you're actually showing signs of intelligence. Templar, we wanted that monkey alive.
Sure, the monkey was the only one who knew where the jewels were.
Ah, but you see, that proves whoever killed Preble and the monkey had already found the jewels.
Keep talking.
Preble was killed, but his killer made no attempt to grab the monkey. Strange? No. Because it proves the killer had no use for the monkey. He already had the jewels. Or she. That is, and pardon me for pointing, one of you already has the jewels and is trying to keep them all.
I wouldn't like anybody trying that.
Why are you looking at me, Simon?
Be still, both of you. Mr. Templar, you interest me. Not at all strangely. Pray continue.
I'd rather continue with this gun in my hand. Now then, Lola, how did you find your way to my apartment earlier this evening?
I'd been following Preble. He was shot. I saw you leave with the monkey, so I followed you.
And you, Max?
I was following her.
Can either of you alibi the other?
I didn't even know he was following me.
Hey, now that you bring it up, she ditched me for a while.
Let's skip to my apartment. Who shot the monkey? Lola?
That I like.
I don't, because she had no gun. I had her gun, remember?
But I didn't fire no shots, honest.
Max, I'm beginning to wonder about you.
Hey, I got my
Don't
gun
lift
now.
it.
You got Lola's. It ain't loaded.
Don't bet on it. Lola is quite a liar, Max.
Oh.
It's just a flesh wound, Max. I've been practicing. I'll take your gun. Well, 2-gun Templar.
On your way out, Templar, take the big oaf with you and throw him to the police, will you? I'd prefer they didn't have to come here to pick him up, considering my, profession.
Yes, not to mention considering your, guilt.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Hake, how did you know Preble and his monkey had gone to visit a movie star, specifically Roland Ames?
Well, I didn't.
You mean you did? Remember you asked Lola if she had gotten Roland Ames' autograph? How did you know that the monkey was at the Ames place?
Well, I heard it over the radio.
But according to your own statement, all the radio bulletin said was that Preble had been shot to death. No reply, huh? You knew because you wanted to silence Preble, and you did. You didn't bother about the monkey because you already had the jewels. But when you saw me leave with Wenceslaus, you began to worry. In police hands, the monkey would have been safe for you. But in mine, with Lola and Max both after me, that monkey represented danger to you. So you came after us, shot the monkey, and... Mr. Hake, I hate to point, but you have a date with a death cell. And that, Raleigh, is the story of how I foiled Mr. Hake, jewel thief and murderer.
I'm insulted. I was never even a suspect. Simon, what happened to Max?
Jail, too. An old burglary charge took a new lease on life when the police saw him.
Sad. And the girl?
Lola? Raleigh, you know something?
What?
Lola is also a small blonde with big eyes, like Marie.
But Simon, she's a crook.
Oh, not really. Her heart's in the right place, left side. I mean, she was just young and foolish. We've all made our mistakes, right?
Especially with small blondes. Hello? Yeah, he's here. Simon for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Lola? Why, yes, of course. 10 minutes? Right. Goodbye.
Simon, you're going out with her?
I am.
Is she the type of girl who would be persona grata at the YWCA?
Oh, I won't take her to the YWCA.
Is she the type of girl your mother would have loved?
My mother isn't taking her out, Raleigh. I am.
Simon, you're treading on a very dangerous path. I refer to the one surrounded by primroses. Like Marie, huh?
Yes. Don't say another word. I'll call her back and ask if she's got a friend for you.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, as responsible parents, you never think of allowing your children to play with poison. And as responsible Americans, it's your duty to protect them from the dangers of the poison we call prejudice. Here in America, racial and religious hatred does exist, sustained by the political adventurers and plain crackpots who are willing to scrap the democratic way of life to attain their own ends. Prejudice in America is centered in their addled philosophy. But unless we guard ourselves and our families, it can find its way into our own lives. Then the poison would do its work, undermining America's unity, sabotaging our prestige abroad, and wrecking our ideal of individual freedom. In your family life, you can effectively carry on a campaign against prejudice. Our youngsters grow up with a pride in their country. Teach them that part of that pride is our tradition of accepting or rejecting people on their individual worth, not on the basis of race or religion or color. Remember, freedom and prejudice can't exist side by side. If you choose freedom, fight prejudice. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. In our cast, you heard Maggie Morley as Lola and George Neese as Roland Ames. Max was played by Sheldon Leonard and Hake by Theodore Von Eltz. Jack Moyles was Preble, Jerry Hausner, the monkey. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, Tallulah is your MC once again on NBC's hour-and-a-half Sunday extravaganza, The Big Show. Tonight's stars will be Jimmy Durante, Clifton Webb, Charles Boyer, Eddie Arnold, Meredith Wilson, and a host of others. Another Sunday evening favorite, Theater Guild on the Air, presents the dramatic story Lottie Dundas, starring Dorothy McGuire and Jessica Tamby. So remember,
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.